A very warm welcome to the conference on Steel Service Center, Retailing and Distribution. On the onset, may I please request our distinguished dignitaries to kindly come forward for the ceremonial lamp lighting ceremony. I would also request, right now we'll have the beautiful rendition of Ganesh Vandana in the melodious voice of the singing sensation from Bollywood, Miss Vinti Singh, who has specially flown down for this conference. I request Mr. Anil Mittal, Mr. Vijay Sharma, Mr. Sharad Mahindra, Mr. Ashish Anupam, Mr. V.R. Sharma, Mr. Anil Bangar, and Ms. Monica Bachchan, and Mr. Ashirwad Agrawal to kindly come forward for the lamp lighting ceremony.
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। माता सरस्वती शारदा, माता सरस्वती शारदा, हे माता सरस्वती शारदा, विद्यादानी दयानी दुःखहरिणी जगत जननी ज्वाला मुखी माता सरस्वती शारदा, हे माता सरस्वती शारदा, कीजे सुदृष्टि कीजे सुदृष्टि सेवक जान अपना इतना वरदान दीजे तान ताल और अलाप बुद्धि अलंकार शारदा, हे माता सरस्वती शारदा, विद्यादानी दयानी दुःखहरिणी जगत जननी ज्वाला मुखी माता सरस्वती शारदा, हे माता सरस्वती शारदा. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dignitaries. Thank you, Vinti, with this auspicious start. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Namaskar, good morning, Shuprabhat. आनो भद्रा पृथ्व्यो यंतु विश्वतः, अर्थात विश्व की चहुं दिशाओं से कल्याणकारी विचार हमें प्राप्त हो, पराभूत होने वाले विचार उच्चता को पहुंचाने वाले शुभ कर्म चारों ओर से हमारे समक्ष आए. Meaning, may all the noble thoughts come to us from the direction, all the direction of the world. Starting with this felicitous line from Rigved, I am Saroj Sharma, And it's my honor and pleasure to welcome all the distinguished dignitaries, participants, guests, ladies and gentlemen, members of media. A very warm welcome to today's first of its kind conference. It's the first time in India that a conference is being held on this topic. Conference on Steel Service Center, Retailing and Distribution, being organized by Metalogic Projects Management Services Private Limited and supported by Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, it's for the first time in India, we are going to deliberate and focus on the need and timely support of retailing and distribution for the Indian steel industry. The conference will also highlight the current status of Steel Service Center, their future prospects, the importance and need of digitization. With these words, may I please request all our distinguished dignitaries to kindly grace the dais. I request Mr. Anil Mittal, Joint MD, Vasant Group and co-founder, Indian Business Council, Pune, to kindly grace the dais. I request Mr. Vijay Sharma, Director, Jindal Stainless Limited, to kindly grace the dais. I also invite Mr. Sharad Mahindra, CEO, Coated Products JSW Steel Limited, to kindly grace the dais. Mr. Ashish Anupam, MD, Tata Steel Long Products, to kindly grace the dais. I also invite Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman, JSP Group of Advisory Services, to kindly grace the dais. I also invite Mr. Anil Bangar, CEO, Evans Value Steel Limited, along with Ms. Monica Bachchan, to kindly grace the dais. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, steel, the humble but indispensable metal without which we can't imagine our existence. From our minuscule needle to the most advanced spacecraft, steel is not only everywhere, but in our nerves too. So all you women and men of steel, get ready for a day-long stimulating discussion, presentation, and deliberation. Today's conference is also a testimony to the power of the Metalogic Project Management Services platform, where we have managed to draw great brains and market leaders under one roof and on one dais, all thanks to the out-of-box thinking and untiring efforts by the most amazing Monica Bachchan, whose passion for topics that are the most relevant for today's time are well known and well appreciated. So thank you, Monica, for being so courageous to always bringing the most challenging topics to the forefront. And thank you, all of you, for turning out in such big numbers like always. We are also being live streamed now on YouTube on Metalogic PMS channel. Without further ado, now I request Ms. Monica Bachchan, founder, CEO, and entrepreneur, Metalogic Projects Management Services Private Limited, to kindly extend a personal welcome to all our distinguished dignitaries on the dais by presenting them with a bouquet. We welcome Mr. Anil Mittal once again. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Mittal. A very warm welcome to Mr. Sharad Mahindra. Thank you for your time. Welcome once again, Mr. Ashish Anupam. Mr. V.R. Sharma. Mr. Anil Bangar. And Mr. Vijay Sharma. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you, Monica. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all are aware, Metalogic PMS is a startup launched in 2017 with a mission to provide Metalogic, or decision-making, logical support to the Indian and international steel and mining industry. And this coming 3rd January 2023, ladies and gentlemen, Metalogic PMS will complete 6 years. Can we put a round of applause in congratulating them? Thank you. Metalogic is also well known for many firsts. Apart from specializing in corporate events management, in which it provides A to Z service, Metalogic PMS is also industry's early morning news provider covering areas like steel, mining, automobile, cement, and infrastructure. It also brings a collection of basic prices of commodities and an update on congestion at major Indian ports every morning. And in the near future, Metalogic PMS will also be introducing a wide range of project management services. With these words, I invite the architect of this conference, the passionate and enterprising founder, CEO, and entrepreneur of Metalogic PMS, Ms. Monica Bachchan, for welcome address, please. Ms. Monica Bachchan.
Thank you, Saroj. Mr. Anil Mittal, Joint MD Vasant Group and co-founder of Indian Business Council Pune. Mr. Ashish Anupam, Managing Director of Tata Steel Long Products. Mr. Sharat Mahendra, Director and CEO, JSW Coated Products. And Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman, JSP Group of Advisory Services. Mr. Vijay Sharma, Director General Stainless. Mr. Anil Bangar, CEO, Evinith Value Steel Limited. Namaskar, Suprabhat, wishing you a very pleasant morning. Our honorable dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, industry bodies, very senior speakers, delegates, participants, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. I am Monica Bachchan, founder and CEO of Metalogic Projects Management Services, and it is my privilege and pleasure to welcome you all to this one-of-its-kind program. Evinith presents conference on steel service centers, retailing and distribution powered by JSW Steel at Pune, Maharashtra. Today is the golden moment for the Indian steel industry with the presence of our industry majors on the stage, and this hall is full of galaxy of stars which are you. Industry experts, steel manufacturers, quality houses, repair technologists, service centers, packaging solution providers, project managers, procurement, retailers, distributors, logistics, thinkers, authors, and veterans. All have descended in this conference hall to deliberate some of very relevant issues in iron and steel industry. This is perhaps being held for the first time in India. The question is, why in India? And I have no hesitation to say, why not in India? India ranks second in steel making in the world, and both the USA and Europe are far behind us. Hence, we deliberate here in India, the right place. Today, the conference will focus on the importance of steel service center, distribution centers in Indian steel industry. Steel retailing and distributor plays an important role in helping steel reach its rightful customers. The cost incurred in retailing and distribution had a huge impact which drives the overall steel prices. We will also be discussing the challenges that are being faced by steel producers and retailers and why the steel industry need to evaluate the digital disruption taking place in other industries and how some of the challenges can be mitigated by using emerging technologies. Today, we will witness a rebirth and relaunch of a company, Evinith Value Steel, formerly known as Uttam Value Steel. I would like to welcome our sponsors, Evinith Value Steel, JSW Steel, Triveni Steel, TSS India, Tubesex, Tata Capital, New Mega Steel, Tata Steel Downstream Products, Kamdhenu Limited, Metpro and TVQ. I would like to welcome our exhibitors who have come from far places, like Nirmal Texim, Stitch Overseas, Jupiter Rolling, Arvind Footwear, Apex, Blue Ocean and Pragya. My special thanks to Indian Business Council Pune for lending us the support in helping us to organize this conference, because the local support is very, very important, which we look forward to. And with this, I would like to leave the stage to our experts and request them to share their wisdom and experiences. We will try to keep all the sessions interactive to take up suggestions and feedbacks to the policy makers. I hope this conference will generate fresh ideas to overcome the difficulties being faced by our industry with the support of the government, the policy makers and thinkers, as we strongly believe that our challenges can be met by our own experts and not by the alien or third world countries or nations. This conference is just the first step towards a long journey. Jai Hind and Jai Maharashtra. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica, for the warm welcome address and also a first step towards a long journey. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a day full of very stimulating deliberations today. And I would like to start now with the keynote address. May I please request Mr. Anil Mittal, Joint MD, Vasant Group and co-founder, Indian Business Council, Pune, to kindly present the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, the steel pieces from Vasant Group, a winning attitude, are the perfect way to create durable and reliable projects. With these words, over to Mr. Anil Mittal.
Happy morning, everybody. Welcome to Pune, and thanks, Monica ji, for giving a platform like this in Pune. We, through IBC, Indian Business Council, were trying for a steel buyer-seller meet of this kind from last 3 to 4 years, but eventually, when 3 months back, we got an opportunity to meet Monica ji, our dreams are coming true with such beautiful dignitaries like Vijay Sharma ji, Sharad Mahendra ji, Ashish Anupam ji, VR Sharma ji, and Alin Bangar ji. These all dignitaries on the stage, the real essence of steel industries, the top words of steel industries are in Pune today to discuss and take the steel industry ahead. Pune, as you know, is a city which is growing leaps and bounds, and the consumption of steel in Pune is growing day by day by tons, million of tons. So Pune is a very strategically located, and today it has automobile companies like Mahindra's, Tata's, Volkswagen, and Mercedes-Benz. So, and even project industries, process industries like Praj is there, then other industries also are there. So steel consumption in Pune is very high, and it's very strategically located near the port, Mumbai port. So exports also through Pune is very high. Regarding this conference, I would like to thank once again Metalogic, Monica ji, as you have brought in the users and the manufacturers together, and the link in between I call them as our the mediators or the connects, the distributors and the processors. They play a very important role in supplying us steel just in time and right quantity. As you know, all the automobile industries have shifted their total volumes or total intake in day by day inventory or just in time. So we also require steel in just in time. So the distributors like SKM Steels, Naresh Steels, Bavtawala Steels I would name, they are doing marvelous jobs here, supplying us the medium scale in just in time, and we are getting the steel just in time, and our inventories are going down, and the cost of the inventory is also going down day by day. So now nobody keeps a 25 tons, 30 tons coil and then get it processed, and so that they get in everyday supply from this distributor channel which is available in Pune itself. The steel industry as such, if you look, it's very progressive. The steel, now we are ranked second in the steel manufacturing after China, and in 2030 we will cross 30 million tons of steel production a year. So this is a government plan, and we obviously think that consumption of steel should grow per capita in India also. We still lag in the consumption of steel per capita, whereas in India the average is around about 75 kgs, and the global average per capita is 225 or odd per capita. So per capita steel consumption, we should always think that how to grow. Like in stainless steel, I always say that we should promote stainless steel bottles in every houses and every restaurants and ban the plastic bottles, as plastic bottles is very injurious. Drinking water from a plastic bottle can lead to cancer. So we can promote stainless steel bottles everywhere, in houses, in restaurants, in our workplaces. So we can fill the water, purified water in that steel, and they are reusable also. The cost of the same water also will go down. Water consumption in particular area will also go down by using recyclable stainless steel bottles if we keep it. This way, a small things, small tips how to increase the steel consumptions of stainless steel and other items. Now, we can also suggest to the roofing sheets which are coming in polycarbonate or something like that, which are very dangerous, or cement sheets which are getting replaced. So by GI or pre-coated sheets, this is also good. We should promote there so that stainless steel or other steels get a boost there. Basically, the government schemes like Atmanirbhar, Make in India, and PLI schemes are helping a lot in Pune and the steel sector also to increase the production, to increase the investments across board. The EV push from the government is also helping a lot in Pune. Now there is a huge development going on in Pune, roundabout for nearly 25 to 30 models are getting developed by the local players also in the EV segment. So next push will be EV push. As you all know that the scrap policy is in place now. From 1st of April 2023, the government vehicles above 15 years would be scrapping first. And this is a very good push from the government. I would like to thank the government especially for such kind of push, which ultimately will increase the steel consumptions and our industry will boost. Then I would also like to emphasize on supply chain. In the last 1 year, we MSME had gone through a very bad patch when the prices abnormally increased. So I would request the honorable steel manufacturers on the dais and the distributors to have a consistent supply and consider MSME under some price protection or something like that, so that we do survive along with you all. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks for making me such a keynote speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anil Mittal, and thank you for hosting us in this beautiful city of Pune. Ladies and gentlemen, now I invite Mr. Vijay Sharma for his address. Director Jindal Stainless Limited, India's largest stainless steel producer and market leader, Mr. Vijay Sharma.
Namaskar, Pranam. Very appropriate theme, but since morning I was wondering, topic thoda incomplete hai. Steel service centers, I was missing the word steel and stainless steel service centers. And this is the first time in my experience that I used to be the first person who used to speak the word stainless. Thanks a lot, Anil, for using this word. Okay, can I have this working? Okay, I bring to the house my experience of learning in about 50 odd countries, right from Japan up to the Americas. I learned few things about service center. We all of us know, and we will be talking a lot about the role of service center, but unfortunately, steel mills and stainless steel mills like me and my friends, the last mile connectivity has been taken a back seat. We have been too much occupied in creating the capacities. So perhaps we need to go to, I call it back to basics. I will be sharing my experiences, my learnings on the business situation. Have you ever heard anybody talking about the last milestone when we talk about Vision 2030, 300 million tons, Vision 2047, 500 million tons? ये बड़ी बड़ी कॉलें कट के कस्टमाइज होके बिकेंगी कैसे? Thank you, Monica, for the right time triggering of this very, very critical aspect. We also talk a lot about what customer needs. Uh, I'm a little critical about it. We get confused between service versus profits, and then mill thinking versus what customer wants. And in fact, in our life, normally customer doesn't reach up to the consumer. Our customer ends at somebody who also is a sort of a manufacturer. It's a time that we need to shift towards the consumer, and then there is a conflict in the market. The types of the such entities who are providing this service, and my views on what could be the way forward. Market is relatively smaller, scattered, specifically in the case of stainless steel. Individual offtakes are very less. I think in multiples of long heats, customer thinks perhaps kgs, square feet. So there's a big difference. Customization requirements are improving. Competition is there, exposure is there, and this is today, and we are not talking about the future. We are using such words like small release, ordering ease, stock reduction, technical assistant, and rather, all of us feel proud in saying that we provide all these activities, and in fact, we are total solution, one-stop solution. But are we really? Because there is a conflict. Profit kamaye ki service, specifically in the context of the commodity. At the end of the day, many of our products, people are not really worried who is supplying it. That is the definition of commodity. It became more critical when there was a confusion between WPI and CPI. WPI 15%, CPI 7%. It means the loss was being absorbed or less profit was being absorbed by the manufacturers in between. Here I would like to introduce the concept of intensity. These are certain topics which on their own are very, very independent. I will be very happy to speak 15 minutes to 1 hour on each such topic. So first is the value from the commodity, the concept of the intensity. It means that intensity of particular metal in the product itself. About 30 to 40 years back, steel prices के बढ़ने उतरने से कार के prices change होते थे. It doesn't happen these days because the automation, the digitalization, the added features, it has made the element of steel relatively much directly proportionate to the cost of the car. Aluminium versus wrap, in case of stainless steel coil versus gates versus exhaust. So this is a concept that depending on the intensity, depending on the value addition, we can make profits. The impact of the cost on the increase, two axis, intensity and the decommoditization. If the intensity is high and the decommoditization is low, then of course we are going to get hit very badly. Certain examples, when we read books like Philip Kotler, we read such words like product modifications, services modifications, and which leads to the customer satisfaction. We are very lucky that we are into a product because the service doesn't have the product, but the product has the possibility of service. I call this a concept of servicification of the manufacturing. Again, it is a very long topic. So we read all these things in theoretical books. A car is a car. Phone is a phone. A watch is a watch. So we know the difference. And of course, we also have a service center. My more competent colleague, Mr. Goel, will be talking about it later. So another big conflict, customer versus mill. We noticed what customer wants, small releases, just in time, customization, but what the mill thinks. Some of my thoughts are, repetitive, but just to set the context, I have to speak. Mill, my colleagues in the mill, they think of volume. They think about standardization. They think about evacuation. But here comes the role of service center or the distributor, the last mile connectivity. We have been not talking much about it. In fact, in the government corridors also, whenever we are talking about the strategy, vision, somehow this concept is taking a backseat. Types of service centers, independent, mill-owned. I have learned a lot right from Japan. I like even in Bangladesh, even in Pakistan. There is always a conflict in the market between the independent and mill-owned. It is a little sensitive subject there are different views. While the objective is same, but the behavior in the market of independent is quite different than the mill-owned. But yes, the service levels also could be different. Independent service center service levels could be better, but then behavioral aspect may not be better. Whether it is buying behavior, we are cyclic, and in the last couple of years, 2 black swan events, pandemic and Ukraine, it has totally changed the way we work. So independent has got its own role. Mill-owned, there are many advantages also. Common approach to the market. Here, I request the mills to have a look at it. Regular business, uniform mill loading, actions aligned with the long-term vision, loyalty dependence. You can serve better, and of course, it is good for the mill also. However, there is a conflict of volume and value. I will just like to narrate an incident. In 2002, 2003, 2004, European mills felt that सर्विस सेंटर वाले तो बहुत पैसा कमा लेते हैं, तो उन्होंने सर्विस सेंटर वाला काम खुद करने की कोशिश की. ना तो सर्विस मिली और पैसा भी, the way people like me thinks when they are in the mill, कि volume, so they absolutely destroyed the European service center concept and the services. Maybe a hybrid model could be better, where we coexist. And then, of course, the channel and distributors. While most of the activities, we know what they're supposed to do, but there are certain very, very huge strengths of the channel and distributors. I might be a big officer somewhere, but मेरी बात की weightage काफी कम है as compared to that single owner of a channel. He carries more weight. And then there are certain business practices where the role of the channel partners do come in. They also do stocking. There is a space of everybody in the supply chain. I use the word actually customer expectation management instead of SCM. So as long as people are adding value, just to give an example, when in 2000 China entered into WTO, people will recall that Hong Kong based traders flourished a lot, only for 2 reasons. English bolni aati thi, they had the banking limits. China realized it, everybody was wiped off. My point here is, all the arms to serve can exist as long as they are adding value in the supply chain. So we need to optimize and synergize with due respect and regard and role of everybody. The way forward, we will be getting confused. Philip Kotler kuch bolte hain, customer kuch bolte hain. What exactly we do? What exactly we do? So first, I think we need to understand about the customer behavior. We talk a lot about B2B, B2B2C, B2C, but once again, the C is actually ending at the customer, not reaching the consumer. Then what is the right way of monitoring the performance of service center? These are my 3-4 slides only. He is very miser in allocating time. So customer behavior, consumer behavior. I will tell you 3 stories, my personal experience, but before that, we get confused by these words. क्या देना है? Functionality, performance, services, efficiency, control, cost, information, policies, others, and many other words we are talking about. But I share with you 3 stories. Story number 1, once I went to a workshop driving my own car. The moment I entered there, that workshop manager, गाड़ी भी पार्क नहीं करने दी, he came rushing, Sharma साहब, good morning. मैंने आपको देखते ही आपकी favorite cappuccino coffee का order दी थी. Then he called someone, साहब की गाड़ी की चाबी पकड़ो, गाड़ी को पार्क करो, अभी साहब के साथ मैं कॉफी पी के आता हूँ. अपने ऑफिस के अंदर ले गया. Then he asked me, सर आपकी बिटिया तो स्पेन में पढ़ रही है, सब ठीक है ना? कॉफी आ गई, सर आधा चम्मच शुगर डाला है इसके अंदर. टैप्ड, कोई धंधे की बात नहीं हो रही है. मैंने पूछा भैया ऐसे कैसे होता है? कहता सर डिजिटलाइजेशन. व्हेन यू एंटर देयर इज अ सीसीटीवी. वो आपकी गाड़ी का नंबर देखता है, आपका शक्ल देखता है, एंड व्हेन यू बॉट द कार, एवरीथिंग इज रिकॉर्डेड हियर. दिस इज नथिंग अबाउट द बिजनेस येट. सो दिस इज द रिस्पेक्ट व्हिच ही गेव मी. सो टू मी द फर्स्ट पिलर ऑफ कस्टमर बिहेवियर इज द रिस्पेक्ट. मैंने उससे पूछा अगर मैं नहीं आया होता तो क्या करते? कहते जो भी आते हैं उनको बोलता शर्मा साहब का नमस्कार बोलिएगा. I was sold. Story number 2. This is called respect, feeling of being treated with dignity and importance. बारिश हो रही थी, मैं और मेरी वाइफ गाड़ी में आ रहे थे. वाइफ बोली कि चलो बारिश हो रही है, सब्जी ले लेते हैं, नहीं तो मुझे फिर आना पड़ेगा. तो यू नो सम पीपल माइट बी यूज्ड टू इट. सब्जी की मंडियां होती हैं जिसके अंदर कीचड़ विचड़ सब कुछ होता है. तो हम लोग उतरे तो मुझे लगा कि बाहर से ही खरीद लेगी वो. नहीं, वो मेरे को ऐसे 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 करके एक पर्टिकुलर शॉपकीपर के पास ले गई. जैसे ही शॉपकीपर ने देखा, नमस्ते भाभी जी, अरे सर भी आए हैं आज. अपनी वाइफ को बोला ये 6 चीजें पैक कर दो, इतनी पैक कर दो. फिर वो मेरे को बोला Ladies will relate it better. फिर मेरे को बोला कि सर आप जो खास मिर्च पसंद करते हैं, better smelling but पतली नहीं होनी चाहिए, ये है. उसके बाद उसने एक नंबर बोला. He gave a number. This must be a surprise. My wife ने कोई भाव तोल नहीं किया. उसने नहीं पूछा कि इसका मेरे को ब्रेकअप बताइए. She paid that. So, and I'm talking about a sabji mandi fellow. This is story number 2. It is the recognition. He did not have any SAP, any ERP, any data analytics, any heavily paid employees like me. So it is the recognition of needs and catering them. This is a tangible aspect. So I call it the second pillar of consumer behavior. A very big customer came to me, story number 3. A very big customer came to me. सब कुछ हो गया, सब कुछ बातें होगी. The largest customer बोले कि आज मैं एक बहुत बड़ा ऑर्डर लिखाना चाहता हूँ, मुझे आप स्पेशल प्राइस दीजिए. मैंने कहा सर, you know our policy. Prices are transparent to the extent that when we enter into SAP, we don't enter the price, we enter the SKU. My discount schemes are transparent. You know what smaller are getting. You know what bigger, you are the biggest in this segment, what others are getting. My credit terms are transparent. My everything is transparent. If I give you 1%, 0.5% discount, the moment you go out, here you will be very happy. आपको लगेगा ये विजय शर्मा का तो वो भी दोस्त बड़ा अच्छा, उसको पता नहीं क्या करता होगा. He became even a better friend. This I call equity. Treating the customer of the same type with same and fair play. So instead of B2B, B2C and all those things, I call it BWH. This is the golden triangle of business with humans, the human touch. So, of course, ये सब तो हो गया, but how do we measure it? When we talk about our service centers, or for that matter, mills also, KRAs are based on ton, EBITDA, profits, like that. But when we realized earlier that these are the areas, these are the things which a customer wants, and in addition, he also wants those 3 things, respect, recognition, and equity. So what should be the measurement of the service center? Some of the ideas. When we talk about the small releases, can you supply 1 ton every day to a customer who needs 30 tons every month? You will be taking the job of that PPC man of that company. Absolute dependence, like a marriage. Stock reduction, days, customization, standard versus non-standard. Are we monitoring it? Just in time. Customer doesn't want कि मुझे 2 दिन में दो. Customer wants कि if you are saying 8th day, give me on 8th day. Ordering ease, transparent processes. Are the things visible? Does he feel that he is being cheated? And of course, the technical advice, visits, application orientation. हम लोग क्या बोलते हैं, हमारा माल तो AS team के हिसाब से, आपके नहीं चलता तो आप देखिएगा. Is it right? And then, how do we monitor when we claim that we are having one-stop solution? Can we monitor the share of business? To me, these are the areas which a service center must follow to monitor. And of course, pricing becomes very critical. Can we think about a pricing mechanism कि मैं 7 दिन का प्राइस 100 रुपया है, 48 घंटे का 105 रुपया है, for every 1 day delay, I will give you 0.5% discount. Can we come to that level? I have seen them happening in Europe. And of course, all this is possible through analytics, digitalization, IR 4.0. Again, it is my another favorite topic, 1 hour each. And somewhere, the skilling part of it. How do we upgrade the skills? So, to me, this is the role of service center. Perhaps we need to think a little differently. And I am very confident that profitability through right service can be achieved. Jai Hind, Dhanyavad.
With an unending bank of human experience and knowledge, we are very thankful for your address, Mr. Sharma. Ladies and gentlemen, now I invite Mr. Sharath Mahindra, CEO, Coated Projects JSW Steel Limited, the India's multinational steel producer and flagship company of the JSW Group.
Thank you. After going through a detailed presentation from Vijayji, I think I'll be speaking more extempore rather than giving a presentation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. नमस्कार आप लोगों को. डायस पे वी आर शर्मा जी आपके साथ में आज दोबारा से एक मौका मिला है, साथ में बैठे हैं अदर डिग्नेटरीज. ये टॉपिक जैसा शुरू में ही बोला, आई थिंक ये फर्स्ट टाइम ऐसा है ऑन दिस. इट इज इन फैक्ट सरप्राइजिंग एंड अमेजिंग ऑल्सो कि हम लोगों ने इस टॉपिक पे पहले कभी कोई कॉन्फ्रेंस या इस तरह का कोई एक इंटरेक्शन नहीं हुआ. एक ये सच इम्पोर्टेंट है. जब ये मोनिका इन्फॉर्म्ड कि हम इस तरह का कुछ करना चाहते हैं, इट वाज वेरी एक्साइटिंग. हमने कहा डेफिनेटली आई विल आल्सो लाइक टू बी अ पार्ट. एंड व्हेन आई वेंट इनटू द डिटेल्स, ऐसे फैक्ट्स सामने आए हैं और ऐसी वरीज एंड कंसर्न्स फ्यूचर के लिए सामने आई हैं कि आई थिंक द टाइमिंग ऑफ दिस इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. बट उससे पहले क्योंकि छोटे ग्रुप्स में बाहर बात होती रहती है, एक आधा मिनट में टॉपिक से डाइवर्ट करके बोलूंगा. आजकल हो क्या रहा है मार्केट में, ये सभी लोग हम लोग कंसर्न हैं. हम आपको बस एक ही चीज बोलेंगे, जो भी हो रहा है दुनिया में, वर्ल्ड में, हम सब लोग पढ़ रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं. बट इंडिया इज द बेस्ट परफॉर्मिंग कंट्री, बेस्ट परफॉर्मिंग स्टील इंडस्ट्री, इकोनॉमी. इतना ही मैं बोलूंगा. इसलिए वरी की कोई बात नहीं है. ये एक पासिंग फेज है जो अब पास हो रहा है. इसके लिए मैं ये कहूंगा कि एवरीवन शुड बी इन अ पॉजिटिव जोन. व्हाटएवर लास्ट 6-8 मंथ्स हैव बीन टफ, चैलेंजिंग रहे हैं, बट स्टिल अगर आप सब लोग देखें जो परफॉर्मेंस इंडियन इकोनॉमी की, इंडियन स्टील इंडस्ट्री की है, वो वर्ल्ड में कोई दूसरी कंट्री, एक भी ऐसी कंट्री नहीं है, मैंने ढूंढ लिया, जो कहीं आसपास भी है. तो आई थिंक वी शुड बी प्राउड टू बी इन इंडिया एंड प्राउड टू बी इंडियंस. थैंक यू. सर्विस सेंटर्स के ऊपर अगर हम लोग आए, तो अगर रोल की बात करें तो हम लोगों ने अभी भी देखा जैसे कि बड़ा सिंपल है. स्टील मिल्स, इवैक्यूएशन, and service centers, processing centers, just in time delivery as per customer requirement. These are very fundamental things जो हम लोग सब लोग बात करते हैं, जाते हैं, बट उसको किस तरह से हम लोग और अच्छे से इफेक्टिव कर सकते हैं, उसमें एक हम भी वो टॉपिक बोलना चाहते थे. आई विल अवॉइड नाउ. डिजिटाइजेशन, linking with the end consumer, linking with the steel mills, this is the future which is going to be there. बट अगर सर्विस सेंटर्स का फ्यूचर की बात करें, उससे पहले प्रेजेंट में क्या है. अगर हम ये देखें कि इंडिया में स्टील कंजम्पशन से 100, 105, 110, इस साल शायद 120 मिलियन टन का होगा. और उसमें अगर हम करें 50-50 करें, कोई कहता है 48-52% ऑफ फ्लैट स्टील, उसका कितना पोर्शन जो कि प्रोसेसिंग हो के एंड कंज्यूमर पे पहुंचता है और कुछ डायरेक्ट जाता है फॉर द यूज इन द फैक्ट्रीज एंड अदर्स. तो आप ये देखोगे कि ऑलमोस्ट 40% स्टील ऐसी है जो प्रोसेस होके जाती है एंड कंज्यूमर को, वेयर इन द रोल ऑफ द सर्विस सेंटर इज इंपॉर्टेंट. और सर्विस सेंटर्स की भी डिफरेंट कैटेगरीज हैं. कुछ स्टील मिल्स के हैं, कुछ इंडिपेंडेंट ब्रांडेड लाइक ग्लोबल सर्विस प्लेयर्स आर देयर इन इंडिया, और बाकी और भी अदर सर्विस सेंटर्स भी. ओवरऑल देखें अगर, तो इंडिया में कैपेसिटी इज मे बी अराउंड मे बी 12 से 13 मिलियन टन की है खाली प्रोसेसिंग कैपेसिटी सर्विस सेंटर्स की. फ्लैट प्रोडक्ट्स में बात करें, लॉन्ग प्रोडक्ट्स इट इज इनसिग्निफिकेंट इफ वी टॉक ऑफ ऑर्गेनाइज्ड सेक्टर्स. आई थिंक इट इज नॉट इवन 500,000 टन अगर सर्विस सेंटर्स की बात करें. तो जैसा अभी बोला कि हम लोग ये बात कर रहे हैं कि इंडिया अभी 170 मिलियन होगा बाय 2025, 200 मिलियन होगा, कोई कहता है 300 मिलियन होगा बाय 2030. और प्रोसेसिंग का अगर यही रेशियो रखें, व्हाट इज दी सर प्रोसेसिंग कैपेसिटी इंडिया को चाहिए. तो एक ये टॉपिक पे मैं थोड़ा सा बोलूंगा. और इसके साथ में आज हम जो सर्विस सेंटर की अगर बात करते हैं, तो मैं जब भी बात करता हूँ किसी से भी, अभी मैं बहुत जस्ट अबाउट दो हफ्ता पहले मैं नॉर्थ में था, तो आई हैव कॉल्ड ऑल दी डीलर डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स ऑफ अ पर्टिकुलर स्टेट. तो वहां जब बात हुआ कि सर हम इन्वेस्टमेंट करना चाहते हैं, आप लोगों का इन्वेस्टमेंट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि किस डायरेक्शन में, whether this is the most effective best investment you are making or there are more opportunities. So for that I think closer coordination between mills and processing centers अगर हो, तो आप लोगों को भी बहुत सी चीजें ऐसी, मैं एक दो अपने एक्सपीरियंस में रीसेंट एक्सपीरियंस शेयर भी करूंगा. तो हम लोग जब सर्विस सेंटर की बात करते हैं, कट टू लेंथ, स्लिटिंग करना, कट टू साइज करना, ब्लैंकिंग करना, मतलब बियॉन्ड दिस या प्रोफाइलिंग कर लेना कि हम प्रोफाइल मशीन्स लगा देते। इसके अलावा हम नहीं सोचते हैं ज़्यादा। मेजॉरिटी आप लोग जैसे बैठे हैं, अगर आप लोगों में से कुछ लोग और भी एक्स्ट्रा कर रहे होंगे इसके अलावा, बट हम मेजॉरिटी की बात कर रहे हैं। बट फ्यूचर क्या है, फ्यूचर अपॉर्चुनिटीज क्या है? तो हम लोग भी जब स्टील मिल्स हैं, हमारे सीनियर कुलीग्स बैठे हैं, शर्मा जी बैठे हैं, जब हम लोग कैपेसिटी एक्सपेंशन की बात करते हैं तो वी डू अ स्टडी। अगर हमारे पास एक लिमिटेड रिसोर्स है कि हमको ये इन्वेस्ट करना है, कैपेसिटी स्टील मेकिंग की बढ़ानी है, तो क्या चीज करनी चाहिए, कौन सा सेक्टर है, कौन सा सेगमेंट है विच इज ग्रोइंग, उसकी क्या नीड्स हैं, क्या अवेलेबिलिटी है, उन सब चीजों को ध्यान में रख के हम डिसाइड करते हैं कि हमें क्या इन्वेस्टमेंट करना है, क्या प्रोडक्ट लाना है, क्या चीज नहीं बनानी है। आई थिंक इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि आप लोग भी यही चीज सोचे। अगर हम एक आपको एग्जाम्पल शेयर करें, हम सब लोग बात करते हैं रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी की, कि इंडिया में कहते हैं कि हमारा 500 गीगावाट हो जाएगा बाय 2030, वर्ल्ड कहता है कि हमारा कितना हो जाएगा। हर कंट्री की एक स्टडी है हम लोग के पास में। हम उसको अगर कन्वर्ट करते हैं कि उसकी नीड क्या है, क्या रिक्वायरमेंट है, और उसकी कैपेबिलिटी टू सर्विस दैट इंडस्ट्री, दैट काइंड ऑफ नीड, इज इट देयर? स्टील मिल तो स्टील बना देगा, बट एंड कंज्यूमर को क्या चाहिए? जैसे अगर इंडिया का जो प्रोजेक्शन है, हम आपको बता दें, खाली इंडिया में स्टील रिक्वायरमेंट फॉर रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी कैपेसिटी टू रीच द टारगेट कैपेसिटी बाय 2030, इंडिया में द रिक्वायरमेंट इज गोइंग टू बी 20 मिलियन टन ऑफ स्टील, 20 मिलियन टन। उस 20 मिलियन टन को प्रोसेस करने के लिए क्या है? आज अगर हम मॉड्यूल माउंटिंग स्ट्रक्चर्स की बात करें, मैंने कई लोगों को एडवाइस करा, कुछ लोगों ने इन्वेस्ट करा भी, लगाया भी, दे हैव स्टार्टेड गेटिंग। उसको कैपेसिटी को मीट करने के लिए, उस रिक्वायरमेंट को मीट करने के लिए क्या कैपेसिटी है? तो आप लोग जब इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं तो और भी कुछ और एरिया सीखें। वी आर देयर टू डिस्कस। अगर आप लोग आए कि भाई हमको इन्वेस्ट करना है, अब जैसे एक यहाँ से बहुत एक्सपोर्ट होता था यूएस, अभी तक जब तक यूएस की नई आरए पॉलिसी नहीं आ गई, आईआरए, जिसमें दे स्टार्टेड गिविंग सब्सिडी ऑन रिन्यूएबल कैपेसिटी एडिशन। अदरवाइज एक टॉक ट्यूब होता है वेयर इन द मॉड्यूल मूव्स। वो टॉक ट्यूब बड़ा सिंपल मशीन होती है, कोई बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं है। आप 6-8 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट करेंगे, आपका बढ़िया से वो बन जाएगा, एंड यू कैन स्टार्ट मेकिंग अबाउट साल का 70-80 हजार टन आप वो ट्यूब बनाएंगे। बड़ा स्पेशल ट्यूब है वो, ह्यूज ग्लोबल अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं वहां पे, हर जगह पे नाउ स्टैटिक से इस पे शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं। तो इन सब चीजों को देखते हैं, आई थिंक इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए आई विल रिक्वेस्ट, at least from our side, steel industry will be available if you, any one of you want to come and discuss कि साहब हमको इन्वेस्टमेंट करना है, अपनी कैपेसिटी बढ़ानी है, which are the possible areas जिसमें हमको करना चाहिए। we'll be more than happy to give our views and suggestions for this। जहाँ तक हम लोग ये बात कर रहे हैं अपॉर्चुनिटीज की, अगर हम ये देखें कि इंजीनियर्ड एक्सपोर्ट इंडिया से कितना हो रहा है। अभी अनिल जी ने बात करी एमएसएमईज की, हम भी जानते हैं, सब जानते हैं कि चाइना जो पिछले 30-35 साल में जिस तरह से चाइना की जो ग्रोथ हुई है, इंडिया हैज जस्ट स्टार्टेड नाउ। और वर्ल्ड भी जब बात करते हैं, बाहर जाते हैं, द रिलायबिलिटी, एक डिपेंडेबल पार्टनर जो है, वो चाइना को ना देखते हुए, फॉर वॉट एवर रीजन्स, वी ऑल नो जियोपॉलिटिकल and lack of transparency, whatever it is, technology wise I'll not say China is anywhere behind. China has done wonderful, but now world is looking for China +1, and that +1 everyone talks is India, with the advantages which India has. So I think the opportunities which we have, और उसमें MSMEs का, engineered exports का, is going to play a major role, and we as steel industry have already made and have made a resolve, have made a concrete plan how we will be supporting the MSMEs to ensure that along with the EPC also, that how we do the engineered product export. We'll be more happy to not export steel, but we are happy to sell steel. If everything gets sold in India and it gets converted into something which is getting exported, this is a value to the country, value to us also. Because steel में तो so much of trade barriers which are there, whether tariff or non-tariff barriers, which will remain, because globalization की आज से हम लोग 20 साल 25 साल पहले बात करते थे. I think the economy has turned back, And I will say that it has coming back to regionalization again. Everyone is trying to protect their own economy. These trade barriers will continue to increase. So I think it is more important for us that we together work in such a way that we export not the steel, but the products made by steel from India. With this, I will just like to end here. This is what my views were for future. I think just keep in mind what you are investing in, on what you are investing. Go beyond also what we are doing today. There is enough opportunities which are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sharath Mahindra, for not only sharing your experience, your insight, your knowledge, but also, sharing very motivating words at the onset. Ladies and gentlemen, now I invite Mr. Ashish Anupam, MD, Tata Steel Long Product. Tata Steel Long Product, formerly known as Tata Sponge Iron Limited, is one of the largest specialty steel plant in India in the long product segment. Mr. Ashish Anupam.
Thank you. My apologies, my throat is not so good, so my voice will be a bit hoarse. You have to bear with me. Mr. Anil Mittal, Mr. Anil Bangur, Mr. V.R. Sharma, Sharaji, Vijayji, Monica, and all my dear friends, a very good morning. And I was thinking what to speak, because this is a very new concept, what Monica has brought to the table. We all talk of demand, we all talk of supplies. This is a great concept, correct? And why I say so? If I have to look at the world of steel industry in the last 15 decades, last 3-4 decades, and this decade, is a huge difference. And I want to concentrate what's happening and what it will yield to or impact people like you who have service centers, distribution, or that. And I will focus more on longs. Like my colleague said, more on the flats. I will focus more on, which is construction. So in the world, we have always seen change happening. It's not something new. People talk change is happening. I fundamentally believe the change has always been happening. The difference this time is the amplitude of change is very high, which means the impact of the change is very high. Secondly, the frequency of change is very high. So both the things are happening. The amplitude is becoming bigger, and the frequency is becoming bigger, which leads to disruption. Right? And when it leads to disruption, how does it impact the service center or the distributor is what we have to understand. And my next 10-15 minutes will more on that rather than anything else. As a steel industry, I'm convinced, as what Mr. Sharath mentioned, this ticket belongs to India. And all of you all, including us, are fortunate to be in this country, because this is the only country which will be growth in the steel industry, including the change in technology. All the other nations are struggling with change in technology. This is the only nation thinking of growth, doubling it along with change in technology. But in order to succeed in the next decade, the few fundamental shifts, because of disruptions happening, need to be taken account. I think one of the fundamental things which I believe is you have to build an ecosystem. It's not going to work with the steel plants. It's not going to work with the distributors. It's not going to individually. We need to build a strong ecosystem to enable to give a damn good service to the customer. And that's going to be very, very different as I think we'll be going along. Couple of things on that manner. So I'll break into distributors, classic distributors. I'll break into service centers, and then I'll articulate my thoughts. See, what's going to happen? In order to drive consumption of steel, we need to hit the last mile. It's important. And as the infrastructure develops in India, economy will go down to the tier 3, tier 4 villages of India. How do I reach steel? In the manner they want, not in the manner you want to supply. There's a difference. Right? And fundamentally, the thing which has happened is, obviously you're going to increase reach. How do you reach to the people? You reach to the distributors, dealers. Tata Stiscon, with the brand which I handle, we have more than 7,000 dealers on all pin codes of this country. But it's not important. importance of what are the developing consumption centers where the kancha houses converting pakka houses. Are we reaching there? That's important. Therefore, the way I look at it is that there will be two fundamental shifts which will happen. One, it will go to the villages, which is classic dealer-distributor, and the metros will see a different game altogether. As I'm talking to construction, I'm limiting my discussion to construction. So again, going back to the tier 3, tier 4 villages and where the kacha houses will become pakka houses, what is going to happen is you have to make sure that the steel is available in the form you want. But one fundamental change is going to happen from the past is instead of only physical, it will become digital, which means the customer also has the option of using digital. India will move big time with the access of the smartphones, correct? So what is going to happen? In the classic OGNF, what we call order generation and fulfillment, OG portion of it will become digital. Customers would like directly to come to all the steel guys. Yes, why not? They feel attached to the steel guys. But doesn't mean it gets service to the steel guys. It will get service to the distribution channel. It's like Amazon. You reach Amazon, but Amazon doesn't deliver. The supply chain working behind the scenes, correct? So that's one fundamental shift I see that happening, correct? And it's important to understand the change in the concept, which is coming very fast in the distribution. So some of you who are dealers or distributors, or dealers specifically, need to think in this manner. It's just because the customer is accessing the steel plant doesn't mean you don't have a role. You have a huge role. The supply chain has to be managed. And whether it is Blinkit or whether it is Amazon, you hit within a couple of hours. That's the classic supply chain. Supply chain will get disrupted. It's already getting disrupted, both from the vendors and the classical man. That's one thought I have, which I thought of sharing and leaving it to you for you to understand and think how it's going to impact you and what else we can do together. As I said, we need to build the ecosystem, correct? Nobody is going to win this game on its own. You win this game through ecosystem, and that's important in this game. Second, I feel what will happen in the metros. Metros will be more projects, as you say, correct? And the way the auto industry has evolved, a classic manner in the way the ancillaries are, or the way they have developed themselves, I think construction is far behind. It's because there are too many people in the value chain. And if I have to understand, I used to work in Singapore before coming back to India, and I was meeting some minister in Singapore, and he told me, Ashish, why can't we, the construction industry, become from 3 Ds to 3 Es? I didn't understand it. Mr. Lawrence Wong, his name was. And he told me the construction is 3 D. It's dirty, dangerous, and demeaning. It's dirty. It's dangerous. Most accidents happen at the construction site. And why is it demeaning? When you graduate of a school, is your first option go to construction companies? No. First option go to IT companies, technology. Why can't we make it and then in 3 E's he said, why can't you make it exotic, exciting, and energy efficient? That's what it is. And if you look at the scope of construction, it's going to go fundamental, and the huge opportunity with all of you all together, if you want to really work with us, or with any one of us, I'm saying it, that matter. I feel that the fundamental shift which is going to happen in the projects is there will, because projects are becoming at the site like the Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, anywhere, they don't have space, don't have labor. So there will be construction happening in a different manner, the more off-site versus on-site, in situ, what you call, and therefore there'll be what the auto guys have taught in terms of ancillaries and service centers. I see the next decade, you'll see burgeoning of construction centers, service centers. Why can't the floor which is being, like the second floor is happening, why can't all the ready-to-use material go to the second floor? You go to construction sites in India, it's all mass. Right? There's a huge opportunity. Nobody's stopping us. And I think that is one fundamental shift which I can see is happening or will happen. I think, again, why I'm saying this, because if Tata Steel, JSW, JSP, anybody for that, they want to do it on this, it's not going to happen, guys. It's going to happen together. Correct? For the good of the country, for the good of the nation, for the good of the industry at large. We need to shape the industry. It's not about market share. It's about shaping the best practices in this country, which is a beautiful country. And that's the way I look at it. Correct? Three fundamentals, my last point is the three cutting across themes which will happen, whether you're in auto industry, service, whichever. Think of sustainability. I think that's going to turn the table completely. When, for example, if why can't I work with service center that I give you steel, you transform it to make it, give me better scrap. That's recyclable. The steel is the most recyclable material, most green. Correct? Think of recyclability. Whatever you do in service center, as a distributor, service center, reuse, recycle is going to make a world of difference in the world to come, and make sure you are aware of this. Second, you can't but avoid digital. And digital, to my mind, I was having a session with the Tata Group yesterday in Mumbai. I think our chairman said that, digital we use in a very loosely formed word, digital. Everybody talks digital. Correct? आप उसको एक dashboard ही बना देते, बोलता है, made it digital. Is that digital? Think. Digital is when you convert something into analytics and predictive analytics. How much of predictive analytics you use to ensure you are not thinking from your gut and experience, you're thinking data. And more data you use, it gives you more inferences. How to use data? That's important. Whether it's auto industry, consumption, it doesn't take too much of data. But how many of us really know how to use data? Think about it. And for service center, it will be for the most important. For example, construction, there's a concept called BIM. You have an AR, VR of the BIM of the construction site. You can actually see the construction site sitting anywhere in any part of the world and do that. But it needs an ecosystem. There are a lot of people involved in this whole game. And that's going to work, and work it well. And lastly, as I mentioned, apart from sustainability and digital, it's all believing the technology, correct? And there, I think a lot of work needs to be done from the steel industry. And I think some of my panelist members also mentioned that's very important to be. Today, the whole chain has to work together. It's not about service centers, not about the steel guys. End of the day, you have to give value to the customer. And that can only happen if we all work together with the only thing in mind, keeping with the disruptions which are happening, not get disrupted, but not only try to strive in this disruption, but thrive in disruption. There's a lot of opportunity in disruption. And I think opportunity can only be multiplied with people like you. That's all from my side. Thank you very much. Really enjoyed talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ashish Anupam, for a very thought-provoking address, and also the emphasis on digitization. Ladies and gentlemen, now I invite Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman, JSP Group of Advisory Services. They are here to help our business grow. We can count on them and their team to give the best insight towards a more resilient and successful future. Mr. V.R. Sharma.
Good morning, namaskar, friends. My fellow panelists here, Shri Anil Mittal ji, Shri Ashish Anupam, Shri Anil Mangar, Shri Sharad Mahendra, and Shri Vijay Sharma ji. It was a very nice presentation by Vijay Sharma ji as usual. A very dynamic marketing person, a complete professional, engineer and MBA. I mean, what else you can expect from a person who has quoted Philip Kotler a couple of times. So that is an excellent, Sharma ji, you've done a very wonderful job. अच्छी तरह बजाओ शर्मा जी की तालियां. हाँ, देखिए, मैं तो कहूँगा मैं आपका छोटा भाई हूँ, क्योंकि मैं सोचूंगा कि मेरी उम्र कम है आपसे, लेकिन आप बड़े मानते हो तो बहुत अच्छी बात है. थैंक यू वेरी मच. देखिए मोनिका, आपने बहुत अच्छा सब्जेक्ट लिया, एंड राइटली सेड बाय Mittal ji that perhaps it is the first time that we are meeting under one roof, under one umbrella. What exactly the service center is. बहुत अच्छी सोच है. Monica, thank you very much. and I congratulate you for this event. You have brought everybody under one umbrella. How to service to the nation. We are talking 250, 280, 300 million ton, maybe more, and sometimes we have very ambitious plans for 500 million ton. But okay, let us take 220 or 250 million ton. How this material will be routed? Who will supply? What will be the value proposition? What will be value chain? And how the material will reach to the customers is going to be decided by the service centers, intermediaries, or the value providers. So here, value provider means once I visited Toyota car in Japan. So I found a slogan, V3G. Then I asked, what is this V3G? Then the person who was guiding us, he narrated the story. He told, we believe V stands for value engineering, another V stands for value addition, and the third V stands for value for your money, means good money. So V3G. So the service centers, they are the true translators of V3G. Value addition, value engineering, and value for money. So this is what the theory somebody narrated me. It was long back in 1999. Service centers in this country, the concept was brought in steel by Tata Ryerson. And in the same city where are we standing. Tata Ryerson, the first plant came in Pune. And they started with a pickling line, push-pull pickling line, a cutting line, a slitting line. That was way back in 1999 and 2000. Then another company came in this particular sector, that was Post Hyundai. Post Hyundai in Chennai. And they didn't have the pickling line, but they had the cutting lines, they had slitting line, and a small part of press shops also. So that was another concept. Then many more Japanese collaborations, they took place with Sumitomo, with Hyundai, the Korean company Hyundai, and many more, like Insumit is a company, they came in the country. And some companies, they came in Chennai, some companies came in Gujarat for General Motors, few companies came in Gurgaon, Manesar, and few companies came in Pithampur, that is in Indore. So this is how the concept of service industry that was developed and got matured to a great extent. In the meantime, what happened? We found many more unorganized sector steel service centers. The traders, they had put up their cutting line and a slitting line, and they started utilizing, bringing coils cut into the slit widths and cut into lengths, and finally they were selling over their counter. So this was the another concept, and which is still existing in the country. Taloja is one of the largest steel service centers in the country. There are so many service centers. I think more than 100 or 150,000 tons of hot rolled coils are being cropped, cut, and supplied to the nation from Taloja itself. Ahmedabad and surroundings is another area. Ghaziabad, Ludhiana, Gurgaon, Coimbatore, Chennai, Bangalore, Hosur, and of course here in Pune. In a again structured manner, Mahindra and Mahindra also brought a service center, and that was also here in Pune, the outskirts of Pune. So that means there was a need or the necessity felt by the steel mills that we should have the service centers. That's why the Tata Airson, Mahindra and Mahindra, Hyundai, Insummit, Sumitomo, they came and they put up their shops and they started supplying the material. So three major channels. One, directly the service center in-house a steel mill and then catering to different customers. Number two, the organized sector service centers like I told you, Tata Airson or Hyundai or Mahindra and Mahindra. And three, those who are freelancers, traders, retailers, they want to put up a shop, they want to cut, crop, supply material to their customers. It is a long journey. It has come to this level, and I'm sure it's going to flourish in future, because 200 million ton plus is not a joke. Today, if we say flat products, I think we are producing about 45 lakh ton hot rolled coil every month. By next year end, this capacity will be 60 lakh ton, that is 6 million ton per month. The 4 mills are under installation in the country, and each mill is about 4 to 5 million tons. So how this 60 million ton material will be sold, duly serviced, cut, cropped, slitted? It is going to be a big challenge. So I think the future is for service centers. When we speak on service centers, I would like to add few more segments where we feel, and we should give them a complete weightage, that they are also a very good service center. For example, tube manufacturers. We have seen that 3,000 ton, 4,000 ton, 5,000 tons hot rolled coils are being consumed by the tube makers. Each tube maker, 2,000 ton to 5,000 ton. There are large companies also like APL, they consume 2 million ton hot rolled coils, but finally they are doing the service. It is not hot rolled coil which is sold in the market. Basically, it is in some form, like a tube. Now APL Apollo is putting India's largest square rectangle pipe manufacturing company, pipe manufacturing mill, where 600 by 300, 600 by 400, 600 by 500 size of square and rectangle tubes will be produced in Raipur plant. Of course, Tata Steel, they also have a similar plant, but the technology is different. The APL Apollo is putting a DFT, that is direct forming technology. Tata Steel plant in Khopoli, which was Bhushan Steel, that is a round versus round and square or round and rectangle pipe plant, and which is also a very large pipe plant, 8-inch to 25-inch size and up to 20 millimeter thickness. You are seeing in future, the entire fabrication industry will shift to tubular business. So they are going to be the biggest service center. No matter whether you produce 1,000 ton or 10,000 ton or 2 million ton per year. But that is the channel. Similarly, in stainless steel, the channel partners are the small tube manufacturers, startups, 50 ton, 70 ton, 80 ton, 100 ton. There are more than 300 tube mills in the country, thanks to Vijay Sharma ji and JSL. They brought this concept how to increase the consumption of steel, stainless steel in the country. So the polishing machines, grinding machines, blanking machines, these are the areas. Then the laser cutting machines, people have put up in their shops, and they are buying stainless steel sheets from JSL, or sometimes they import as well, and they're supplying to the nation, meeting out the demands. So that is also a service center. What we have to do, rightly said by Vijay Sharma ji, the price factor. How much they do charge? How much do they charge? उनका क्या कमाई का साधन क्या है? They are sometimes pressed in between two giants. One is buyer, who is a giant, and the seller, the steel mill, again a big giant. And rightly said by him that the steel mills, their mindset is EBITDA, tonnage, volume, profitability, overall turnover, and that's all. But often they forget the concept of V3G. And this is where the service center comes into picture. Whether it is a fabrication unit, or it is a pipe manufacturing unit, or it is a component manufacturing unit, or it is a automobile component manufacturing unit. They all are doing service to the customers, and they are the extended arms of steel mills. That we have to appreciate. Honda Car was the first company in India who brought in Hongo, H-O-N-G-O, now the name is H1, in Noida, Greater Noida, to produce car body panels, side body outer, the boot, the bonnet, the doors. They were produced there. It was about 5 kilometers away from Honda cars. And they were stamping, they were making the doors, they were making the complete stampings over there, and they were supplying to Honda Greater Noida. But now they have shifted to Khushkeda another way. But still, they are supplying. So that is the another concept. In times to come, because the car manufacturing companies are going to come more and more in this country, so more and more Helsbrown, Weingarten, Schuler presses will be coming outside the car manufacturers, and they will be getting their panels duly ready, which are going to be just ED coating and painting, and then finally to be used in the companies. So this is what's going to happen. Like you are buying a tire from outside, so you'll be buying or you'll be sourcing the door panels, skin panels, inner panels from outside, and will come get assembled, painted and assembled in the car manufacturing companies like an engine. This was done by Honda cars 20 years back. There was a company came, Daewoo, they used to make Matisse car, but it failed because of some other reasons. They also started with the same concept. And this is how the country will flourish. Pune is an industrial hub. पुणे का मेरे से बहुत ज़बरदस्त लगाव है. मैं आपको एक स्टोरी सुनाना चाहता हूँ इधर. I was working with Bhushan Steel, Saibabad. I was the whole-time director of that company. We put up a 6i cold rolling mill. That was the second 6i mill in the country. The first was with Nippon Tendro Ispat Nagpur, and the second was Bhushan Steel. But the Bhushan Steel mill was the widest in the country, 1650 millimeter wide. And this mill was put up to service to the automobile industry only. It was in 1999. We commissioned the mill with the best of the best facilities. And we found there are no takers because the car industry or the refrigerator, white goods appliances industry were not having the service center. Then we thought this is a half project. We should put up a service center within the premises. We brought best of the best machines from worldwide suppliers. We put up Schnutz's leveler. We put up Schuler's presses. We put up the slitting line from Pime. We put up the cut line from Georg. And the best of the best machines were installed in Sahibabad. And then we started selling the material. So the first target was Maruti. We got through. Second target, third target, all car manufacturing company, everybody was catered by us. Finally, we came to two companies were left. One is Tata Indica and the other was Toyota. So when I came to Tata Indica, Mr. Bedecker used to be their procurement head. And he told me, we are buying only from POSCO. And I asked, why don't you buy from Tata Steel? They told, no. They are not in the exposed panel. They don't have those facilities. Okay. And then I told them that we have the facilities. So it was, it was a shock to him when I told that we are supplying to Maruti, we are supplying to Hyundai, we are supplying to Ford Motors. Then, they visited to us. When they visited to us, there used to be a gentleman, Mr. B.R. Galgali. He was the vendor development and the quality assurance chief. When he saw the facilities there, he was shocked. He told, this is what I was looking. and this is available in India, this means we can definitely buy from you. And immediately we started. We never looked back. As far as the service was concerned, sometimes the customer was, I'm not saying unreasonable, but customer was so demanding that they were giving us 750 kg of order. That's so much of sheets you give 750 kg. This much of quantity, this much of thickness, length, width, postcard size, and we used to supply them. And that was the service. When we started supplying material 500 kg, 700 kg, 1000 kg, tons and tons, we never looked back. And that was the success story of that company from 99 to, I would say, 2015 or 2018, when they developed each and every grade which is required by the automotives in the country. Be it Panse Auto, be it Gange Pressing, be it Mahindra & Mahindra Service, Mahindra & Mahindra Press Shop, be it any other company in Pune, we used to supply to everybody. Bajaj Auto, Bajaj Tempo, all companies in Ranjangaon, the white goods appliances, Ahmednagar, Aurangabad. This was the hub to sell steel. And this is the reason Bhushan put up the plant in Khopoli, that we want to be close to the customers. So this is where the concept of nearness comes. That was a story, but it was a successful story. All of you sitting here must be having some interest in some of the service centers, either as a steel mill or as a service supplier or as intermediaries. I urge you, please go for the best of the best equipments and demand for the right margins. I'm from a steel company. I'll advocate that at least 25% of the EBITDA margin should go to the service centers. If it does not go to the service centers, this means if 10,000 rupees a ton steel mill is earning, then 2,500 rupees the service center should earn per ton. If that happens, then we can meet out GIT, we can meet out Kanban services, we can meet out any kind of service what a customer needs and what is required. The another area is, in this country nowadays, the standalone cold rollers are not existing. There was a time that more than 20, 25 standalone cold rollers were there. Because most of the cold rollers, they have gone for the backward integration, put up their steel mills, and now the standalone cold rollers are not existing. This is not a healthy sign. This is a very unhealthy sign. I'll urge the community, the steel industry, that we should develop cold rollers, be it stainless steel or be it mild steel. We should develop the tube makers. We should develop the roll formers. We should develop the galvanizers in this country so that we can consume this 220 to 250 million ton steel. Otherwise, administrative capabilities of the large mills will keep on leaning down, and they will not be in a position to manage, or they will not be in a position to do so much of micromanagement that they can supply galvanized also, cold rolled also, color coated also, electrical steel also, postcard size also, and the bigger coils also. It will be very, very difficult. So when we want to grow, we have to grow mentally also, and we have to grow for the inclusive growth of the people. Once we find that more and more tube makers, more and more fabricators, more and more cold rollers, galvanizers, then in long products, more and more cut and bend centers, the mesh manufacturers, mesh welders, if they come, then it will be easier for the steel industry to find the outlets. And we should not see that how much money they are earning. We must see that they enjoy their association with us, and vice versa. Then only we can survive, otherwise we will not survive. So these are my few points. An inclusive growth is required. We need to bring more and more startups in terms of service centers. We should encourage investors to invest into the downstream industry. We should encourage people, the professionals, the technocrats to feel to be a proud partner in the total value chain. And we must feel and we must value the V3G concept. Thank you very much and namaskar.
Thank you, Mr. V.R. Sharma, for not only for the address, but also sharing, in a way, your life experience with all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would invite Mr. Anil Bangar, CEO, Eventh Value Steel Limited, the best that steel can be.
Thank you. Thank you to Monica ji also for organizing this for the first time, the conference on Steel Service Center. I'm very happy to see a very, large number of people coming up for this conference. Thank you everybody for being here. It's a very important topic. I had prepared some notes, but after speaking to, our other speakers, I just keep it here because I think they have covered most of the point. So I'm not going to take much of the time. But I would like to say only one thing that, steel industry has gone into a lot of transformation in last 30 to 40 years. And what it used to be earlier and what it is today is completely different. 30 years ago, it was all a state managed show. It was, necessity. Today also it is a necessity, but governments used to run it. Then their stage came when the consolidation happened. And almost now the steel consolidation is already complete. Now we are talking about, providing much better service to our customers. It is not that we have not been providing the service or the steel companies have not been providing service to the customers, but the meaning of the service has kept changing. Maybe earlier the service was just supplying the material. Then it came the quality material, improvement in the quality with the technology, digitalization and everything. Maybe today, whatever we are discussing about service, tomorrow it will be more different. Tomorrow there will be new things will be added to the service. I think it's no more about selling steel. It's now more about providing solutions. For providing solutions to the end consumer, to the customer. So I think that, if you would have put the name of this instead of steel service center, we can add retailing, distribution and solution provider. So solution provider is not just in terms of providing the material or being just a middle agent, but also about, it may be in the financing, it may be in the giving some extra value addition. And I like the concept of Sharma ji, which he said the 3 V's, value engineering, value addition, and value for the money. When we talk about all these 3, and these 3 are very, very important point touched by him, that whenever we are talking about, because what happens is that whenever the down cycle comes, people tend to forget, they start looking about the cost. And then maybe somewhere the service gets compromised. But in future, we have to look at everything because service is going to be the most important and where we all will have to work together. Today, most of the, the steel companies, they also have their own service center providers. There are independent service centers for the steel. I think going forward, how I see it is that it will be more the independent people who will be providing the service, and it has to be more of a complete solution, being a chain between the manufacturer and the customer to take their needs to the manufacturer and be able to deliver on them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anil Bangar. Ladies and gentlemen, Avantha is also relaunching their company on Metalogic platform, formerly known as Uttam Value Steels.
Okay. I think we were known till now with the name Uttam Value Steels Limited, but we will now be known as Avanith. I would like to call my team members and to come on the stage, please.
This is our team actually. First of all, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am actually I am heading marketing of Uttam Value Steel Limited, which is now becoming Avanith Value Steel Limited. So all the blessings are required of all gentlemen, and this is a good forum actually, which is conducted by Monica, and all the steel stalwarts are there. All the industry captains are there. We need the blessing of everybody. We are into Actually, we are located in center of India, catering to MSME and SMEs. So there's a new beginning actually, which is with the name of Avanith Value Steel Limited. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah, we will move it.
Okay. So as everybody knows that the two plants which are in Wardha, Uttam Value Steel Limited and Uttam Galva Metallics Limited, were taken over by Nithya Capital. It is a UK-based fund who acquired these two companies. And 2 years ago, in December 2020, through the NCLT process, through successful bidding process, and Nithya Capital, it's a UK-based company, and which basically specializes in turning around heavy asset-backed underperforming industries in steel, power, resources, and allied industries. It is solution-driven, very high standards of professionalism, and decades of experience in focusing on building successful businesses and having a clean environment for the future. So this Nithya Capital was founded in 2010. The promoter of Nithya Capital is Mr. Jay Saraf. He earlier used to work along with me in the ArcelorMittal. So we started our career in ArcelorMittal. And later on in 2010, he formed Nithya Capital. And after that, Nithya has successfully invested and operated in various metals and mining assets in both ferrous as well as non-ferrous sectors in countries like Zambia, Macedonia, Azerbaijan, Brazil, Congo, Mozambique, and Turkey. So this is the first investment of Nithya in India, and it is our intent to create a platform of 3.5 million tons steel facilities in India over a period of 3 to 5 years. Currently, Uttam Value Steel, I think we have a capacity of close to million ton. Nithya's expertise in turning around the assets globally has resulted also positively in the assets which we have acquired in India in a very short span of time. Actually, 2021-22 was the record production and sales year for Avanith Steel Limited. And immediately after coming, we have been able to, look at the cost, productivity, and quality aspects, as well as including the environmental. We are also investing in environmental projects to make it more safer for the people.
And we are also expanding the facilities at Vardha complex at these two companies. We recently started the second blast furnace with a capacity which is increasing our hot metal capacity to 1.5 million tons. And this blast furnace, which we started in the month of September, it was started in a very record period of time. It was the fastest growing in India and possibly in the world. So we are very proud to announce that. And we are continuing with our investment program at Vardha complex at a very fast pace and in a very timely manner. So we think that, in next 1 or 2 years, we should be able to achieve a capacity of close to 2 to 2.5 million tons at Vardha complex. So we, under the leadership of Nithya, are moving towards the new beginning and in steel. And it is our desire to grow beyond the conventional business models and do the excellence in everything we do. So now hereby I present, the Nithya and the new. So here we have this Evolve plus Nithya. How we came to Evanith is basically Evolve plus Nithya, which is the evolution of Nithya. Evanith. And this is basically based on 3 peaks. So this is our motto, that here we are for the people, to create a positive impact and for excellence in everything what we do. And if you see our logo, this is, 3 mountains. So the peak of one mountain is the base for the another mountain. So this is how we define our logo. And collectively, we are here for a better today. These are the new names of the companies which will be happening. So Uttam Value Steels will become Evanith Value Steel, and Uttam Galva Metallics will become Evanith Metallics Limited. Now here we present the Evanith logo.
Congratulations as well. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we would be concluding the inaugural session. We are very thankful for your time. And as a token of our gratitude, I would request Ms. Monica to present mementos to our distinguished dignitaries on the dais. We are thankful for your time, Mr. Anil Mittal, Joint MD, Vasant Group and co-founder, Indian Business Council, Pune. Thank you so much for your time. We are thankful to Mr. Sharat Mahindra, CEO, Coated Products JSW Steel Limited. We are extremely thankful for your time. A memento for Mr. Ashish Anupam, MD, Tata Steel Long Products. Thank you for your time. Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman, JSP Group of Advisory Services. Thank you for your time. Mr. Anil Bangar, CEO, Evanith Value Steel Limited. We are thankful for your time as well. Mr. Vijay Sharma, Director, Jindal Stainless Limited. Thank you for your time. found this card. If any one of you have lost, it's an Axis Bank card. S. Anup. The name written on it is S. Anup. So if you've lost your card, please contact us. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will take a very short tea break of 10 minutes. Of 10 minutes. We will all gather back at 12 for our first panel discussion session. Thank you. Enjoy the tea, and may I request all of you to kindly be seated by 12 so that we can start our next session in time. Thank you.
Be it our employees, be it our suppliers, be it our investors, be it our customers, or the community we are surrounded with. This is reflected in our motto: respect for all and safety for all. And that is why anything we do, nobody gets left behind. We are here for impact. Impact and sustainability is what we intend to make every day. As a new age steel company, we believe in making impact with responsibility, and that is why we are fully committed to set high standards that inspire our team, our stakeholders. We are here for excellence. We are driven by entrepreneurial spirit and passion for excellence. Our organization believes in demonstrating world-class standards in safety, governance, sustainability, and social responsibility.
Triveni Enterprises has been a closely held family business founded by late Sri O.P. Agarwal, a pilot. What you see is the lifetime's work of dedicated individuals who have kept the vision, the mission, and the values of their core competencies burning like a beacon of light. Be it cut to length, precision slitting, HR coils, C and Z purlins, color-coated sheets, roofing and galvanized products, or a diverse assortment of steel. We have retained our core values of customer focus, precision, and quality. With our customized production lines and state-of-the-art machinery, we meet the high-quality standards of large multinational companies. With the help of suppliers and customers, their continued partnership and collaboration, we have developed product and services beyond our comfort zone. Triveni Enterprises invites you to be a part of this brilliant and all-encompassing transformation. Together, we are the next, and together, we are the best.
Every business needs a lot of thinking, planning, analyzing, and execution. As experts, you would agree that to function seamlessly, change is the only constant. Tata Capital Channel Finance provides a convenient web and app-based application process, seamless and quick sanction, and flexible repayment tenures. A pan-India presence covering 100+ cities. Tata Capital Channel Finance Solutions, a convenient and hassle-free business experience. To avail the benefits, apply now.
There's a reason behind each step in human progress. At Tubathex, We invest in science and technology to develop the most advanced materials on the market. A new generation of materials able to perform in the most demanding conditions with maximum efficiency and minimum environmental impact. Because caring for our planet is the best investment we can make.
Tubathex Group, sharing your challenge.
Customer-centric organization dealing in structural steel, MS pipes and MS plates.
We outdo ourselves each time.
संपूर्ण सुरक्षा की गारंटी.
Technology is the priority. So what next? Kamdhenu Next. Double ribs, interlock steel. They die guna zyada bond strength. Kamdhenu Next. Next generation interlock steel.
A pioneer in the production of top quality electrically resistant welded tubes. MKK Metal Sections Private Limited.
Namaskar. We are here for people. People are the biggest strength in any organization. We always consider people as our foundation for business. Be it our employees, be it our suppliers, be it our investors, be it our customers or the community we are surrounded with. This is reflected in our motto. Respect for all and safety for all. And that is why anything we do, nobody gets left behind. We are here for impact. Impact and sustainability is what we intend to make every day. As a new age steel company, we believe in making impact with responsibility. And that is why we are fully committed to set high standards that inspire our team, our stakeholders. We are here for excellence. We are driven by entrepreneurial spirit and passion for excellence. Our organization believes in demonstrating world-class standards in safety, governance, sustainability, and social responsibility.
Triveni Enterprises has been a closely held family business founded by late Sri O.P. Agarwal, a pilot. What you see is the lifetime's work of dedicated individuals who have kept the vision, the mission, and the values of their core competencies burning like a beacon of light. Be it cut to length, precision slitting, HR coils, C and Z purlins, color-coated sheets, roofing and galvanized products, or a diverse assortment of steel. We have retained our core values of customer focus, precision and quality. With our customized production lines and state-of-the-art machinery, we meet the high quality standards of large multinational companies. With the help of suppliers and customers, their continued partnership and collaboration, we have developed product and services beyond our comfort zone. Triveni Enterprises invites you to be a part of this brilliant and all-encompassing transformation. Together, we are the next, and together, we are the best.
Every business needs a lot of thinking, planning, analyzing, and execution. As experts, you would agree that to function seamlessly, change is the only constant. Tata Capital Channel Finance provides a convenient web and app-based application process, seamless and quick sanction, and flexible repayment tenures. A pan-India presence covering 100+ cities. Tata Capital Channel Finance Solutions, a convenient and hassle-free business experience. To avail the benefits, apply now.
There's a reason behind each step in human progress. At Tubathex, we invest in science and technology to develop the most advanced materials on the market. A new generation of materials able to perform in the most demanding conditions with maximum efficiency and minimum environmental impact. Because caring for our planet is the best investment we can make.
Tubathex Group, sharing your challenge.
Customer-centric organization dealing in structural steel, MS pipes and MS plates.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request all of you to kindly settle down as we are starting our next session. Please settle down. We request you to kindly take your seats as we are beginning with our next session. This is a panel discussion. The topic for this session is Steel Service Center for Automotive, Construction and Engineering. I would invite the session chair to kindly grace the dais, Mr. Ashirwad Agrawal, MD Triveni Steel. I also request session moderator, Ms. Monica Bachchan, to kindly grace the dais. Before we start the session, once again, we want to remind you, we found this credit card. It has Mr. S. Anup written on it. If you have lost your card, kindly contact one of the organizers.
Respect for all and safety for all. And that is why anything we do, nobody gets left behind. We are here for impact. Impact and sustainability is what we intend to make every day. As a new age steel company, we believe in making impact with responsibility. And that is why we are fully committed to set high standards that inspire our team, our stakeholders. We are here for excellence. We are driven by entrepreneurial spirit and passion for excellence. Our organization believes in demonstrating world-class standards in safety, governance, sustainability, and social responsibility.
Let's begin with our session.
Triveni Enterprises has been a closely held family business founded by late Sri O.P. Agrawal, a pilot. What you see is the lifetime's work of dedicated individuals who have kept the vision, the mission, and the values of their core competencies burning like a beacon of light, be it cut to length, precision slitting, HR coils, C and Z purlins, color-coated sheets, roofing and galvanized products, or a diverse assortment of steel. We have retained our core values of customer focus, precision and quality. With our customized production lines and state-of-the-art machinery, we meet the high quality standards of large multinational companies. With the help of suppliers and customers, their continued partnership and collaboration, we have developed product and services beyond our comfort zone. Triveni Enterprises invites you to be a part of this brilliant and all-encompassing transformation. Together, we are the next, and together, we are the best.
Every business needs a lot of thinking, planning, analyzing, and execution. As experts, you would agree that to function seamlessly, change is the only constant. Tata Capital Channel Finance provides a convenient web and app-based application process, seamless and quick sanction, and flexible repayment tenures. A pan-India presence covering 100 plus cities. Tata Capital Channel Finance Solutions, a convenient and hassle-free business experience. To avail the benefits, apply now.
There's a reason behind each step in human progress. At Tubathex, we invest in science and technology to develop the most advanced materials on the market. A new generation of materials able to perform in the most demanding conditions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting with our next
maximum
session
efficiency
now. It's the
and
panel
minimum
discussion.
environmental impact. Because caring for our planet
The topic
is the
for this
best
session
investment
is
we can make.
Tubathex Group, sharing your challenge.
The topic for this session is Steel Service Center for Automotive, Construction and Engineering. Please join me in inviting on the dais the session chair, Mr. Ashirwad Agrawal, MD Triveni Steel, and also the session moderator.
Customer-centric organization dealing in structural steel, MS pipes and MS plates.
And also the session moderator, Ms. Monica Bachchan. Ladies and gentlemen, please also join me in inviting on the dais our eminent panelists, Mr. Arun Pathak, Head of Operations, SSCs, India and Middle East, AMNS India, Mr. S.K. Goyal, Chief of Business Unit, Jindal Stainless Steelway Limited, Mr. M.C. Agrawal, ED Sales and ITD Sale, Mr. Rahul Gujar, Director Asia Pacific, Tubac Service Solutions, Mr. Chandresh Mandalia, Director Jupiter Roll Forming Private Limited, and Mr. Santosh Deshmukh, GM POSCO IPCC. Now for the rest of the proceedings, I hand over the session to our session chair, Mr. Ashirwad Agrawal, and we also request for his opening remarks, please.
Requesting everyone to please be seated. People at the back, back benches. People at the back, please be seated. please be seated. Backbenchers हमेशा the other naughty ones. बैठते ही नहीं हैं जब तक नाम लेके ना बोलने लगे. Now I'll start taking names. Whoever is not sitting. So I can see EMG automation team, please be seated. I'll start taking names now. अगर आप नहीं बैठेंगे तो. Okay, there is a group who is hugging each other. Green shirt, sir. Please take your seats. I can see you all. Please take your seats. We are starting the session. We will do this get together during the lunch hour. Please bear with us. Everyone. Everyone please be seated. People who are entering into the hall. Sir, seat ले लीजिए please, बैठ जाइए. We are running late. Sunil ji, please take your seat. Yasmin.
Good afternoon, friends, dignitaries on the dais. I'd like to welcome Mr. Arun Pathak, S.K. Goyal ji, Chandresh ji, and Rahul Gujar ji and Santosh Deshmukh from POSCO. I think we've been hearing experiences since morning, and there's another experience I'll share with you. How POSCO changed the way service centers operate in India. And I'll tell you a story which was 25 years ago when Mr. Bang, then MD of POSCO IPPC, came to us in Bangalore and said, Ashirvad, we want to do business with you, but you don't meet our standards. I said, I'm available to meet your standards. And that's when Triveni Steel became a world-class service center. And thanks to POSCO IPPC. Deshmukh sir, please convey my regards to your bosses. And I'd like to thank Monica, and I fondly call her Monica G, and team Metalogic, to get this very important topic of steel service center, last mile delivery onto the public. And I can see the excitement. I mean, everybody is talking about it. This is what the country needs. This is what the steel manufacturers need, and us fellow traders here today gathered need the same. I truly believe that India would be the next superpower, and without steel, we would not be the same. India would produce close to 300 million tons of steel by 2030. How would you get that steel to the last mile? How would you get the consumption of steel increased? And on panel, we have Jupiter Machines, Chandresh Bhai, who has a vision. And I think everybody here, including some of the title sponsors, how do we increase the consumption of steel? And it cannot be done without the last mile being connected, without the service centers, traders, distribution model being actively, marrying with the manufacturer. It's not a one-side relationship, it's a marriage. And in all my experiences of 32 years, I advocate that service centers are value adders, channel partners, and volume creators for the manufacturers. We cannot be treated as standalone. We give you money, we give you products, sell. It's not going to happen. The manufacturers need to partner with us, treat us like an automotive vendor treats, automotive industry treats their vendor, partners to success. And with this, I would like to bring the session to start. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashirvaji. So I'm going to moderate this session and Ashirvaji is going to chair it. And we have a presence of very good panelists with us, starting with Mr. Arun Pathak. He's the Head of Operation Steel Service Center, India and Middle East from ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. We have Shri S.K. Goyal. He's the Chief of Business Unit, Jindal Stainless Steelway Limited. We are missing on Mr. M.C. Agrawal and we expected somebody to represent on his behalf, but unfortunately there's no one from SAIL. We have Mr. Rahul Gujar, he's the Director Asia Pacific of Tubasic Service Solutions. We have Mr. Chandresh Mandiakar, Director Jupiter Roll Forming Private Limited, and Mr. Santosh Deshmukh, General Manager POSCO. And I think Ashirvaji, we will allow all the panelists to speak for 4 to 5 minutes and they can introduce what kind of solutions they are providing, and then we will do the Q&As. So we can start with Arun Pathak ji first. Sir.
Hello. Very good morning. Good morning to all of you. Since morning, we are listening about the concept service center. We can say, if you are translating in Hindi, Ispat Seva Kendra. Service center is the concept where we are providing services to all kind of customers. It is from automotive, it's from general engineering. This is the center from where we are supplying material to the end customer. We are talking about the consumption of steel in India by 2030. We are targeting 300 million ton. And if you are considering, somebody was saying that what would the ratio for the flat product and structural product, that would be around somewhere around 60-40. If we are considering the 60% would be the flat product, it means 240 million ton. And from 240 million ton, if you are considering how much we have to process and we have to give it to the market or to the end customer, the quantity is quite huge. At present, if we are considering the pan-India capacity for the service center, it would be somewhere around 12 to 13 million tons. So there is a lot of scope for expansion of the service centers. Coming to the point, what all services we can provide to the customer and how. So right now, the basic service center, the facilities are having the facilities for slitting cut to length. Few are having trapezoidal, few are in blanking also, but future is how we can go one step ahead and we can provide the component, the final component which can be fitted into your car, into your motorcycle, into your three-wheeler, two-wheeler and all. So there is huge opportunity for the service center, and I would like to congratulate Monica for organizing this first one-to-one program for the service center and on service center. I think this is the second program. Last year we had one virtual program for the service center. So this is the first time we are meeting, and there is a lot of potential for the service centers. we can think about how to provide the product to the customer. Now, when we are talking about the services, now customers are very much demanding. And why not? They are talking about on-time delivery index. Right from on-time delivery index, now they are talking about OTIF, on-time delivery in full. Because if we have to make one car, we need thousands of parts. And if we are not able to provide a single part, it will not be possible to make a car for road. So there's a lot of process going on, like digitalization, elimination of human errors, quality, delivery. We, as a service center business, we are still in a, we can say, in very good, becoming mature, even though we are not mature, fully mature, but we are in process to becoming mature. So this is my point from my side. I would say, Mr. Asirwad, if you want to say something, you can.
No, sir, I think you guys are market leaders and innovators in this world. Asler's gotten the concept of steel services, and you're doing a great job in India. And the automotive sector and the retail sector requires you.
Just to update, we are having 5 service centers in India, and AMNS is having all the service centers all across the India. One is in Bahadurgarh, which caters north. One is in Pune, very good service center. Third is in Chennai, again automotive hub. One is in Indore, central part of India, and Hazira is the biggest service center for the HR product, which is integrated in integrated plant. And very soon, definitely with the expansion for the 15 million ton service center will also grow. And how we are growing and where we are growing, that will come in later part. Right now, we are not declaring anything, but definitely service center is also on our card. Service center, we are targeting to process around 35% of our total volume to be sold from the service center business.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arunji. And before thanking me, I think we must thank Ashirwad ji, because जब हमने last year webinar किया था during pandemic, अब हम उसको blessing in disguise ही बोलते हैं. That was the moment when I was looking for a topic, because Metalogic conducted about 47 webinars in 2 years during the pandemic, almost 3 webinars every month we were doing that. And that time Ashirwad ji came to me, he made me understand the importance of service center, and I thought, okay, let's take it up. उस webinar में ही we had about 700 plus viewership online, and post recording also huge viewership we received on our YouTube official channel, where this conference is live right now. So we must thank Ashirwad ji from Triveni, for putting this idea, let's talk about it and let's do this. Because now everyone is realizing this. This is a need of the hour. So, Ashirwad ji, thank you so much for bringing this topic.
As I see, a seed is sown and the tree gives fruit to many.
Thank
So
you.
thank you.
So next, I would like to have Shri S.K. Goyal ji to present his views. Sir.
Hello. Good afternoon to everyone. And since morning we have been hearing why the service center should be there. Service center is the only place for 2 things, where they can create the value for the customer as well as for the mill. And they are the persons who can really create the growth of steel. I am from stainless steel business. I'll be concentrating myself more on the stainless steel as compared to the steel. In India, if we talk of almostly right now, 4 million tons is being produced, and as per the government vision by 2030, approximately 9 million tons stainless steel is going to be produced. And there are not right quality of the service center which is available, which can meet the demand of the customers. I am talking of the demand of the customers in terms of the value, in terms of the shape, in terms of the quantity. We talk of tons, but the customer talks of kg. There is a big variation into that, kg versus tons. This is a big gap. The service center or the retailer can meet those kgs requirement, not the mill. Right now, we are processing almost 500,000 tons of stainless steel all over India. We have got 4 service centers. In north at Gurgaon, in central India at Gujarat, Baroda. In south, we have got service center in Chennai, and in west, we have got service center in Mumbai, Patalganga. We are catering to all the auto segments, not in the right time, but at the right place, at the right hours, in the right quantity, and quantity in full. Because without that, the real product will not come out in time, and the customer, by our customer, will not be serviced. When we talk of again the digitization on the service centers, we are trying to create wherein the apparent and the clear visibility to the end customer will be there, wherein the customer by login can see when his order is going to be processed, at what line the order is running, and when it is going to be dispatched. Once it is dispatched, he'll be able to see the material has got dispatched at this time, and when he is going to receive it, because that will be totally GPS monitored, the customer will be knowing when the material is going to reach his place. In addition to this, the customer will be able to know how many orders he has placed on us, what is the status of those, how many it has been serviced, what is his financial condition with our companies. All this will be visible to the company, to the customers. He has not to speak to anyone. In addition to this, the customer will be able to log in his order from his place itself. He has not to speak to anyone. The moment he put up his requirements, immediately the price of that will be visible to him, and he'll be able to log in his orders. This is the service level we are talking of. And in next 2 years' time, we are going to increase our capacity of processing to around 1 million tons. And we are evaluating whether we should come up with the more service centers so that we are more nearer to the customers. We are targeting that we should not, our vehicle should not travel more than 50 kilometers from the service centers. This is our aim. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Goyal sir. Next, I would like to have Mr. Rahul Gujar, who is the Director of Asia Pacific Tubasic Service Center Solutions. Sorry, Tubasic Service Solutions. Please.
So, Monica, I think it's better I will speak from there.
While the people at the back, please look here. I'm waving at you. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Anil Mittalji, please requesting everyone to please take your seats. Please, a lot of noise coming from the back. Thank you so much. Please take your seats.
Thank you, Monica, actually, for this. And secondly, my thanks again you for this giving this platform to discuss. And I would like to share this thanks also with Ashirwad, because he's been one of the key drivers for organizing these events. And good afternoon to my fellow panelists and ladies and gentlemen. It's been like first time opportunity for us to be present like what we are into. And as a Tubasics, we are a Spanish multinational group. And we are one of the largest producer integrated steel mill plants, producing a wide range of stainless steel, seamless, pipes, tubes, and fittings. It's a Spanish multinational, but we have a footprint of manufacturing across the globe. It's in Europe, in US, and as well as in India. So TSS has been 100% subsidiary unit of the Tubacex SU, Spain. We call TSS as a Tubacex Service Solutions. It's one kind of the service centers and through which we are catering to all standard product requirement of our all global key customers. For TSS, we have total 14 locations where we have our setups globally. And for Asia and as well as for India, we have our establishment is into Kandla, which is into the Gujarat state. We started in 2017. TSS has been door for all the standard product business services to all our clients. And when we talk about the sectors, it could be oil and gas, aerospace, automotive, fertilizer, nuclear, power, and all this one. What we supply from here is all the standard products, which is the stainless steel tubes, fittings, pipes, and the bars. So one of the important services which we are catering is into the stocking. So we have our own products which will be manufactured across all our mills has been catered through the TSS division. So we in India are like bringing the customer services by bringing all our product in one basket locally for them to offer. It could be the entire range of India plant and the European plants, and we supply from here. So in that case, when we see is that our services don't just end with the stocking. We are giving further more services, and we keep on adding is the value-added services, which could be color coding, beveling, cutting to length, supplying into the smaller batches, making all lab inspections, testing, even the 3.2 upgradations. Because we have been totally backed up support by our own mills. Like we talk about specifically our India plant, which is we established and which is growing phenomenally. So with that, we could able to keep on adding more and more services to our clients. Further to add upon that, I will say the more key important for any EPCs or any supply chain, any procurement company is that they should keep getting the right product. I'm saying right product is very important in the context of India market because it's been flooded with the fake products. In fact, many times even Tubacex products are coming to the market is not even manufactured by Tubacex. So this is what we would like to highlight, that this is a platform we are giving the right product services without MOQ to the customer. So even from their first MTO to the last MTO, even if there is a requirement of one pipe has been supplied without any delays from the stock to the customers. And just to again add further to that one, just like to highlight one thing, we have acquired one of the package compiling company from Norway called Norwegian Piping, which has added one more services in our basket is the package compiling. And we have established that organization in India as well with the branch making as a complete basket as a packaging. And when we say what is a packaging, it is the packaging of our own products, whether it is the India product or European products. Along with that, we are also complementing with packaging the products which customers need, which is beyond our manufacturing range, which may say that is a welded pipes, which we don't manufacture, or it is a flanges. But we have a wide range of the stronger sourcing network, which we are packaging those products along with our own products, and we are giving as a one basket solution to the customers. So just to, I think this is a bit little brief about our organizations, and I'll just like to play one video which will give a little bit glimpse about our setup here.
Congratulations, Rahulji. Now I would like to have Mr. Chandresh from Jupiter Roll Forming, sir. You have a presentation to make? Okay. Jupiter's presentation.
Hello. Hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. First of all, I specially thanks to Monica ma'am, and very, very special thanks to Ashirwad Agarwal ji. Just give me a call for the participate of Jupiter on particular this platform. Basically, Jupiter Roll Forming is a manufacturer of roll forming lines, cut to length lines and slitting lines. We started our journey in 2008. In India, our main focus is to give a very good quality product with the competitive price. We are basically from Gujarat, from Rajkot. Our journey, I am giving you a very small journey. Jupiter is a specialist in roll forming technology, can supply all of your roll forming, coil processing equipment, design, installation project, management and maintenance of all our domestic and export market. We have a very good facility from design to after sales service. Means we are not depending on any else to make some designs. We have an in-house manufacturing facility to make the roll tool, our shaft, shearing blades and entire things. So nearby 1 lakh square feet, we have in-house facility to build the entire equipment. A roll forming machine is an applicant used in longly strip into metal sheet. As we know very well, basically there is a multi-operational line only. We just get the input from the coil form, punch it, embossing it, roll forming in and cut to length as per the customized requirement like a roofing sheet, roofing accessories, purlings, solar sections, so many automotive sections like that. We have experience more than 15 years in the manufacturing and supply of the installation machine like a roll forming, cut to length lines, slitting lines. And this we have all necessary infrastructure facility, as I told you in the past, available to complete the job on time. We have booked the complete facilities, ensure on time delivery machines and promote after sales service. It is our inner strength that get reflect in everything in priorities, product, process and performance. I like to tell everybody, we are now discussing about the service sector. What will be the major role of the roll forming lines? As per the current survey, in 2022, approximately there is a 11 billion US dollar roll forming market is a forecast. By the growth of value CAGR of approximately 4.3 until 2032, expected to close is a valuation is nearby 16.7 US dollar. For increasing this demand, we select some sections like automobiles, infrastructure, industry to play a crucial role in the growth of the roll forming machine market. The same great potential advantage of roll forming machine that provide all the facilities such as we know very well the roll forming और steel processing के अंदर जो भी मतलब cold roll forming की जो lines है उसकी flexibility क्या है? सबसे पहले higher durability and flexibility, cost efficiency, मतलब जो भी components हम manual के अंदर जैसे कि press brake, shearing, power press के अंदर बनाते हैं कहीं ना कहीं cost of the production it will be very very reduced when we made from the multi operational like a roll forming or cold forming. Versatility and long life span, less wastage of the material, revenue and profit growth, easy to use design, easy to put a production. We know very well everybody कि now मतलब अभी कहीं ना कहीं PEB का पूरा सेगमेंट है. आज की डेट के अंदर कोई सेड वगैरह बनाना है तो हर एक सेक्शन LGFS कंसेप्ट पकड़िए आप, PEB के सेगमेंट पकड़िए, रेडी टू फिट, कहीं ना कहीं एक जगह से कंपोनेंट रेडी होकर दूसरी जगह पे डाइवर्ट हो रहा है तो वहाँ पे भी रोल फॉर्मिंग का बहुत बड़ा प्रेजेंस है. अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ डिफरेंट साइज एंड स्टाइल ऑफ द कलर, और कहीं ना कहीं जुपिटर का जो मैक्सिमम स्टेक इसके अंदर है, मतलब जो मशीनरीज बना रहे हैं उसके अंदर सोलर इंडस्ट्री है, स्टील बिल्डिंग है, लॉजिंग एंड कंटेनर्स है, रोड एंड सेफ्टी हाईवेज है, कंस्ट्रक्शन है, ऑटोमोबाइल्स है। ये कहीं ना कहीं मतलब हम जो मशीन्स बनाते हैं उसका जो सेगमेंट है उसका डिटेल है पूरा, मतलब कि रूफिंग है, फ्लो डेक है, रूफिंग एसेसरीज है, सोलार के अंदर जैसे मैं बोल रहा हूँ तो हेड सेक्शन है, रीजिस है, हाईवे गाइडल है, पर्लिंग मशीन है और स्लिटिंग एंड कट टू लेंथ लाइन है। Those are some of our strength, like infrastructure wise. We have a 450 skill employed. As I told you, from design to after sales service, we have an in-house facility to build any kind of roll forming lines. 2000 plus machine already installed in the last 10 years. Worldwide customer presence, industrial based after sales service. हमारा पूरा मतलब हम मशीन्स तो बनाते हैं लेकिन डिपार्टमेंट वाइज हर एक डिपार्टमेंट हमारी कंपनी के अंदर अवेलेबल है कि मशीन सप्लाई होने के बाद भी हम अच्छा सर्विस एंड मेंटेनेंस कर सके। इनोवेटिव एक्सेलेंस परफॉर्मेंस प्रोडक्ट पोर्टफोलियो, फैंटास्टिक टेक्नोलॉजी, हम टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ भी ड्रिवन हो रहे हैं। वेल एस्टैब्लिश सिस्टम एंड प्रोसेस और 14 years प्लस एक्सपीरियंस। ये कहीं ना कहीं हमारी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फैसिलिटीज़ जो अवेलेबल है मेरे पास, मतलब कहीं ना कहीं जुपिटर दे हैव 2 plants in गुजरात इन राजकोट. One is a major plant and one is a 5,000 square feet and one is a 75,000 square feet. We have some in-house facility to build the roll tools. You can able to see the roll forming machines available areas. In our chosen segment, we are the fastest growing company in the world. In this decade, Jupiter will play the game changer role in the market in India. We reduce the dependency of the Chinese and European roll forming machine supplying in Indian market. कहीं ना कहीं हमको मालूम ही है कि आफ्टर कोविड, जैसे आशीर्वाद जी का ही मैंने जो ऑर्डर लिया था, कहीं ना कहीं उस टाइम काफ़ी क्रिटिकल और क्रूशियल टाइम के अंदर सप्लाई हम लोगों ने किया था। इन द रोल फॉर्मिंग इंडस्ट्री इंडिया, our current market share is approximately 40% in 2026. Our plan to become India's leading roll forming and cut to length line and slitting line brand in the market by the share of the 70%. For to achieve this goal in 2024, we are going to set up a new state-of-art manufacturing facilities in Gujarat in Rajkot only. There is approximately 5 lakh square feet area. Our biggest over new in Rajkot in Gujarat, the Asia's largest roll forming machine manufacturing plant. We provide you ultimate roll forming solution, not for just the progress, but the process of our stockholder. And we believe to driven process together. मतलब कहीं ना कहीं स्मूथनेस पर्टिकुलर प्रोसेस के अंदर, वो डिपेंडेंसी हमारा कंट्री का हमारे ऊपर रहे, वही हमारा मेन एम है। और मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा एक छोटा सा स्मॉल वीडियो है जुपिटर का, वो प्ले करने के लिए।
The world is growing at a rapid pace, and so is the infrastructure. The fastest growing industry and largest contributor in GDP and employment. To match with the velocity and complexity of robust infrastructure needs, roll forming has become a new trend due to its versatility. Overcoming complexities and challenges of modern infrastructure requires a high quality, reliable roll forming machine that won't fail during production, and that is the prime aim and motivation of our existence. We are Jupiter, established in 2008 with a purpose to provide solution par excellence for better tomorrow. Currently spread it across 70,000 square feet. We are one of the leading manufacturers of roll forming lines, cut to length lines, slitting lines, and customized machines with production capacity of 75 plus machines per month.
Core purpose of Jupiter is to provide a solution par excellence for better tomorrow. We don't believe in just selling goods to our domestic and international customer, but to ensure our customer get a full benefit and growth from our machines through our excellent after sales service, and it's our primary responsibility.
Our machines are low in maintenance, easy to operate, and built to meet customers' needs with comprehensive functions and high precision. no limiting to an assembling unit. We expanded our horizons to become 360-degree in-house setup, from sales till after-sales service with the state-of-art infrastructure. We have in-house departments and processes like research and development with qualified engineers, in-house design department with skilled and proficient engineers, and high-end software like Solid Edge, ProjCAD, and many other advanced simulation systems for designing to ensure process optimization, cost optimization, reduce machine downtime, and wear out of roll tools. Planning, store, fabrication, machining, assembling, quality control, production, paint, electric panel board, sales and marketing, dispatch, and after-sales service. To avoid any interruption to our customer during production, we have our after-sales service team deployed pan-India.
जुपिटर की शुरुआत 2008 में हमने 5 लाख टर्नओवर के साथ शुरू की थी। बेहतर टीम वर्क के साथ और हमारी कोर वैल्यू के साथ हमने 2021 में 100 करोड़ को क्रॉस किया। क्वालिटी ओरिएंटेड, रिलेशनशिप फॉरएवर और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी और इक्वालिटी, ये हमारी बेहतरीन कोर वैल्यू है। उसके साथ हमने ये टारगेट को अचीव किया। 2025 में हम लोग 500 करोड़ को क्रॉस करें और अलग अलग सेगमेंट में हम लोग अलग अलग कंट्री के अंदर डाइवर्सिफिकेशन करके हमारी कंपनी को एक बेहतर ऊंचाई के साथ पहुंचाएंगे।
We aim for customer excellence through our motto, zero defect and zero complaint. And we remind this our team every day. To achieve this, all parts, components and machines go through stage-by-stage rigorous quality inspection, including hardness, dimension, accuracy, precision, as well as visual and color inspection. We also re-verify our customers' samples for customized requirement before final designing and production. All data and reports are stored in ERP system forever for any kind of future requirements. We provide efficient and high-quality roll-forming solutions with consistent output and less breakdown, which apparently increases our customers' profitability. It's our commitment to never compromise in quality.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I like to mention that Jupiter is a make in India, made in India this rolling foam, and आप लोग इनको approach कर सकते हैं because made in India है तो obviously it gives us a weightage on quality and also on the price. So you can visit to Jupiter stall. They have taken the exhibitor stall there, right in at your back. And Chandrashri, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I would like to have Mr. Santosh Deshmukh, General Manager POSCO, to please present your views.
Good afternoon, dignitaries. And thanks the session moderator, Ms. Monica Bachchan. Thank you, the session chair, Mr. Ashirwad Agarwal, for presenting this wonderful conference on Steel Service Center. A unique conference which had never been till date. So it's surprising and amazing for all of us to attend this service center conference. Of course, as far as POSCO is concerned, we came to India in 2006, and I would be proud to say that we were the first coil center from a multinational company, POSCO, to come to India. Prior to coming to India, we had a team working in India who is to just tap the market, who is to understand the market, where the exact market stands in India. So the first place where we found is Pune. So firstly, we catch the market is, where the need of the product is. And it was the electrical steel coil center, which is the first in the world. Across the world, we have 37 coil centers. In India, we have about 6 coil centers at various locations. But this is the first coil center, or I would say this is the first coil center of any of the mill who has first captured the market by placing a small coil center and then thinking of coming into cold drilling or hot rolled mill or integrated steel plant. So firstly, we need to know the market, where the market stands, and accordingly we need to go for the investments. So POSCO was the first company in India who has tapped the market where the exact need of the steel is, and accordingly we started the investments coming up. Mr. Ashirwad has rightly said, Mr. Bang has helped him to build up his coil centers in Bangalore, only because we were aware of the market in Bangalore. And all the coil centers, whatever we have in India, all are strategically placed. Like for example, the dignitaries have said POS Hyundai, that was basically catering to Hyundai in Chennai. We have in northern India, Bawal, that's in Gurgaon. So that's for Honda and Suzuki. We have in Ahmedabad, that's for GM and other industries in Ahmedabad, and we have in Pune. So all these are strategically located coil centers tapping into the each sector. Then what we are for here, it's not that we can do business on our own. Unless and until you have a tie-up or hands in hand with your own mill, you can't proceed ahead. So all that you need is the support from the mill to know the needs of the customers. And Mr. Gujar has rightly said there are certain MOQs which they can cater you. So these service centers, what we do is that we have a number of customers whose MOQ will be small as well. So we get united to them, and then we place a bulk orders on our mills. So that helps to each and every customers in India to get a small quantity as well. So the MOQ questions disappears. Lot of dignitaries have said what we are for, what we do hand in hand, or we just in time deliveries, price conscious, or deliveries has to be on time, everything. So these are basic concepts of coil centers. But over and above that, what we need to know is that the customers need and how we can educate them for further value addition. So it is the coil centers who has known the market. It's like a fabric and a tailor. A tailor needs to know the exact size of the customer, what he needs. And fabrics are just a mill manufacturers. So we need to know the exact need of the customers. Of course, even other than this, the coil centers act as a working capital for many of the customers. Holding inventory is not easy, and in such a volatile market conditions, it's not easy for any customers to hold inventories. And there are a lot of uncertainties. See the frequencies of market dynamics. It's very difficult for any of the coil centers or any of the customers to carry the inventory unless and until he has a backup from any of the mill. So having backups from the mill is very important for any coil centers or any customers to progress in his field. So what we do is that we know the market, we know customers' conditions. With the support of our mill, with a joint exercise, or you can say hand in gloves, we proceed ahead to suffice the need of the customer. Lot of people have a lot of experience over here. People from mills are here. They they had come up with the coil centers, I would proudly say AMNS was the first customer for us for the job work. So we were the benchmark for AMNS, if I'm not wrong. So we used to job work for these AMNS. Lately they started with all these coil centers and now they are growing up like anything. And thanks for the industries. Thanks for supporting all the time. We would be always helping you to do our best in whatever conditions, in whatever market ways it is. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Santosh ji. Santosh ji, हमने सुना है that POSCO has a state-of-the-art service center in Maharashtra, and I would like to understand from you what are your experiences because आपका Korea में भी है and many other places. What are your experiences as per what kind of requirements you get from the end consumer, and how do you manage the customization? So what are your experiences?
Basically, Korea or Japan, these are all small export-oriented countries. They have to rely on the big markets, and India has been a big market for these small countries like Japan and Korea. So we, at initial stage, were not sure how we'll move ahead. We started with the small investments. We had approached small, I mean to say the auto industries in and around Pune. And there were certain steel which we have been supplying and we had exclusivity of that, no matter it's Tata or any other company in India. So Tata used to buy the material from us. So we are proudly helping them to get the material. We knew the market and we knew what they need exactly. So according to the machines what we had, they were the benchmark for the India.
मुझे लगता है कि AMNS Tata सबका सर्विस सेंटर आपके बाद ही चालू हुआ है.
Yeah, no, Tata Raison was prior to us. AMNS started after us.
Okay, congratulations for
Thank
that.
you.
And Rahul ji, I have a question for you. We understand that TV6 is a Spanish company and you are having a headquarter there. In India, you are here since 2015. I would like to understand what kind of packaging solutions you are providing to the customers, and also what are your offerings?
Hello. So from the TSS, as I say that, and stocking is one of the services which we are giving. So off the shelf supply of the material without MOQ we are doing. And apart from that, the list of the services which we are adding is the cutting, beveling, color coding, making lab inspections with eddy current. When we say the destructive, non-destructive test, we are also doing the 3.2 upgradation of the existing material, which is as good as like it's been freshly produced from the mill. And at the moment when we say the new services which we are adding is the first time into India is kind of organized way is a packaging solutions, wherein we will be supplying the one basket package to the client, even though for the some of the products which is beyond our manufacturing range. So we will be establishing fantastic sourcing solutions for them. So and most importantly, again, I like to highlight is that whatever the product we are doing, it's been already happening in India, but with the unorganized sectors. So there is a lot of fake products are coming into the market. From here, we would like to say this packaging, which is already matured globally, we would like to bring that as an extra value-added services for the India market in much organized manner.
Yes, Goyalji, you mentioned about service center expansion. Are you looking at service partners, or Jindal Stainless Steel would put up their own service centers?
We are planning to expand our own cells. We will be expanding the capacity in Mumbai service centers. We will be expanding capacity in the Gurgaon, and then we are evaluating to put up a new service center in the eastern zone also.
The reason why I'm asking questions is most entrepreneurs here and the manufacturers, why can't entrepreneurs like us put up facility for you?
We are open to that also, but right now looking at the aspect which we are building up, we have got a lot of experiences, and this service center, let me just give the clarification. It is intermediate of, it is neither a independent service center, it is nor a mill-on service centers. We are a intermediate of that hybrid models. We are a part of that is owned by the mill and part we are doing our business independently. To grow that business, what is happening is we are not doing only cutting, slitting and all those things. We are providing a complete solution at certain places. Like in airport, in Hyderabad airport, they were facing the difficulties. They bought the material from us. It was a very special finish. Then they started facing the difficulty of how to put up that steel. They were facing the difficulty in the fabricators. They were facing the difficulty into the weldings. We were having a panel of fabricators and the welders who are experienced by us, who has been trained by us. Then we rope on those team and we help the airport to build this material effectively. That is the reason we want to continue with our growth. If in the longer run we find that there are other business partners who can be roped in, we'll look into that possibility also.
Super. So this is the entire concept of value chain addition. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Vijay Sharma ji want to add up a point here. I'd like to give you this mic.
I would like to add to perspective of a service center owner from the mill side. You would be knowing that we are having a concept on some segments where we are having the MOU partners. And rather Mr. Goel की शिकायत ये रहती है मिल साइड में कि इनको स्पेशल ट्रीटमेंट नहीं दिया जाता जबकि ये मिल के ही हैं ये. He is absolutely at arm's length with the same, the equity concept. He is absolutely at arm's length with the similar set of customers who exist. So it was a compulsion of Jindal Stainless क्योंकि हम POSCO से पीछे रह गए थे सर्विस सेंटर खोलने में. So it was that we wanted to showcase and we wanted to really people should be able to do better things and also to tell people how beautifully stainless steel can be fabricated. So people are welcome, but we have got very, very transparent and clear policies and processes. You will be treated at par, at arm's length, but then it is a mutual. It is something like a marriage. अब अपनी मर्जी है कि झगड़े से रहना कि प्यार से रहना है because it will be binding on both sides. So you are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Arunji, I have a question for you. So now we understand that AMNS, after the acquisition of SR, it is now a fastest growing company in India. So with the growing capacities, steel production, what are your plans, how you would like to manage your service centers? And also I'd like to have your view on retailing and distribution also. So what kind of strategies you are going to have? As in you do not have to give us your trade secrets. Other than that.
Yeah, sorry. So for AMNS, as all you know, we are already launched that 15 million ton project for Hazira. And when we are growing for the hot metal, flat product, definitely service center would be the part of that growth. Going forward, our target is to process around 30 to 35% from the service center, and that would be coming around 5 million ton per year. So definitely there are plans, and that will come very soon. That will be declared very soon, but right now it is under discussion phase, so it will not be too mature to comment on anything. The second part, what? Retailing and distribution. For the retailing and distribution, we were having a very good retail chain called Hypermart. In between, there was some disruption when we were going through a very lean phase, and again we are coming up very strongly. We are putting Hypermart along with Mera Hypermart, which is the channel for the coated product, and we are appointing a lot of distributors. So very soon you will be finding all across in India the AMNS will have Hypermart. Apart from that, we are having one solution which is e-Hypermart, which is the new concept introduced by the AMNS. You can log in that portal, you can buy your steel based on MOQ. If that is up to the truckload, you will get free of the service for the transportation and if that is below the MOQ limit, you have to pick up from our nearest godown. So now we are going ahead with the, we can say, on the Amazon platform where anyone can come and buy their steel product, which is available, readily available in our warehouses. This concept, with this new concept, MNS is growing, and definitely the market is very good for India and in India. And with the support of parent company ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel, AMNS will be a very good service provider in future for our customers.
Yes, I just wanted, reiterate or understand how do entrepreneurs or last mile connectors link with AMNS? When mills put up their own service center, they can cater to larger customers, but what happens to smaller MOQs or smaller customers within which entrepreneurs like us can provide, and what are the opportunities AMNS has for us?
For small customer, that hypermart is the concept to sell the material to the last mile customer, not to middleman. The basic concept is to sell the material to end customer. So anyone can approach to hypermart and they can buy material from there. For other customers, like if they want to cut it and sell it, they can also approach through hypermart. The channel is open. You can approach to e-hypermart where you can buy material directly from portal. So these are media where we can help you.
I'd like to introduce a very interesting concept which I've been advocating, is authorized service center. Like a Maruti has an authorized service center. Now Mahindra has come up with a concept of you can come to us and be authorized by the car manufacturers. And POSCO, ironically, actually is the one who started off is a POSCO approved service center, or POSCO partner. And they meet our standards. So if you go and get a product service there, they hold guarantee for anything which goes wrong. Would AMNS look at the similar way, or would steel manufacturers, everybody sitting here, approve service centers and it becomes a common platform? Each one doesn't have to put up their own. The capital cost comes down, the cost of manufacturing comes down.
Definitely right now, as you know, I don't know, but our current capacity for the service center is 50% utilized. So that's why we are not looking for any channel partner for the service center right now. We are looking for the sales partner which is being taken care by hypermart, and definitely for the service center as a policy, we will go with our own service center, not for the partners right now.
Thank you.
So now we are opening the house. Yeah.
Ashirwad ji, a very pertinent question, but you see, comparing steel as of now, with all due respect, with the most advanced structure segment in the world, auto industry, is perhaps a little two different categories of apples. I will not say apple and orange. When we talk about the service center concept on the automobile, I have some experience of working automobile in Japan also. It is exclusivity. And steel somehow, there is still a lot of commodity angle into it. So जो एक रिश्ता होता है ना कि आप सिर्फ हम ही से लेंगे और हम आपसे लेंगे. So that becomes very, very difficult, specifically when the brand of the mill is involved. So, but yes, like I said, in our case, those MOU partners, they are buying only with us. There are lots of challenges, but I strongly believe that the way the things are maturing, the way the systems are in place, we are learning from automobile. Rather, automobile has taught the best, the processes to the mills also. But they are at a different level altogether. So I think that gradually the way the economy goes up, the way we focus more on the last mile or between the mill and the consumer, such concepts will definitely come up, but a little it's ahead of the time at the moment, but it's a very valid point.
Thank you.
So anyone has any question? Yeah. Abhinavji. Please introduce yourself and किनसे आप क्वेश्चन करना चाहते हैं?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Abhinav Jha. I'm the CEO of MPME Abrasives, which is the largest domestic manufacturer of steel shots and grit. used in the shot blasting process. My question is actually to Ashirvad ji. So you're handling a very difficult position on the panel, I see, because you're the only producer independent SSC, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, independent service
Yes.
center, yes.
And my question is with respect to that, in your experience, what are the limits to scalability in India for a producer independent SSC? And what are your thoughts on overcoming those?
You know, if I answer it in short and long, we were a B2B trader. And to move from a service center, my entire MBA theory book was all about service centers, unheard of in India. And looking today, there's endless opportunities, and you've got everybody on the dais this morning talking about the last mile. So the future of steel is along the service center line, connecting the last mile. And you know, we used to have a shot blasting line too, so endless opportunities.
Thank you, Abhinavji. Any question from anyone? You can raise your hand. Yeah. So please introduce yourself.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Ketan Bapat. I have a question to all the panelists, respected panelists. So, currently we are looking at the CAGR of roughly 4% in Indian crude steel. Going by the capacity of 120 million ton production, we are having somewhere around 12 to 13 million ton of SSCs. So, if the mission is to achieve 300 million ton by 2030, what are the numbers that we are looking through the service centers in terms of serviceability, particularly in cut to sizes and narrow SKUs or any of that? So what capacity are we looking in SSCs? What capacity do we have to build by 2030 to either cater the same 10% SOB that we are having right now, or we have to we have the prospects of increasing SOB as well? Thank you.
Do you want to answer that, Arunji?
So, if we are considering that 300 million ton target by 2030, and our capacity is somewhere around 12 to 13 million ton. This is not the accurate capacity which we are projecting, because this is the sector where a lot of unorganized players are there, and their capacity is hidden. But sure, when we are going with 300 million ton and the flat product capacity would be around 180, our flat product processing facility should not be less than 30 million ton in 2030. And for that, we long way to go. And I think a lot of all the companies are working towards that goal. By 2030, the 30 million ton would be the good number.
So we can take one last question, and after that we will close the session. Anyone? So Ashirvad ji.
Thank you, panelists. Very insightful. These deliberations on service center, connecting the last mile, has opened up a new forum for us to discuss and take the business forward. And interestingly, we've got technology, safety, innovation, machines, and packaging. All of us don't think of a product coming in one set. And TuberSex has shown us how important that part is. And I would still give a lot of credit to POSCO to change the level of steel which is being sold in the country. So each time a multinational or a steel manufacturer comes in, increases the standard of steel consumed in the country. And I think now India surpasses any foreign company. So Jai Hind and Make in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this lovely session. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again to our eminent panelists for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we also thank our session chair, Mr. Ashirwad Agrawal, and the session moderator. As a token of our gratitude, we would like to present them with memento. I would request Monica to kindly present memento. To our session chair, Mr. Ashirwad Agrawal, MD Triveni Steel. Mr. Arun Pathak, Head of Operations, SSCs, India and Middle East, EMNS India. Thank you. Mr. S.K. Goyal, Chief of Business Unit, Jindal Stainless Steelway Limited. We are thankful for your time. Mr. M.C. Agarwal, ED Sales, and Mr. Rahul Gujar, Director, Asia Pacific, Tubex Service Solutions. Mr. Chandresh Mandalia, Director, Jupiter Roll Forming Private Limited. And Mr. Santosh Deshmukh, GM, POSCO IPCC. Thank you, panelists, once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we also thank all of you. Thank you once again, the eminent panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank all of you as well for your attentive listening and participation. We'll break for lunch now. We request all of you to kindly gather back at 2 o'clock so that we are able to start our next session in time. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch and see you all back at 2 o'clock.
People are the biggest strength in any organization. We always consider people as our foundation for business. Be it our employees, be it our suppliers, be it our investors, be it our customers, or the community we are surrounded with. This is reflected in our motto: respect for all and safety for all. And that is why anything we do, nobody gets left behind. We are here for impact. Impact and sustainability is what we intend to make every day. As a new age steel company, we believe in making impact with responsibility. And that is why we are fully committed to set high standards that inspire our team, our stakeholders. We are here for excellence. We are driven by entrepreneurial spirit and passion for excellence.
The world is growing at a rapid pace, and so is the infrastructure. The fastest growing industry and largest contributor in GDP and employment. To match with the velocity and complexity of robust infrastructure needs, roll forming has become a new trend due to its versatility. Overcoming complexities and challenges of modern infrastructure requires a high quality, reliable roll forming machine that won't fail during production, and that is the prime aim and motivation of our existence. We are Jupiter, established in 2008 with a purpose to provide solution par excellence for better tomorrow. Currently spread across 70,000 square feet. We are one of the leading manufacturers of roll forming lines, cut to length lines, slitting lines, and customized machines with production capacity of 75 plus machines per month.
Core purpose of Jupiter is to provide a solution par excellence for better tomorrow. We don't believe in just selling goods to our domestic and international customer, but to ensure our customer get a full benefit and growth from our machines through our excellent after-sales service, and it's our primary responsibility.
Our machines are low in maintenance, easy to operate, and built to meet customers' needs with comprehensive functions and high precision. No limiting to an assembling unit, we expanded our horizons to become 360-degree in-house setup from sales till after-sales service with a state-of-art infrastructure. We have in-house departments and processes like research and development with qualified engineers, in-house design department with skilled and proficient engineers, and high-end software like Solid Edge, ProjCAD, and many other advanced simulation systems for designing to ensure process optimization, cost optimization, reduce machine downtime, and wear out of roll tools. Planning tool, fabrication, machining, assembling, quality control, production, paint, electric panel board, sales and marketing, dispatch, and after sales service. To avoid any interruption to our customer during production, we have our after sales service team deployed pan India.
जुपिटर की शुरुआत 2008 में हमने 5 लाख टर्नओवर के साथ शुरू की थी। बेहतर टीम वर्क के साथ और हमारी कोर वैल्यू के साथ हमने 2021 में 100 करोड़ को क्रॉस किया। क्वालिटी ओरिएंटेड, रिलेशनशिप फॉरएवर और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इक्वालिटी, ये हमारी बेहतरीन कोर वैल्यू है। उसके साथ हमने ये टारगेट को अचीव किया। 2025 में हम लोग 500 करोड़ को क्रॉस करेंगे और अलग अलग सेगमेंट में हम लोग अलग अलग कंट्री के अंदर डाइवर्सिफिकेशन करके हमारी कंपनी को बेहतर ऊंचाई के साथ पहुंचाएंगे।
We aim for customer excellence through our motto, zero defect and zero complaint. And we remind this our team every day. To achieve this, all parts, components and machines go through stage-by-stage rigorous quality inspection, including hardness, dimension, accuracy, precision, as well as visual and color inspection. We also re-verify our customers' samples for customized requirement before final designing and production. All data and reports are stored in ERP system forever for any kind of future requirements. We provide efficient and high-quality roll-forming solutions with consistent output and less breakdown, which apparently increases our customers' profitability. It's our commitment to never compromise in quality so that our customers never have to compromise in quality. Perfect combination of technology, design, quality and ease of operation makes Jupiter a first choice for most of machine operators. So far, we have delivered 1,500 plus machines to our happy customers in India and globally. For roll forming applications in various industries, our esteemed clients include some of the industry leaders. We also added a feather on our cap by developing India's very first 50 meters per minute capacity roofing machine and created a history in our industry. It all became possible due to expertise, efforts and dedication of our visionary leaders and highly experienced and determined team of 450 plus skilled engineers and operators who are always ready to overcome the most complex challenges of the industry.
जुपिटर में हमने परिवार जैसा वर्क कल्चर बनाया है। सब काम को एंजॉय करते हैं। हम साथ में खाना भी खाते हैं, साथ में फेस्टिवल भी सेलिब्रेट करते हैं और खेलते भी हैं।
We have also developed a strong and friendly work culture to encourage innovation and job satisfaction. We always focus on technology, innovation, and customer delight. In the coming years, we are ambitious to expand our manufacturing facility to additional 300,000 square feet and diversify our wings in various products and industry segments under the brand name of Jupiter. Like Jupiter, which is the largest planet of universe, we as Jupiter aim to become the largest company in our chosen segment. Jupiter, the ultimate roll-forming solutions.
structural steel, MS pipes, and MS plates.
We outdo ourselves each time. संपूर्ण सुरक्षा की गारंटी. Technology is the priority. So what next? Kamdhelu next. Double grips, interlock steel. They die gonna seal up on strength. Kamdhelu next. Next generation interlock steel. A pioneer in the production of top quality electrically resistant welded tubes. MKK Metal Sections Private Limited. The world is growing at a rapid pace, and so is the infrastructure. The fastest growing industry and largest contributor in GDP and employment. To match with the velocity and complexity of robust infrastructure needs, roll forming has become a new trend due to its versatility. Overcoming complexities and challenges of modern infrastructure requires a high quality, reliable roll forming machine that won't fail during production, and that is the prime aim and motivation of our existence. We are Jupiter, established in 2008 with a purpose to provide solution par excellence for better tomorrow. Currently spread it across 70,000 square feet. We are one of the leading manufacturers of roll forming lines, cut to length lines, slitting lines, and customized machines with production capacity of 75 plus machines per month.
Core purpose of Jupiter is to provide a solution par excellence for better tomorrow. We don't believe in just selling goods to our domestic and international customer, but to ensure our customer get a full benefit and growth from our machines through our excellent after sales service, and it's our primary responsibility.
Our machines are low in maintenance, easy to operate, and built to meet customers' needs with comprehensive functions and high precision. No limiting to an assembling unit, we expanded our horizons to become 360-degree in-house setup from sales till after-sales service with a state-of-art infrastructure. We have in-house departments and processes like research and development with qualified engineers, in-house design department with skilled and proficient engineers, and high-end software like Solid Edge, ProjCAD, and many other advanced simulation systems for designing to ensure process optimization, cost optimization, reduced machine downtime, and wear out of roll tools. Planning, store, fabrication, machining, assembling, quality control, production, paint, electric panel board, sales and marketing, dispatch, and after-sales service. To avoid any interruption to our customer during production, we have our after-sales service team deployed pan-India.
जुपिटर की शुरुआत 2008 में हमने 5 लाख टर्नओवर के साथ शुरू की थी। बेहतर टीम वर्क के साथ और हमारी कोर वैल्यू के साथ हमने 2021 में 100 करोड़ को क्रॉस किया। क्वालिटी ओरिएंटेड, रिलेशनशिप फॉरएवर और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इक्वालिटी, ये हमारी बेहतरी कोर वैल्यू है। उसके साथ हमने ये टारगेट को अचीव किया। 2025 में हम लोग 500 करोड़ को क्रॉस करें और अलग अलग सेगमेंट में हम लोग अलग अलग कंट्री के अंदर डाइवर्सिफिकेशन करके हमारी कंपनी को एक बेहतर ऊंचाई के साथ पहुंचाएंगे।
We aim for customer excellence through our motto, zero defect and zero complaint. And we remind this our team every day. To achieve this, all parts, components and machines go through stage-by-stage rigorous quality inspection, including hardness, dimension, accuracy, precision, as well as visual and color inspection. We also re-verify our customers' samples for customized requirement before final designing and production. All data and reports are stored in ERP system forever for any kind of future requirements. We provide efficient and high-quality roll-forming solutions with consistent output and less breakdown, which apparently increases our customers' profitability. It's our commitment to never compromise in quality so that our customers never have to compromise in quality. Perfect combination of technology, design, quality and ease of operation makes Jupiter a first choice for most of machine operators. So far, we have delivered 1,500 plus machines to our happy customers in India and globally. For roll forming applications in various industries, esteemed clients include some of the industry leaders. We also added a feather on our cap by developing India's very first 50 meters per minute capacity roofing machine and created a history in our industry. It all became possible due to expertise, efforts, and dedication of our visionary leaders and highly experienced and determined team of 450 plus skilled engineers and operators who are always ready to overcome the most complex challenges of the industry.
जुपिटर में हमने परिवार जैसा वर्क कल्चर बनाया है, सब काम को एंजॉय करते हैं, हम साथ में खाना भी खाते हैं, साथ में फेस्टिवल भी सेलिब्रेट करते हैं और खेलते भी हैं.
We have also developed a strong and friendly work culture to encourage innovation and job satisfaction. We always focus on technology, innovation, and customer delight. In the coming years, we are ambitious to expand our manufacturing facility to additional 300,000 square feet and diversify our wings in various products and industry segments under the brand name of Jupiter. Like Jupiter, which is the largest planet of universe, we as Jupiter aim to become the largest company in our chosen segment. Jupiter, the ultimate roll forming solutions.
application process, seamless and quick sanction, and flexible repayment tenures. A pan-India presence covering 100 plus cities. Tata Capital Channel Finance Solutions, a convenient and hassle-free business experience. To avail the benefits, apply now.
There's a reason behind each step in human progress. At Tubathex, we invest in science and technology to develop the most advanced materials on the market. A new generation of materials, able to perform in the most demanding conditions, with maximum efficiency and minimum environmental impact. Because caring for our planet is the best investment we can make.
Tubathex Group, sharing your challenge.
Customer-centric organization dealing in structural steel, MS pipes and MS plates.
We outdo ourselves each time. संपूर्ण सुरक्षा की गारंटी. Technology is the priority. So what next? Kamdhelu next. Double rims, interlock steel. They tie kuna zyada bond strength. Kamdhelu next. Next generation interlock steel.
A pioneer in the production of top quality electrically resistant welded tubes. MKK Metal Sections Private Limited. world is growing at a rapid pace, and so is the infrastructure. The fastest growing industry and largest contributor in GDP and employment. to match with the velocity and complexity of robust infrastructure needs. Roll forming has become a new trend due to its versatility. Overcoming complexities and challenges of modern infrastructure requires a high quality, reliable roll forming machine that won't fail during production, and that is the prime aim and motivation of our existence. We are Jupiter, established in 2008 with a purpose to provide solution par excellence for better tomorrow. Currently spread across 70,000 square feet. We are one of the leading manufacturers of roll forming lines, cut to length lines, slitting lines, and customized machines with production capacity of 75 plus machines per month.
Core purpose of Jupiter is to provide a solution par excellence for better tomorrow. We don't believe in just selling goods to our domestic and international customer, but to ensure our customer get a full benefit and growth from our machines through our excellent after sales service, and it's our primary responsibility.
Our machines are low in maintenance, easy to operate, and built to meet customers' needs with comprehensive functions and high precision. No limiting to an assembling unit, we expanded our horizons to become 360-degree in-house setup from sales till after-sales service with a state-of-art infrastructure. We have in-house departments and processes like research and development with qualified engineers, in-house design department with skilled and proficient engineers, and high-end software like Solid Edge, ProjCAD, and many other advanced simulation systems for designing to ensure process optimization, cost optimization, reduce machine downtime, and wear out of roll tools. Planning, store, fabrication, machining, assembling, quality control, production, paint, electric panel board, sales and marketing, dispatch, and after-sales service. To avoid any interruption to our customer during production, we have our after-sales service team deployed pan-India.
जुपिटर की शुरुआत 2008 में हमने 5 लाख टर्नओवर के साथ शुरू की थी। बेहतर टीम वर्क के साथ और हमारी कोर वैल्यू के साथ हमने 2021 में 100 करोड़ को क्रॉस किया। क्वालिटी ओरिएंटेड, रिलेशनशिप फॉरएवर और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इक्वालिटी, ये हमारी बेहतरीन कोर वैल्यू है। उसके साथ हमने ये टारगेट को अचीव किया। 2025 में हम लोग 500 करोड़ को क्रॉस करें और अलग अलग सेगमेंट में हम लोग अलग अलग कंट्री के अंदर डाइवर्सिफिकेशन करके हमारी कंपनी को एक बेहतर ऊंचाई के साथ पहुंचाएंगे।
We aim for customer excellence through our motto, zero defect and zero complaint. And we remind this our team every day. To achieve this, all parts, components and machines go through stage-by-stage rigorous quality inspection, including hardness, dimension, accuracy, precision, as well as visual and color inspection. We also re-verify our customers' samples for customized requirement before final designing and production. All data and reports are stored in ERP system forever for any kind of future requirements. We provide efficient and high quality roll forming solutions with consistent output and less breakdown, which apparently increases our customers' profitability. It's our commitment to never compromise in quality so that our customers never have to compromise in quality. Perfect combination of technology, design, quality and ease of operation makes Jupiter a first choice for most of machine operators. So far, we have delivered 1,500 plus machines to our happy customers in India and globally. For roll forming applications in various industries. Our esteemed clients include some of the industry leaders. We also added a feather on our cap by developing India's very first 50 meters per minute capacity roofing machine and created a history in our industry. It all became possible due to expertise, efforts and dedication of our visionary leaders and highly experienced and determined team of 450 plus skilled engineers and operators who are always ready to overcome the most complex challenges of the industry.
जुपिटर में हमने परिवार जैसा वर्क कल्चर बनाया है, सब काम को एंजॉय करते हैं, हम साथ में खाना भी खाते हैं, साथ में फेस्टिवल भी सेलिब्रेट करते हैं और खेलते भी हैं.
We have also developed a strong and friendly work culture to encourage innovation and job satisfaction. We always focus on technology, innovation, and customer delight. In the coming years, we are ambitious to expand our manufacturing facility to additional 300,000 square feet and diversify our wings in various products and industry segments under the brand name of Jupiter. Like Jupiter, which is the largest planet of universe, we as Jupiter aim to become the largest company in our chosen segment. Jupiter, the ultimate roll forming solutions.
Namaskar. We are here for people. People are the biggest strength in any organization. We always consider people as our foundation for business. Be it our employees, be it our suppliers, be it our investors, be it our customers or the community we are surrounded with. This is reflected in our motto. Respect for all and safety for all. And that is why anything we do, nobody gets left behind. We are here for impact. Impact and sustainability is what we intend to make every day. As a new age steel company, we believe in making impact with responsibility. And that is why we are fully committed to set high standards that inspire our team, our stakeholders. We are here for excellence. We are driven by entrepreneurial spirit and passion for excellence. Our organization believes in demonstrating world-class standards in safety, governance, sustainability, and social responsibility.
Enterprises has been a closely held family business founded by late Sri O.P. Agarwal, a pilot. What you see is the lifetime's work of dedicated individuals who have kept the vision, the mission, and the values of their core competencies burning like a beacon of light, be it cut to length, precision slitting, HR coils, C and Z purlins, color-coated sheets, roofing and galvanized products, or a diverse assortment of steel. We have retained our core values of customer focus, precision, and quality. With our customized production lines and state-of-the-art machinery, we meet the high-quality standards of large multinational companies. With the help of suppliers and customers, their continued partnership and collaboration, we have developed product and services beyond our comfort zone. Triveni Enterprises invites you to be a part of this brilliant and all-encompassing transformation. Together, we are the next, and together, we are the best.
Every business needs a lot of thinking, planning, analyzing, and execution. As experts, you would agree that to function seamlessly, change is the only constant. Tata Capital Channel Finance provides a convenient web and app-based application process, seamless and quick sanction, and flexible repayment tenures. A pan-India presence covering 100+ cities. Tata Capital Channel Finance Solutions, a convenient and hassle-free business experience. To avail the benefits, apply now.
There's a reason behind each step in human progress. At Tubathex, we invest in science and technology to develop the most advanced materials on the market. A new generation of materials able to perform in the most demanding conditions with maximum efficiency and minimum environmental impact. Because caring for our planet is the best investment we can make.
Tubathex Group, sharing your challenge.
Customer-centric organization dealing in structural steel, MS pipes and MS plates.
We outdo ourselves each time.
संपूर्ण सुरक्षा की गारंटी.
Technology is the priority. So what next? Kamdhenu Next. Double ribs, interlock steel. They die guna zyada bond strength. Kamdhenu Next. Next generation interlock steel.
A pioneer in the production of top quality electrically resistant welded tubes. MKK Metal Sections Private Limited.
world is growing at a rapid pace.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed the lunch. May I please request you to settle down as we would be beginning our next session. Please settle down. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we would begin our next session. Before we begin our next panel discussion, we will have the young analysts of Metalogic, Rajat Kaushik and Manu Cholia. They will give us a presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please request you to settle down. And we request you to take the seats in front. There are a lot of seats in front which are vacant. Please come forward. So right now we'll have the presentation by the young analysts of Metalogic, Rajat Kaushik and Manu Cholia.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. My name is Manu Cholia, and this is my colleague Rajat Kaushik.
Good afternoon, everyone.
And we are the market analysts at Metalogic Project Management Services. In our presentation, we would be focusing on the Indian steel industry and the key findings of a survey which is conducted by us on Steel Service Center. As this year was full of turbulence due to major events that impacted the steel industry, and in the next few minutes we will be focusing on the events, the developments and the future perspective. So, starting with the overview of the Indian steel industry. We all are aware that India is the second largest crude steel producer with 133.5 million ton production of crude steel and 120 million ton of finished steel production in financial year 2022. In the future, India holds a vision of 300 million ton of crude steel capacity with a production of close to 250 million ton with a per capita consumption of 158 kgs. And by 2047, India aims to produce 450 million ton of steel with capacity of 500 million ton. As shown in the table, you can see the vision draft by the National Steel Policy. We are expecting that the demand will be increasing, and thus if the demand increase, there will be huge potential for even the steel service centers. And the extent of urbanization will drive the need for steel in the coming years with various infra projects, the faster connectivity solutions and the pipeline solutions.
The year 2022 was unstable for the steel industry at global levels also. Russia-Ukraine war and excessive rains in the mining region also impacted the coking coal prices. The resurgence of coronavirus in China and distressed property sector further dampened the demand. The continuous fluctuation in the price of coking coal kept the buyers in wait and watch mode as to when to book the cargoes. In the graph and table, you can see that the price of coking coal is increasing on the yearly basis, while the price of HRC is on the lower side. This has contracted the profit margins of the steel producers. In April-October 2022, the imports have increased by 22%, while the exports are down by 59%. In this image, we can see that the imports from Europe and Japan were only on the lower side. In April to November 2022, the imports of finished steel spiked further to 31%, while the exports are still down by 59% on yearly basis. The country's net trade dropped down by 87% in a similar period, driven by the sharp rise in imports, especially from the FTA countries. Rising imports are expected to corrode around 9% of manufacturing, which is already burdened by the surplus and additional capacities.
This was just an overview of the Indian and the global. Right now, we'll be focusing on the industry challenges and opportunities. As seen in the graph, the first three challenges are faced by both the industry, steel industry as a whole, and even the steel service centers. Whereas the other two, the remaining last 2 points, that is basically for Indian steel industry, but it has an indirect impact on the steel service centers. First, low per capita consumption of steel. We are aware that India has per capita consumption of 75 to 80 kgs against the world average of 224.5 kgs. For this, the government has introduced various infra projects and they are also signing various FTAs so that they can enhance the exports. The other major challenge is the high logistic cost. For this, the government is introducing freight corridors. Even the national logistic policy is introduced so that to some extent we can reduce the logistic cost. The third issue is carbon emission. There is the steel industry is very power intensive industry, so it is very polluting and is harmful for environment. For this, the even industries have taken various steps like they are shifting towards gold gasification, they are increasing green steel production, and for this even the government is promoting an incentivization for the use of green steel. The other, as I told you, the last 2 points are for the steel industry but has an indirect impact. For example, there is a limited availability of raw material. For this, the government has introduced a coking coal mission and also development of Jaria coking coal reserves. And we are dependent on imports of scrap. For this, we have introduced ELV so that the scrap generation increases and thus we are not so much dependent on imports of scrap. Now, a small global scenario and Indian scenario of Steel Service Center. The global steel production in FY 2021 was 1.95 billion tons. And from there, the service center had attracted a demand of 650 million tons. Asia Pacific it holds the largest market share of the service centers globally. And North American steel centers are highly organized and it is projected to grow in the coming years. Indian scenario, prior to 1993, the steel service center were highly fragmented and unorganized. But however, today the sector has shown great improvement towards being fairly organized with the emergence of international companies in India which has state-of-art technologies and are capable of producing high-quality end products. As shown in the table, the steel demand will be increasing from the various sectors, the construction, railways. So if the demand increases, so steel service centers are poised to grow. With the increase in domestic steel production, the demand for customized steel is increasing among customers. Therefore, major steel companies and steel service centers are collaborating and they are in the position to provide final solutions, steel solutions to customer instead of just delivering steel. Now we are aware that right now India doesn't have any survey or any analysis on steel service centers. So Metalogic, we have conducted a survey from various end users, steel producers, from steel service centers, and we had got some inputs from them which we wanted to share with you all. The survey is still in process, but the major findings which we had received will be shown right now.
In the conducted survey, the majority of end users preferred sourcing material from steel service center rather than producer, retailers and distributors. The reasons they stated were easier reachability. Reaching service center was much easier for customer than steel mill. Smaller quantity. Generally, manufacturing units have minimum order quantity policy. And if the customers want to place a small quantity order, they have to attain that from the retailing units. Quicker delivery. Large suppliers or mills are busy in handling multiple orders as they have bulk customer base, which makes retailing units much quicker while delivering their products to the customers. Logistic cost. While placing an order from steel service centers, the logistic costs are generally incurred by steel service center, while if one places the order from manufacturing units, the delivery charges has to be borne by the buyers. They are also capable of providing required standard products with quality certificates. Loan facilities are also being offered by steel service centers nowadays. As per the steel producers, minimum order quantity policy leads to the issue in accepting small orders. Even steel producers collaborate with steel service centers to sell their steel on regular basis. Steel service centers are generally demand generators for mills. Steel service center generally has its own customer base, which can't be directly harnessed by the mills. As per the steel service centers, it is not easy to attain the constant supply of input material at appropriate price if you are an independent steel service center. For independent steel service center, it is tough to capture new material and markets. One of the major issue with steel service center is that they find it extremely difficult to attain the loans from the financial institutions. The type of grade chosen by the end user is sometimes not available in the country. Therefore, they have to import the product, which leads to longer waiting period, and thus huge financial losses are borne by them.
right? But before this, this was a survey from which we have received from 55 to 60%. So we want you all to even give your inputs so that we can complete this survey. So coming to this, I won't be taking time, won't be repeating things. As mentioned by my colleague, that these are the centers where we have the huge potential. For example, in metal fabrication, in automobiles, in packaging. So there is a huge market potential. But still, there is very untapped MSME segments which are not been accessed. So there is a need to access this segment so that this, the target which we are, the demand which will be generated can be accomplished. So as mentioned, from various end users and customers, we have got that it is easy to reach, quality product are available by the steel service centers. But there is still some things which are lagging behind, like the technology. Right, in India, currently cutting, slitting, trimming is there. They are shifting towards technology, but to achieve this, the demand from these sectors, they have to know the right technology which is required, which has been procured by the steel service centers, but the unorganized sectors are not in that stage so that they can procure this. So this should be made compulsory, and even the unorganized sector should be organized so that the safety measures can be taken. Right now, the safety is one of the issues which are being faced by the unorganized sector. And digitization is it plays a very important role. It is required that digitization is there. And there are other price negotiation. That is because there is independent mills and the mill-owned operated steel service centers. So the materials are not easily available, and if they are not easily available, there are issues with the price. So there are few things on which there needs to be worked out. So we would be liking that if you all be giving your suggestions so that we can complete this survey. Thank you so much for being.
Thank you, Rajat and Manu. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now begin with our panel discussion, the second panel discussion of the day. May I request our session chair to kindly grace the dais. I invite Mr. Yatinder Suri, Executive Director, Chemtech Foundation. Thank you for joining us. A warm welcome to you. I also request the session moderator, Ms. Monica Bachchan, to kindly grace the dais. She's already there. Now I request our eminent panelists of this session to kindly join us on the dais. Mr. Sachin Agrawal, Director, Kamdhenu Limited. Mr. Rajiv Sherry, MD, Outokumpu, India. Mr. Manish Bawa. Mr. Vinayak Vipul, Partner, Performance Improvement, Business Consulting, Ernst & Young. And Mr. Vedant Goyal from New Mega Steel. Thank you. Now I hand the session over to our session chair with his opening remarks. Thank you.
everyone once again, and sorry, but आपको पूरा दिन मेरे को tolerate करना है आज in every session, post lunch, pre lunch. So in this particular session, we will be having a discussion from the Indian steel perspective. You know, how are we going on retailing and distribution? And we have Mr. Yatinder Suri, who is the Executive Director of Chemtech Foundation. Sir को 40 years का experience है, and previously he was also a part of Autocompo as a Managing Director India. In fact, sir आपने set up किया ना India में Autocompo, and with Suri ji as a session chair, we have Mr. Sachin Agarwal, Director Kamdhenu. Welcome you, sir. We have Mr. Rajiv Sherry, Mr. Vinayak Vipul, and Mr. Vedant Goel from New Mega. So, Yatindra ji, over to you. Please introduce the session.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The attendance is very impressive. I was thinking probably after lunch, many people would go home or go back to the office. But it seems the topic that we are going to discuss in the afternoon is so compelling and so interesting to the audience that it's nearly a house full again. And for that, I must congratulate Monica and her small team of young professionals for organizing such a conference with such a large audience, surely on a theme which is so important to focus on. If we are indeed serious about what the survey team just now said, 300 million tons by 2030 and 500 million tons by 2047. But more importantly, we need to talk about steel consumption, about reaching out to the customer who probably is not in your net so far. So for a producer, what is the fun in producing if he is not able to sell? India, as you know, has its share of primary and secondary steel producers across the length and breadth of the country. We produce practically all grades. This morning, everybody was saying it with pride about Make in India, Atmanirbhar. Yes, I endorse that India has the latest technologies, process technologies, and they will. And therefore, all grades, all forms of steel are available in India. And investments are in full swing to expand the volumes further. Expansion in volumes means expansion in customer base. How do we do it? How do we reach the customers in all corners of our country and beyond? Beyond also means exports. Who can help us reach them? Do we know our potential customer? Can we single-handedly reach him? I heard this morning from AMNS that they want to do everything themselves. They say, no, we don't need partners. We'll have our own service centers. We'll have our own hypermarkets. But good luck to them. I don't think single-handedly we can reach all the customers all across the nation. My answer is a big no there. So between a brand and customer, there is someone known as stockist, reseller, or sometimes you have, consultants, independent consultants who are very well known in the industry segment. Without this vital link, the producer cannot get the high value consumer insights. I mean, note the word high value consumer insights. A producer can never get sitting in a cabin, maybe in Chennai, maybe in Ahmedabad, maybe in Delhi. A stockist purchases branded products for distribution in specific territory. The stockist, has a boundary, he knows I cannot travel beyond maybe 50 kilometers, as somebody mentioned, maybe 100 kilometers. So a stockist operates in a specific territory to sell to the reseller or end users directly. Let us now understand the value he provides to the producer be it primary or secondary, as well as consumer oblique end users, as we call them. Let us begin with customer, the end user or the consumer. Basically, end user or the customer can be big or small manufacturing firms, and these firms are diverse. You cannot say that it's only automotive or it's only cookware or homeware. Absolutely diverse, serving diverse segments of the economy. And they are local firms seeking diverse products in big or small quantities. Just-in-time delivery is what they need for on-time production schedules for their customers ahead. They need consistent quality. They need supply reliability. They also need credit. I'm talking about customers. They also need processed products, which they may not be able to buy directly from the service center, which is located 500 kilometers from where they are. So they need somebody to procure it from the service center and stock it. They want MOQ advantage. And most importantly, this is a word which has not been heard since morning, and I was waiting for someone to say that, traceability. Now a small MSME or SME, he buys something from a stockist, and he finds a problem after supplying the material to something like Godrej or L&T. Now what happens to him? There is a claim. Now if you have bought that product, do you have a test certificate? Can the traceability be ensured? In most of the cases, if you are buying from non-mill-owned stockist or non-mill supported authorized stockist, you get into a serious problem. So speaking from this platform, my advice to MSME and SME would be that whenever you buy a product, please buy it from a stockist who is authorized, or buy it from a stockist who is basically a mill stockist. This will ensure that you have no claims going forward. You see, many of the stockists buy second choice material, and this second choice material ends up sometimes into a fatality, and then there can be huge claims. So please be very cautious. Look for stockists who are absolutely reliable. So this is where a stockist fits the needs. And what does the customer gain besides above? MSME, if he is buying from a mill stockist or buying from a mill's authorized stockist, you can be rest assured that the product is good, meets all the attributes that I talked about just now. He can focus on core competencies. He can focus on the product that he's manufacturing, focus on his market development, focus on his customer relationship. Get ready to use products as per needs, so he gets products which are as per his needs. He need not have any capex or opex, and yet higher productivity, no rejections, no claims. He has few vendors to handle, deal, negotiate, logistics, inventory management. All this leads to a lot of hassle-free and good cost savings. Having said so about the consumer, what about the producer? What values does he get from a stockist? Having stockists all across the country or all across the nation, multiple stockists, is a low business expansion cost. Even if you are in import or export, if you do it through a stockist, it is so easy for you to complete the transaction, eliminates the hassles of import, export documentation, warehousing, and the buying experience also. If you are buying something from abroad, so if you buy something from the stockist of a foreign company, like we have Autokumpu, they have a stockyard in Bombay. So you can pay in Indian rupees and buy the material. All the hassles of import duties, blah, blah, whatever, you are totally free from. You can partner with multiple stockists in multiple locations to diversify your customer base. It is very important. It's so easy to diversify your customer base if you start partnering with stockists in various parts of the country. Stockists might it have bigger persuasive power in close-knit local buyer. When I built a house in the hill areas near Nainital, and when I went to see my house under construction, I was surprised that, the builder had used Kamdhenu roofings. Now, I'd never heard of, Kamdhenu in the roofing business. But imagine Kamdhenu is a company which buys sheets and then, makes roofing. And they had reached the hill areas. And why did he buy from Kamdhenu? Because the stockist who was there in Haldwani or wherever had a good relation with the other guy. So ultimately, it's the persuasion or the relationship that led to somebody buying a product. And also sometimes individuals help. Like, we have Blue Sky stall here. And they have a consultant who's a pipe man of the country. He has helped them sell at least 40 mills in the country. So a Chinese company in India, using a domestic guy to expand their market, a lady sitting in China could sell 40 mills in India. So you have to find people who can help you grow. Stockist builds customer rapport everywhere. It's a link with the customer. It's a link which has a lot of backward advantages. Producer gains high value market insights, which is the word I used in the beginning. What are those insights? Needs and desires of the buyer. Somebody like the head of marketing in a big company doesn't know what are the needs and desires of a buyer in some rural areas. What is the logic behind buying? Why is he buying? What's the reason? What motivates or hinders his buying decision? And what is the rationale behind good and bad performing product according to him? He has a choice. He can buy Tata, he can buy Kamdhenu, he can buy GSW, he can buy SAIL. But what is the rationale when he buys a Kamdhenu product? Now, this is something which a producer can learn through the link, which is the link of a stockist. So, in conclusion, there are benefits galore for producer and customers. Do we need stockists to expand sales and profits? My answer and advice is yes. What do you feel? Do we need stockists? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful deliberation. And, when you mentioned that we want to produce steel, we want to have our own service center, we want to have our own retail network, obviously everybody desires that. But अगर मैं layman language में बात करूँ तो it sounds like कि Uncle Chips वाला बोलता है कि मैं Uncle Chips के exclusive store लगाऊंगा और वहीं पे Uncle Chips बिकेगा. But वहाँ पे किस type का customer base जाएगा? The person may want to have Lays, or maybe he is just not interested in Uncle Chips only all the time. So there has to be the point which you just mentioned, the mindset of the buyer, that is extremely important. And stockist is, I think, very logical to say.
Somebody in the previous session talked about working together. I'll give you an example. When Pan Prague in Kanpur started production, they wanted to know how to reach each and every panwala. And you know what happened? They used the ITC marketing network, because ITC cigarettes were available in all pan shops. So they gave a contract to ITC to ensure that the Pan Prague sachet is available in all the pan shops. So it is said that when the Pan Prague company started, ITC made a bigger profit than Pan Prague. But then if you want to grow, you want to expand your markets, sometimes you have to get into partnerships of this kind and let a part of your profits go to the other guy. You can't do everything alone. So imagine if they had that mindset that no, we'll go alone like Uncle Chips, they would never have been successful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So Next, we have Mr. Sachin Agarwal. Sachin जी, आप कुछ बातें हमें बताएं.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, the respected members on the panel. Sir, I totally agree with you for the first thing. We should not go on the per capita, because if we compare of every item in on per capita for the India, it will be lower compared to the other country. But that's true. The demand of the steel is definitely going to rise because of the certain reason. First of all, I would like to tell you that how the steel industry has drastically changed in past 20-25 years. Before 1995 and 1990, the steel was sold as a commodity. There was so much of awareness about the quality. जो भी आदमी आता था, he used to buy the steel. He was not buying quality steel, but they were buying as a commodity. उसे ये नहीं पता था मुझे क्या खरीदना है, कितना लगाना है. आर्किटेक्ट्स का, स्ट्रक्चर इंजीनियर का उस टाइम में कोई बहुत ज़्यादा महत्व रोल नहीं होता था. तो नॉर्मल राजमिस्त्री होते थे, एंड व्हाट दे सजेस्ट, स्टील कम लग गया, ज़्यादा लग गया, किसी भी क्वालिटी का लग गया, ऐसा होता था. फिर धीरे धीरे क्वालिटी की अवेयरनेस आई लोगों में, उन्हें समझ में आने लगा कि किस तरीके का स्टील लगना चाहिए, कितना लगना चाहिए, क्वालिटी के पैरामीटर्स क्या होते हैं. आज के सिनेरियो में द होल कंज्यूमर्स हैज बीन शिफ्टेड टू इंजीनियर प्रोडक्ट. बेसिकली व्हाट आई मीन कि अब सब लोग एक चीज़ समझ गए कि स्टील इज़ नॉट अ कमोडिटी. जो एक बिल्डिंग है, उसकी जो लाइफ ऑफ द बिल्डिंग है, वो इज़ टोटली डिपेंडेंट ऑन द क्वालिटी ऑफ द स्टील. अगर आज हम इस हॉल में खड़े हुए हैं तो हम ये कह सकते हैं कि इसका फर्श बदल सकते हैं, इसकी लाइटें बदल सकते हैं, बट इफ़ वी आस्क कि इसका स्टील बदल दो, इट्स नॉट इम्पॉसिबल. स्टील इज़ अ बैकबोन ऑफ एनी बिल्डिंग, एंड वी शुड नॉट कॉम्प्रोमाइज विद द क्वालिटी विद दैट स्टील. देखिए, विद डेवलपमेंट ऑफ अ कंट्री, इंडिया के जैसे जैसे डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है, एंड कंजम्पशन ऑफ द स्टील इज अराइजिंग, एंड टुडे नो डाउट India is a very strong economy, and the total world, whole world is looking towards India for an investment opportunity. सब लोग जानते हैं कि India is going to be an emerging power. इसकी economy is definitely going to be strong, and along with that, no doubt the consumption of steel is going to be increased. So जब हमें दिख रहा है future कि जो स्टील हमारा लगने वाला है, that's because of in affording housing, infrastructures के अंदर, highways के अंदर, flyover, logistic parks and everywhere, when we can see the future, that definitely the demand or the consumption of the steel is going to arise, then now we should focus how to deliver the steel to our consumers. Regarding Kamdenu, I would like to tell you that Kamdenu is having around 84 units, franchisee units working on the asset light model, and we have got 84 units in all over India, out of which 42 units are manufacturing TMT bars, finished product, and with an installed capacity of 3.8 million tons. Daily, we are increasing our production capacity, our production and our market base. When we talk about service is related between industry and consumer. We can say about the factory and the consumer. We can say about service from factory to retailer, that is the stockist. Or we can say about the service from factory to consumer through retailer. Of course, price is a very sensitive issue. It is an issue, but quality and service equally matters, or you can say matters above the price. There was a time when the people were not ready to pay the price. Forget about the steel for any item. That they were not willing to pay higher price, only the few people were able to afford. But now the consumers are ready to pay. They know the importance of the steel. They know how much they are going to invest in the house, in the building, how costly the land is becoming. And when we talk about the metro cities, tier 1 cities, the land is so expensive there. So everyone want to, there the concept of coming of 3 stories, 4 stories builders house. So no doubt, they want service. Earlier there were only few service industry, like hotel industry, tour industry. But you will shock to know that today the steel industry is also becoming a service industry. The more service you give to the consumer or the retailer, the more you are able to penetrate in the market. Now, one of the topic Ms. Monica told me about the primary and the secondary, to talk about the primary and the secondary steel. See, I would like to bring attention on this. There is no, basically these are the guidelines of the Ministry of Steel, that steel cannot be classified as a primary or secondary category on the basis of the route. What I mean to say that the steel should be of BIS standard, should be as per quality norms, irrespective of the route it is manufactured. There are so many talks about people talking about the secondary steel, that they are manufacturing from the scrap and all. First of all, I want to say that as we have learned in the morning, we are learning that when we manufacture from the ore, there is a lot of pollution. But what I want to bring in your notice, what if we keep on continue digging the underground and taking out the ore? Won't it disturb the equilibrium of the nature? Secondly, the whole world is now concentrating on the green steel. The whole world is now on concentration of recycling of the material, whether it is plastic, whether it is of cloth, whether it is of steel. So when we talk about the use of the recycled steel in our country, so this type of many myth or the questions arise. So I would like to bring a very good attention in this, that the steel should be as per quality standard, as per BIS, whether it's been manufactured by the arc furnace or by the blast furnace, it should match the quality parameters. So regarding, and one more thing, when we talk about cost effectiveness, no doubt that all the plants cannot be located at the mining area. If we talk about the mines and the ores and the mines, they cannot be located everywhere. We talk about the NCR, Delhi, there are no mines, there cannot be mines. We talk about the UP, there cannot be mines there. So if all the plants are located in the Odisha, if all the plants are located in the Jharkhand and Raipur, imagine the cost of bringing the steel from there to the north. Like Mr. Suriji said about that, he found stock is in the Nainital. So how it is possible to bring the steel from the Odisha or from the Jharkhand to the Nainital? It's not impossible. Definitely it is possible. But just imagine how much cost will be incurred from bringing. So the secondary market or secondary steel, they have a very much competitive edge of providing steel in a very short duration, since freight is a very important factor. No doubt freight from central to the north will be definitely very high compared to the freight which is located in the industry in the north only. So when we talk about the service, the delivery times matters a lot, because at the site the labor is sitting idle and there's a lot of problem regarding theft and pilferage and everything. So at site, the people cannot keep the materials of 10, 20 tons. They just keep on buying 3 ton, 4 ton, 5 ton, small sites. And that is possible only through the retailers. And the retailers will be able, or the stockists will be able to service clients or the sites only if he is able to receive the material from the plant on time. What if he is receiving the material in 10 days, 15 days from the plant, and then he won't be able to supply the material in a very short lead time to its customers or at the sites. So when we talk about this sector, definitely the delivery time and the lead time also matters, cost matters a lot, and quality matters a lot.
Right,
So,
Sachinji, rest of the points we will take up during the Q&A.
so everyone, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wonderful points.
Well, there are 2 points which he made, and I have an observation. I support him when he says that quality and service is more important than cost. This is something I learned from my wife. She bought something, electric kettles from Amazon, and every time the kettle would fail, she would say, "Ab main kya karoon?" So we decided that we'll go to a local authorized stockist of Philips or something and buy from there so that we get the service in case something goes wrong. And you talked about logistics cost, from Odisha to Nainital or wherever. Very interesting. I went to Istanbul and there was an SDS guy traveling with me. I said, "Why did you come to Bombay?" He said, "I came for grain inspection, this wheat grain inspection." I said, "Are we importing wheat to that extent in Bombay?" He said, "Yes, Bombay imports only wheat from Turkey." I asked him why. He says the cost of transportation from Punjab to Bombay is higher than the cost of transportation from Turkey to Bombay. So things like that can happen. Thank you. Very insightful.
Thank you so much. And next, I'd like to have Mr. Rajiv Sherry, Managing Director of Autocompo. And I would like to request all the panelists to please adhere with the time. We would like to finish this session in the next 20 minutes. Thank you.
5 minutes for me?
5 minutes, of course.
Thank you so much. Hello. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rajiv Sherry. I am working as Managing Director of Autocompo India Private Limited. And few days before, I received a call from Monica, and she told me that we are organizing a conference focused on Steel Service Center. So I told her that, but Autocompo India is not having any service center and I do not have any experience. Then what am I supposed to do in that conference? But then after thought, I was thinking that maybe I can share some experience, our global experience with Indian steel industry, and to see whether we can learn something from there, and maybe we can see that how the things are happening in other area. So the one thing, just for some people who are not aware about Autocompo, Autocompo is a global leader in stainless steel, and our headquarters is in Helsinki, Finland, and operations are in more than 30 countries. Our major plants are in Europe, in France, in Germany, Sweden, Finland, UK, USA, Mexico, and we have lots of service centers in wherever we have customers. So the strategy of Autocompo has been to supply material just in time basis to meet the customer's requirement, and that's how we have invested in many service centers. We are hoping that in near future we can also have some kind of facility in India, but not in the near future, though we have a retail and distribution warehouse here from where we supply material to our customers. So this company in India, Autocompo, was started by Mr. Suri, and I have the pleasure to work under him for some time, and then I took over his role after once he superannuated. So I'm trying to keep the same legacy which Mr. Suri has created in India to promote stainless steel, especially from sustainability point of view. Now coming back to the service center concept, so what we have seen in Europe, the focus has been to use the technology to provide best customer service experience. And for that, we are using 3 pillars, I could say. One is related to electronic data interface between customer and our mills. So that means most of our large customers, they have the possibility to directly enter the order in the system without interacting with anyone. And they will also get real-time information about material status, what is the likelihood of shipment date, and all that kind of facilities is given to all our top customers. So since we have many service centers around, we started an online steel service center web shop in Europe, where customers, they can log in to the portal, and based on their requirement, the availability of stock is available, and they can go and enter their specification, and order is punched automatically, and from the service center, nearby service center where that material is available, it is processed, and then after that it is delivered to the customer. So it is a very good, efficient system where customers, they have full transparency on the availability of material and how much lead time they can expect. In continuation to that, we have also started next step that in the mill, lot of time, some material is produced in Access. So we have created a portal which is known as Access Web Shop, and the access is given to many customers where they can go and check the stock availability. And based on the stock availability, if they require something which is meeting their requirement, we also give the price idea at what price they can buy, but at the same time, there is also a possibility to bid for the material. So in case they are not happy with the price, they can enter the price in the system, and next day, early morning, European time, the results will be declared. Whether the bid that you have submitted, you have won or you have lost. So again, you can try it next day or after next day, you can continuously try till the time you are able to get the material. So these are the different ways in which we are trying to provide good customer service and to reduce the lead time. I think my time should be over now.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks a lot. If you have any question, maybe after some time we can have more discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next, I would like to have Mr. Vinayak Vipul, Partner Performance Improvement, Business Consulting, EY, to present his views.
Thank you, Monica ji, and like I've mentioned before also, I'm an optimization consultant, so I'll try and keep it within the time that's allocated to me. But there were so many insightful points made by the fellow panelists, and I just allude to few of them. While Mr. Suri was talking about the consumer's perspective and the producer's perspective, just from a producer's point of view, when we look at the likes of JSW, of their overall portfolio, the branded products contributes close to 20%. When we look at Tata Steel, that's close to around 35%, but when we look at SAIL, that's less than 5%. So when it comes to these branded products and the kind of growth which the industry itself is experiencing for these retail products or branded products, each one of them have experienced a growth rate in the retail business which is higher than the overall growth rate of their overall business. JSW 8 to 10% annually they are growing. Tata Steel also in the similar range they're growing. So this, in a way, for the producers offers a great opportunity and great opportunity to grow. And to be able to grow, again, there are aspects of demand which Mr. Suri was alluding to, which have to be addressed. And Sachinji also mentioned about the entire service concept. And if you are providing the right service, that's when you end up creating the right demand and the pull for your brand. From a demand point of view, when I look at some of the numbers, residential demand in terms of value terms, it is close to around 8.5 lakh crore on an annual basis. When I look at the infra spend which government has allocated, it's in the range of 5 to 10 lakh crore. When I look at the industrial spend, which based on different surveys that's been reported, that's close to around 1 lakh crore. Now think of it, with this big a pie of demand, even if we were to allocate 10% to, or even if we were to allocate 5% to the branded goods or to the goods which have to be sold through the retail channel, we are looking at a huge number. We are looking at a number which is in excess of 50,000 crore. And that offers us the opportunity to get together as a team, again taking a cue from what Suriji was saying, It's not about an individual producer or it's not about an individual service center, but it's about the entire ecosystem which has to come together to be able to contribute to this agenda. Currently in the market, when it comes to serving the customers, it is currently being served largely by the unorganized players. So whenever there are these complex execution cases, there the onus of acquiring or procuring the expert advice is also on the customer. And again, the point that Sachinji was making, that the use of the specialized architects, engineers, which traditionally has been quite low, it's improving. But think of an opportunity if a one-stop shop was available to a customer to tap into not only the product-related aspects, but also the entire servicing aspect, which is where the architects, engineers, some of the stockists, the company itself, they all come together under one umbrella, one platform, and offers a service to the customer. Who wouldn't want to have that kind of a service? Now, the likes of JSW and Tata Steel, they've come up with their own online platforms. And I'm talking about Ashiana and JSW1. The intent with which they started was to create a one-stop shop for the customer. Now, other players also, what is it that we are looking at? We are looking at tapping the white spaces which are available. And there is huge rural demand, there is huge semi-urban demand which has to be tapped. We are looking at offering a service which is a value-added service, a differentiated value proposition for the end customer. What is it? Is it restricted to the product or the associated services? Or can we think of models where even the financing is being provided to these customers through that platform itself?
Correct.
Their repair needs and all are also addressed through that. So I would just end over there that the onus is not only on the government, but it's on the industry and the ecosystem to come together to be able to address it. Thank you.
Right, sir. Thank you. Next, I would like to have, Mr. Vedant Goel from New Mega Steel. And he's a stockist, which Mr. Suri was emphasizing, so we would like to have his inputs from the stockist point of view.
Sure. Thank you so much, Monica ji, for inviting. And can we have a round of applause for Team Metalogic for organizing the beautiful event? So I want more energy to be there on clapping side. So can we have a round of applause for her? So जैसे कि सूरी सर ने बोला कि हम लोग if we really talk about कि एक अगर प्राइमरी मैन्युफैक्चरर से we cannot supply raw material directly to a end consumer. So you have mentioned some points. There are 5 major concerns if we directly procure raw material from a primary manufacturer and if we try to cut down super stockist. There is a reliability issue, there is a credibility issue. Most important part will be credit. You will not get credit enough to procure the raw material. If you are looking for credit, definitely a primary manufacturer or secondary manufacturer will not give you a credit. There is, if we really see process raw material required in each of the manufacturing setup right now. Like we have 1200 plus customers right now only in Pune, where we are supplying slitting coils, we are giving cut tool and sizes, and we are giving galvanizing process and many more product range. The most important factor is steel industries right now, जैसे कि सचिन जी ने बोला कि steel industry is not a commodity product. This is a service based industry right now. If we are not going to give best service to our customer, definitely some other supplier is already available to give credit to establish reliability, credibility, and giving best experience. The most advantage part to buy a raw material from super stockist is कि उसका credibility of raw material, of meal. Second, traceability of product. That includes batch and that includes state certificate we will get from a super stockist. If we really see people, आज के टाइम पे consumers जो है, consumers are majorly focusing on cost cutting. But after COVID, all the manufacturer, all the consumers are majorly focusing on quality raw material. They are ready to give more price, but they will not compromise on good quality products. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vedanji. Thank you so much. So we are opening house for the Q&As, and if you have any questions regarding retailing and distribution. But कुछ points इस session में निकल कर आए हैं credit financing के, which Tata Capital will take up in the next session, I'm sure. So any particular question, Suri sir, you like to ask the co-panelist?
Yes, since we have an analyst from Ernst and Young here amongst us, and we are always looking for some kind of an analysis, within our companies and even within the community. I would like to have his insights into the area of government policies and how should they be structured to ensure that 300 million tons that we are talking about is sold in the right way through a good supply chain, efficient supply chain structure within the country. So could you please tell us?
Sure, sir. So I'm a consultant, not an analyst, but okay, I'll share my analysis with you, sir. So when it comes to the roadmap to 300 million metric ton, which is installed capacity, the utilization could be in the range of 80 to 85%, and of that the domestic consumption could further be 80 to 85%. So we are looking at around 220 odd million metric ton which has to be consumed within India itself. Just to give you a perspective, and Sachinji was alluding to that point of per capita, while the Indian average is around 76, the Chinese average is around 670, and the global average is around 220 or 230. So even if we were to go up to the global average, we can consume 300. That's not an issue. And if we were to aspire to go to the Chinese average, then we are talking about 1,000 million metric ton. But from a government point of view, when they are announcing policies to invest in the infrastructure, whether it's the railway infrastructure or the road infrastructure or the airports that are coming up, all these schemes, including the PAT scheme, the LEAP, the SHRs, all these schemes which are announced by the government, that is to boost this consumption in the country. But I try to be neutral. I don't rely completely on government. My always submission is that there is a lot which the industry needs to do to be able to drive this consumption, and which is where the investment that they have to make in the first mile connectivity to get this product on time to the markets, the investment that they have to make to optimize the operations, to innovate, to invest in R&D, to be able to use technology or digital in a manner which helps them predict what is likely to happen and prescribe what actions should be taken. There is a lot of initiative which the industry has to take as well. Government is doing its bit, but as I always say, that the charity begins at home. So industry has their bit to do to be able to drive this consumption.
Thank you. We need questions from the audience. After all the loud...
Now I'm thinking I should ask questions from the audience. So a question has which I want to ask the audience, and I want them to respond to my questions. Audience हमेशा question करते हैं. We will ask questions from the audience. Now since everything is going on digitization front and lot of e-hypermarts are opening, e-selling of steel is also starting up. मैं आप लोगों से ये जानना चाहती हूँ, especially people who are local in Pune, आप लोग steel कैसे खरीदना पसंद करते हैं? अगर आपको choice मिलेगा having a retailer at the local level, और आप सीधा online पे खरीदना चाहेंगे, मतलब what is your choice? How do you want to purchase steel? This question is for the local people. जो local पुणे से बस वही हाथ खड़ा करेंगे. कैसे आप steel खरीदना पसंद करेंगे?
Those who want to opt for online, please raise your hand.
Yeah, that will be good. Only one?
Only one.
What?
And those who would like to buy from stockist, please raise your hand.
Yeah, from the local retailers and distributors.
Okay.
And बाकी के लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? मतलब 2 लोग हैं जो ऑनलाइन खरीद रहे हैं, 5 लोग हैं जो स्टॉक है.
They are not from Pune. बाकी के लोग, they are not from
अच्छा,
Pune.
बाकी बाहर से हैं. तो even बाकी के लोग भी बता सकते हैं ना, what is their choice? How do you like to purchase? As in, and let me tell you, there is nothing against buying online. It's just that we are trying to understand the mindsets. How are we comfortable? So we would like to, yeah. Sir को mic दीजिए.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to add couple of things. स्टील जो है वो खरीदना ऑनलाइन इतना आसान नहीं है, क्योंकि उसमें सबसे पहली बात आती है पेमेंट गेटवे. अगर आप ऑनलाइन खरीद रहे हैं तो आप सामने वाले को नहीं जानते हो, और आप उस पर कैसे रिलाय करोगे कि उसको एडवांस पैसे दे दोगे. ऐसे ही सामने वाला है जो ऑनलाइन वाला है, वो आपको नहीं जानता, जब तक पैसे नहीं आएंगे तब तक आपको मटेरियल कैसे देगा. वो एक बहुत बड़ा कंसर्न स्टील में ये है. सेकेंड थिंग इज़ क्वालिटी. यानी अदर देन फॉर फ्यू ब्रांडेड प्रोडक्ट्स लाइक JSW, टाटा या सेल, यू कांट रिलाई कि ऑनलाइन वाला आपको क्या मटेरियल देगा, आपको क्या क्वालिटी आएगी. तो आई थिंक कि ऑफलाइन इज़ अ बेटर प्रोक्योरमेंट प्रोसीजर इन स्टील फॉर अ कस्टमर.
सर आपका थोड़ा इंट्रोडक्शन भी दे दीजिए.
This is Abhishek from Vikas Associates. We are distributors for APL Apollo and AMNS.
And you're based out where?
Pune.
Pune. अच्छा लगा सर, थैंक यू सो मच.
सर आपके जो 2 पॉइंट्स थे ना, उस पर सिर्फ एक पर्सपेक्टिव है कि जब आप ऑनलाइन खरीद रहे हैं तो ये जो पेमेंट गेटवे वाली स्टोरी है, यू आर बाइंग इट फ्रॉम ईदर एन inframart.com और यू आर बाइंग इट फ्रॉम आशियाना और यू आर बाइंग इट फ्रॉम JSW1. तो आप एक रिकग्नाइज्ड प्लेटफॉर्म से खरीदेंगे तो आप जिसको पैसा दे रहे हैं वो पैसा सेफ है, वो पहली गारंटी है. दूसरा, क्योंकि आप एक रिकग्नाइज्ड प्लेटफॉर्म से खरीद रहे हैं, जैसा सचिन जी कह रहे थे कि स्टैंडर्ड्स होते हैं स्टील के, उसकी क्वालिटी रिपोर्ट आती है, BIS स्टैंडर्ड्स को मीट करना होता है, वो सारी आपको सर्टिफिकेशन उसमें मिलती है. हैविंग सेड दैट, इन 2006-07 दिस इज व्हाट द ई-कॉमर्स इंडस्ट्री आल्सो बिलीव्ड कि यार ये ऑनलाइन का कल्चर चेंज करना मुश्किल होएगा, एंड दिस इज वेयर वी आर. इट इज नॉट पेनिट्रेटेड, लेस देन 5% ऑफ ओवरऑल रिटेल इज ऑनलाइन, बट वी नो द नंबर्स.
देखिए, आपका ना कंसर्न बिल्कुल सही है कि बिना देखे कैसे ले लेते हैं. उसका रीज़न है, हम अमेज़ॉन पे सब जगह बिग बास्केट पे सामान खरीदते हैं और 500 रुपीज़ का, 5,000 का, 10,000 रुपये का, जैसे जैसे वैल्यू बढ़ती जाती है, नंबर ऑफ बायर्स ऑनलाइन खरीदने वालों की थोड़ी थोड़ी कम होती जाती है. आई एग्री. स्टील बीइंग अ वेरी कॉस्टली आइटम, और आज की डेट में अगर हम 70, 70, 80,000 रुपीज़ पर टन की हम बात करते हैं स्टील की एग्जाम्पल, तो नॉर्मली अगर 2 टन, 3 टन, 4 टन भी लेते हैं तो इस कम्स आउट टू बी 3 lakhs, 2 lakhs, समथिंग लाइक दैट वैल्यू. तो मैं इस बात से आपसे एग्री करता हूँ कि आज इमीडिएटली वो सिनेरियो नहीं है कि आज हो सकता है अगर मैं 100 लोगों से पूछूं या 1000 लोगों से पूछूं तो वो उसमें से 2 आदमी खरीदेंगे. बट ये भी एक टाइम था, पहले कोई ऑनलाइन सेल नहीं परचेज नहीं करता था. धीरे धीरे हमने 200 रुपये का आइटम खरीदना शुरू करा, 10,000 का करा, फिर मोबाइल खरीदना शुरू करा 1.5 लाख रुपए का. ठीक है, उसी तरीके से इसका टाइम आएगा, वेरी सून आएगा. मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि कल परसों, लेकिन विद इन अ ईयर और 2 ईयर स्टील भी ऑनलाइन बिकेगा. और जो आपका कंसर्न है क्वालिटी का, अगर आप कंपनी की ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट से खरीद रहे हैं, जैसे आप मार्क्स स्पेंसर से लेंगे या किसी भी उससे खरीद रहे हैं, तो इट्स responsibility of the company to give you the correct quantity and the correct quality of the steel. और जो इसमें अपनी इमेज, अपनी रेपुटेशन बना लेगा, that will be the winner.
But I have a point. If you really see, आज if you procure material from JSW1, JSW1 directly deal नहीं करता है. इसमें there are some distributor associated. So वो केस में what do you suggest?
I would like to add some words. I don't mind. Actually, steel जो है अभी इंडिया में 50% is, I think 50% या something or more or like that. टाटा, JSW, स्टील अथॉरिटी, AMNS के हाथ में है, लेकिन 50% अभी भी स्टील जो है सेकेंडरी प्लेयर्स के पास में है. तो एक वो बहुत बड़ा इशू रहता है कि वहाँ पर आपको ब्रांड रिकॉग्निशन कैसी मिल रही है, वहाँ पर आपको प्रोडक्ट कैसा मिल रहा है। और एक और कंसर्न क्या है ना, 80% ऑफ स्टील जो एंड कंज्यूमर है वो क्रेडिट में ख़रीदता है, तो उसको वो ऑनलाइन एडवांस पेमेंट देना इज़ नॉट दैट ईजी। ठीक है, विद टाइम इवॉल्व हो रहा है। अभी टाटा जैसे जो ई सुगम ला रहा है, टाटा कैपिटल, या इस तरह के जो प्रोडक्ट्स आ रहे हैं, इन फ्यूचर मार्केट विल इवॉल्व। और मैं खुद इस चीज़ पे वर्किंग कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि हमारा भी जो सप्लाई नेटवर्क है अराउंड 0.75 मिलियन टन हम लोग साल का कर रहे हैं एज अ विकास ग्रुप। तो हम लोग खुद इवॉल्व हो रहे हैं, हम लोग खुद अपने आप को डेवलप कर रहे हैं कि ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाएं। बट एज ऑन टुडे मार्केट इतना इवॉल्व नहीं हुआ है कि ऑनलाइन खरीद सके।
सर मुझे लगता है वो थोड़ा सा प्राइस भी ज़्यादा हो जाता है, लैक्स एंड लैक्स में जाता है, इसीलिए हम लोग थोड़ा सा परेशान हो जाते हैं खर्च करते हुए। शेरी जी हैज अ पॉइंट।
One small point. I think this kind of apprehension and this kind of discussion will always be there in all the markets. But just to share our experience, that we started this concept of digital sales in 2019 in Europe. And that time we were also not sure how many customers are going to opt for it. But just to share with you, in 2022, our sales through digital channels is almost 35% of our sales, which is a very large number. And second point was about payments. So it is not necessary that if it is online, it has to be advance payment. So if you are a customer, you are getting credit facility from the company. Same facilities are also available through digital channel. So sometimes we have mindset, if it is an online sales, in that case, customer first have to make the payment, then only something can happen.
तो अमेज़न की तरह कैश ऑन डिलीवरी मत
Cash on
कराइए, वो
delivery.
लाखों में चली जाएगी।
another perspective, situation इतनी खराब नहीं है जितने अपने बात कर रहे हैं. I will share with you my experience, my company's experience. About 45% of our domestic sale is through e-commerce. Customers in these, there are three segments: channel partners, second is pipe and tube, third is the re-rollers. They are doing the ordering themselves, number one. They are making the payments themselves, number two. They are seeing the status of their order themselves. हमारे तो sales के लोग surplus हो गए इस चक्कर के अंदर. But yes, it doesn't happen so easily. It's a matter of big trust. हमें उन पे विश्वास है, उन्हें हम पर है, और हम दोनों की जिम्मेवारी है. I repeat, and of course, that transparency through the system. I repeat, 45% of the domestic sale. We are spoiling the industry average.
मेरा क्वेश्चन सूरी सर से है. सर, मैं आपका व्यू जानना चाह रहा हूँ कि हम दो पर्सपेक्टिव पे अभी बात कर रहे हैं जो हम खुद मार्केट में भी देखते हैं. एक पर्सपेक्टिव है कि अगर मैं स्टील की कंसर्न बात करूं तो जो भी मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं स्टील के, वो लोग अप्रोच कर रहे हैं अपने कस्टमर को, जैसा भी हम बात कर रहे हैं कि या तो डायरेक्ट मार्केटिंग के थ्रू या फिर कोई डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म के थ्रू जो डायरेक्ट कंपनी से स्पॉन्सर्ड है. एक तो वे ये हो गया जो अभी हम बात भी कर रहे हैं और हम लोग देख भी रहे हैं. एक अभी एक कंसेप्ट जो हम लोग इससे पहले भी बात करके गए थे, जो आर्सेलरमित्तल जो हैं, इन्होंने अपने हाइपर मार्ट के बारे में बात की थी, ई कॉमर्स है वो. और हम बहुत से ऐसे कंसेप्ट भी देख रहे हैं कि जहाँ पे मल्टी ब्रांड स्टोर आ रहा है, जहाँ पे आपको स्टील के अलावा और वो सारे कंस्ट्रक्शन से रिलेटेड प्रोडक्ट भी मिलेंगे. तो मैं ये जानना चाह रहा हूँ सूरी सर से कि आपको इन दोनों मेथड्स में, जैसे एक बात हुआ कि अभी हम स्टील के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, एक कंस्ट्रक्शन में स्टील खरीदना है, फिर किसी को सीमेंट खरीदना है, किसी को टाइल खरीदना है या और कोई चीज़ खरीदनी है, तो डायरेक्ट कंपनी के प्लेटफॉर्म से कंपनी उसको अप्रोच करने की कोशिश कर रही है अपने किसी भी मीन से. और एक कंसेप्ट बाज़ार में आ रहा है कि यहाँ पे एक मल्टी ब्रांड स्टोर है, वहाँ पे आप जाइए, सारी चीज़ें वहाँ पे मिलेंगी. तो मैं सूरी सर से ये जानना चाह रहा हूँ कि एज ए रिटेल आप इन दोनों कंसेप्ट में आगे आने के टाइम पे आप इन दोनों में से किसको ज़्यादा अच्छा समझते हैं कि आपको लगता है कि ये चीज़ ज़्यादा अच्छे से चलेगी?
Well, my response will be hybrid, because at the end of the day, it's the customer who decides which channel he needs to go for. If the customer has to buy from a particular customer, producer only, then he may not like to opt for what Mr. Gujar talked about in the morning, package deal. But if a customer wants a package, like, you know, he wants pipe, he wants fittings, and he wants certain sizes which the producer is not making, and the producer takes the responsibility of sourcing it for him from another good quality source and makes a package and gives it to him, the customer would be very happy because he's dealing with one guy for multiple products. So it all depends on what kind of a customer you are. If you're a project-based customer, you would opt for package solution. And if you are a one-off who's looking for reliability and long-term relationship, then you will go for the loyalty factor, go to one, maybe Jindal, and continue to buy from Jindal all your life and get the excellent service that you deserve. So at the end of the day, it's the customer and the segment that he is in which will decide which channel he opts for. That's my answer.
करेक्ट एंड सब इसी का एक फॉलो अप सेशन है हमारा आफ्टर दिस सेशन, उसमें भी हम लोग काफ़ी सारे Q&As लेंगे, एंड अगर उसमें भी आंसर नहीं होता है तो डिनर में तो पक्का लेंगे. वी आर हैविंग अ डिनर एंड कॉकटेल फ्रॉम 7 PM ऑनवर्ड्स. सो सर, विद दिस वी विल कंक्लूड दिस सेशन. सरोज.
Last question, please. Yeah? Last question, please.
Thank you. We thank the session panelists for this session, also the session chair and Monica for concluding this session now. Ladies and gentlemen, as a token of our gratitude, we would present them with memento, and I would request Monica to kindly present memento and extend our gratitude to Mr. Yatinder Suri, our session chair. Thank you, Mr. Suri, for your time. Mr. Sachin Agrawal. Thank you for your time, Mr. Agrawal. Mr. Rajiv Sherry. Mr. Rajiv Sherry, thank you for your time. Mr. Vinayak Vipul. Mr. Vedant. Thank you, and thank you, Monica. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll immediately start our next session, the session number 3, again a panel discussion. The topic of this session is retailers and distributors' views on domestic market face to face. Please join me in inviting on the dais our session chair, Mr. Praveen Srivastava, Chief of Marketing and Sales, Branded Products and Retail, Tata Steel. I also invite other panelists on this, for this session. Mr. Deepak Phale, President, All India Organization in Service of Small Scale Industries and Laghu Udyog Bharati. Mr. Pankaj Jain, CEO, Blue Ocean Steels. And Mr. Narendra Kamath, Chief Business Officer, Supply Chain and Asset Finance Business, Tata Capital. This session again is on the topic retailers and distributors' views on domestic market face to face. And now hand over the session to our session chair, Mr. Praveen Srivastava, for his opening remarks.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being patiently sitting here and listening to all the interesting conversations.
For this session, I think Monica, I must commend you because you have selected the panel very carefully. So I'll start with customer. So we have an end user in Mr. Deepak who buys steel and he's a manufacturer. We have Mr. Pankaj who is a channel partner, is a stockist who buys and sells. I am from Tata Steel. I represent the steel companies and things which binds all of us, or the fuel on which we run, is finance. So Mr. Narendra Kamath represents Tata Capital. So thanks for covering all the partners in the supply chain as such. For this session, we have been hearing right from morning about the last mile connect, about the value proposition or the value addition that the service partners or the service centers add. I would like to make this session, with the permission of the panel, to be more forward-looking on what we need to do more, what we need to do forward. And I think we represent the entire supply chain, so I think we should be able to come up with a few pointers or a few enablers that we need to do going forward, which helps everyone. Let me start with customer themselves. I mean, being marketing and sales, I always start with customer and customer centricity. So before coming to steel, I would just like to take an example of one company which is now called the most customer-centric company ever in the history of this planet. I mean, I'm not saying this. All the professors and academicians says this. And I'm sure all of you know that company, all of you use their product. And that company is, any guesses? That company is Netflix. And why Netflix is considered the most customer-centric company is one simple reason. Today Netflix, with whatever data analytics and all those things they use, they have over 300 million customers worldwide, but they consider each customer as one. If all of you were to open your Netflix app, all of you will get different screens, depending upon your choice and all. So they know 300 customers across 6 continents, across all the countries, 100, 200 countries in the world, by gender, by age, by their preference, by what genre they want to see, कब देखते हैं वो लोग, वीकेंड में देखते हैं, फैमिली के साथ देखते हैं, अकेले देखते हैं, रात भर देखते हैं, बिंज करते हैं. They know for each customer, they know for each one of us. And therefore, they are able to customize their products or their offerings on your app. And for this simple reason, I mean, there are books written about, the number of books which is written on Netflix in last 5 years is enormous. It's because of all this. So that is how Netflix customer centricity is. They know each customer by their behavior, by their choices. And I often say this to my distributors. So in Tata Steel, I handle the entire distribution business. And for me, distribution and service centers are not two different things, because all my distributors have their own service centers. So I tell them often, who is the Netflix of steel industry? All of you. All the distributors, all the steel service centers are the Netflix. Because the way you know your customers, we don't know. We are steel mills, and many of the mill producers have said that we are interested in throughput. We want to invest, we want to produce more, obviously for the nation, but to reach it out to the end customer, it is the service centers and it is the distributors who know the customer, how much they buy, what frequency they buy, what tonnages they buy, what is their delivery time. कोई रात में ऑर्डर करता है, सुबह चाहिए, कोई सुबह ऑर्डर करता है, 2 दिन बाद चाहिए. You know it all, what SKUs they need, what are their tolerances, preferences, what is the packaging needs. You know all that. So that's why I call, and my distributors, some of them are sitting here, I often call them, you are the Netflix to me. So please continue like that. Yeah. So just looking forward, so taking the N from Netflix, what are the 3 things or the 3 N's which I call we need to do? As I said, we'll be looking forward on how we can strengthen this. So there is no question about this now, that this supply chain can work if the mill, the distributor, service center and the customer all are in sync. And we talked about value proposition. I think all 3 needs to see the value in this. The steel company needs throughput and obviously the revenue. The customer needs obviously the best cost, the best price. But we also need to know and understand what is the value proposition for this so-called the middle portion, the service center and the distributors. What about their value proposition? How they will make the value? This is the question for all of us, and all of us need to take an answer for that. So the three N's that I say that we need to provide, and I'm saying this on behalf of the steel mills. One is we need to create the network. When I say we create the network, it is people talked about the ecosystem of stockyards, of service centers, of logistics even. How do we create this network which helps the whole supply chain to run? And I think the onus is on steel companies. The second N is the navigate. How do we navigate this channel to run? When I say navigate, it means what products to be produced, what application it should go into. The navigate also means what are the things happening around us in the world, ESG or sustainability or safety. How do we ensure, and we run specific programs that if my product has to reach the end customer, it has to reach in the most safe manner. It has to comply to all the safety, all the environmental norms. And third, which is I think is the most important, which we have ignored a lot and which I was talking a little bit earlier, is the third N is nurture. How do we nurture this channel partners or service centers as we call, so that I think in one of the sessions people talk about that the service center or the distributors have to create value for the company as well as for the customers. But I repeat, what about the value for them? They are doing the investments. So how do we nurture them? How do we ensure that health of their health remains good? I think someone spoke about that 25% of the margin should go to them. I don't think it's going today. But again, if it has to be sustainable, we have to ensure that it happens. So these are the three N's which I thought: the create network, navigate the channel, and nurture them, so that we are able to serve customers like Deepak ji and everyone who represents the end user here. Thank you.
थैंक यू सो मच प्रवीण जी एंड मैं आपको एक चीज़ बहुत ही सिंपल तरीके से बताती हूँ. ये पैनल डिस्कशन जो है, दिस वन इज स्पेसिफिकली वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज यहाँ पे हमारा फोकस टोटली एमएसएमई इंडस्ट्री पे है and we would like to take your feedback, suggestions and your points, you know, what kind of challenges you are facing, real-time challenges, so that all the manufacturers you are associated with, they can address those challenges. Because हमें हर time two-way inputs मिलते हैं. There is a one story from the manufacturing angle, then there is a other story from the, you know, buyer side, you know, from the MSME angle. तो कभी arm twisting सुनते हैं हम, कभी leg pulling सुनते हैं. So there are a lot of stories, and that is the reason we have created this session, so that we can, you know, with a very open mind, we can take up the challenges and suggestions from you all. So I want all of your full attention to this conference, this particular panel discussion, and we will try and make it very interactive, because after this we will be doing the plenary and the day will be ending. So in this panel discussion, Mr. Praveen ji has already set the stage. With Praveen ji, we have Mr. Deepak Phale. He is the president of All India Organization in Service of Small Scale Industries and Laghu Udyog Bharati. Then in this session, we also have Mr. Pankaj Jain, the CEO of Blue Ocean Steels, and Mr. Narendra Kamath. He is the Chief Business Officer, Supply Chain and Asset Finance Business from Tata Capital, and he will be addressing most of the issues related to credit and financing. So now I would like to have a few words from Mr. Deepak Phale. Sir.
Good afternoon. I think so my voice has reached the balcony. Yes. So good afternoon balcony. Yeah. So Monica ji, first of all thank you. आपने इतने लोग जमा किए हैं ना. Actually you should be an entrepreneur basically, not an event manufacturer. क्योंकि देखो बिजनेस में रन करता हूँ, मेरा अगर इतना नेटवर्किंग रहता तो I think so I would have moved in 1,000 crores of business until now. So you might enter in good business, and one more portfolio you can start is business, means B2B business you can start. It's a good platform. So एक जोरदार तालियां मोनिका जी के लिए. Secondly, thank you on behalf of MSME, Laghu Udyog Bharati, and I being a MSME. Thank you for giving me this platform to have my views. सूरी जी आपने जो कहा था कि ओईएम डायरेक्ट सेल नहीं कर पाएंगे क्योंकि क्रेडिट जब तक नहीं देंगे ना न्यू मेगा जैसा तब तक कुछ नहीं होगा। सो क्रेडिट के वजह से ही ये रिटेल और अपना स्टॉक यार्ड चालू रहने वाला है, दैट इज श्योर। सेकेंडली मोनिका जी यू हैड आस्क्ड द क्वेश्चन कि क्या करेंगे मिस ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म पे किसको खरीदना चाहिए। एक्चुअली आई डिडंट आंसर फ्रॉम देयर, देयर वाज अ रीजन बेसिकली बिकॉज आई वांटेड टू कम हियर। देखो आई एम नॉट अगेंस्ट एनी डेवलपमेंट, नॉट अगेंस्ट एनी क्या बोलते हैं उसको न्यू जेन एवरीथिंग। The thing is that when we pay on credit, yes, payment is very reliable, no issue on it because I pay direct to JSW, Isar, Tata, anywhere. So that is not an issue. The only thing is when there is a rejection. So Netflix comes there and I had a very bad experience to be क्योंकि जब वो OEM ने इधर ऑनलाइन चालू किया उन्होंने मुझे एक फोन किया था दीपक अपने को ये महीने में 100 टन तो करने का ऑनलाइन। आई सेड मेरा बुकिंग आज के आज करो, 4 दिन में पेमेंट गया एंड टू मी बिल आई एम नॉट ए बिग पर्सन, आई एम एमएसएमई स्मॉल पर्सन, बिलीव मी विद इन ए मंथ आई हैड परचेस मोर देन 150 टन्स ऑनलाइन बट आई हैड सम प्रॉब्लम्स विद द क्वालिटी एंड दे नेवर रिप्लाइड। और पिछले 1 साल से अगेन आई हैव शिफ्टेड टू माय ऑल traders, retailers, stockists. I am doing business with them only. So I am happy to share it. Yes, I don't see कि अगले साल में अगर उन्होंने ये चीजें सुधार ली तो डेफिनेटली ऑनलाइन उनका भी अच्छा बढ़ सकता है। That is not a problem going to be. So it's a good platform also. दूसरा है I come from MSME. तो MSME क्या रहता है, देखो मैं थोड़ा क्या बोलते हैं नेगेटिव साइड में जाऊंगा क्योंकि यू आर ऑल स्टील मैन्युफैक्चरर सिटिंग ट्रेडर डीलर, लेकिन मैं जिसके लिए मुझे बुलाया मुझे तो मेरी बात रखनी पड़ेगी उसके लिए है। देखो इंडिया इज ए कंट्री वेयर डेमोक्रेसी रहता है, उससे वोटिंग पावर रहता है। हमारे एमएसएमई वी कंट्रीब्यूट 30%, हमारे पास वोटिंग पावर नहीं थे। जब सब्जी का भाव बढ़ता है, दाल का भाव बढ़ता है तो सब स्ट्राइक पेपर न्यूज, लेकिन स्टील कोविड के बाद 1 साल में डबल हो गया था, कोई रास्ते पे आया नहीं था। हम जैसों का प्रॉब्लम इतना हुआ था कि वी डिडंट हैड द वर्किंग कैपिटल और उसी वक्त ट्रेडर भी क्या करते, अगर 1 महीने का क्रेडिट के लिए 1-1.5% लगाते, उसी समय जब अप मार्केट रहता है तो वो 2-2.5% तक जाते हैं, देन वी फेस द प्रॉब्लम। सो हाउ कम टू कम आउट ऑफ दिस? यस, टाटा फाइनेंस इज देयर, मेरा सैंक्शन है आपके पास लिमिट, मैंने उठाया नहीं अभी तक, वो 1 साल से सैंक्शन होके रखा है। सो मैं सिर्फ राह देख रहा हूं, अगर स्टील 80 तक गया तो आपका भी उठा के मेरा वर्किंग कैपिटल जगह पे रखना पड़ेगा। सो व्हाट इज द थिंग the government should interfere? How the government should interfere? They have to channel the channel financing through SIDBI, some MSME scheme. Then secondly, government has done कि सब OEMs को गवर्नमेंट जो PUCs है उनको MSME से लेने के लिए परसेंटेज रखा है, लेकिन स्टील इंडस्ट्री को नहीं बोला है कि इतना परसेंटेज आपको MSME को देना ही पड़ेगा। क्या रहता है कि फिर उनको एक्सपोर्ट की ऑर्डर आ जाती है एंड वी आर शॉर्टेज ऑफ मटेरियल। और होता क्या है, ओईएम्स के साथ स्टील मिल का एग्रीमेंट रहता है। देखो वी आर इन एरा ऑफ आउटसोर्सिंग जहां पर ओईएम कुछ नहीं बनाती, नट बोल्ट लगाती है, नेम प्लेट बनाती है और टियर 1 को सब काम देती है। टियर 1 भी आजकल कुछ नहीं होगा, वो भी स्मार्ट हो गए, वो टियर 2 टियर 3 को देते हैं और हम टियर 2 टियर 3 वालों के पास वो रेट एग्रीमेंट नहीं रहता एंड देन वी आर ए प्रॉब्लमेटिक कंडीशन वेयर वी आर इन ए डीप प्रॉब्लम विद द फाइनेंस। तो इसके लिए आई थिंक सो गवर्नमेंट शुड invest more credit facility to the MSME, channel financing भी पर का। Then government को हमने बोला है कि they should compel to give some amount of steel to the industry। फिर आता है कि जो ग्रेडेड स्टील रहता है उसका बहुत प्रॉब्लम रहता है, जैसा हर्डॉक से, स्ट्रेनिक से, आर्मॉक से, सब जो है ये रिटेल में मिलता नहीं। छोटे छोटे लोगों के पास 2-4-5 टन लेने का प्राइस डबल देनी पड़ती, वेयर वी हैव टू रियली फाइट विद द थिंग। सो आई थिंक सो यू आर ऑल स्टॉकिस्ट, ट्राई टू कीप द ग्रेडेड मटेरियल एज मच एज पॉसिबल। जो इंपोर्ट मटेरियल रहता है जैसे एसएसजी, एमएलए जो भी रहेगा, दे आर वेरी कॉस्टली। अपना इसार, एमएनएस का, टाटा का जो है ना, रॉकस्टार वगैरह, ये सब रखना चाहिए हमने ताकि अपने को बिजनेस ग्रो कर सकता है। एंड दिस my 5 minutes are ended. I will thank you Monica ma'am for all the things and time.
सर आपने सबको उठा दिया नींद से अभी पीछे तक सबको आवाज आया ना? ग्रेट ग्रेट ग्रेट। अच्छा, next I would like to have Mr. Pankaj Jain, and after him we will have Mr. Narendra Kamath. Pankaj ji.
हाय गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन, नमस्कार। मैं जस्ट अपना बात रखने के पहले आई वुड जस्ट लाइक टू ब्रीफली इंट्रोड्यूस माई सेल्फ। आई हैव वर्कड इन द इंडस्ट्री फॉर 26 ईयर्स विथ लीडिंग कंपनीज लाइक स्टील अथॉरिटी, कल्याणी, महिंद्रा, और उसके बाद मैंने ये अपनी एक कंपनी चालू की थी 4 साल पहले, ब्लू ओशन स्टील्स के नाम से। एंड इन लास्ट 4 years आई एम हैप्पी टू टेल यू दैट नाउ वी आर सर्विसिंग मोर देन 350 कस्टमर्स, all MSMEs, mostly MSMEs, at least 95 to 98% MSMEs। हमने 4 साल में लगभग 1 लाख टन रफली एक रफ अप्रॉक्सीमेटली उतना बेचा है। Now, why I am telling you this? Because ये जो पूरा ट्रांजिशन रहा from being part of a manufacturer, especially a steel mill, or rather many steel mills, and now becoming a stockist, supply chain management partner, जो भी आप बोलिए, तो आई वुड लाइक टू ब्रीफली टेल यू कि क्या क्या चैलेंजेस है। सुबह से हम लोग सब लोग एक बात कर रहे हैं, लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी का। ऑनेस्टली लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी इन माय व्यू, ये ना ज़्यादातर केसेस में इट विल रिमेन अ बोर्ड रूम प्रेजेंटेशन, हमको लास्ट माइल तक जाना है। बट लेट मी बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, अनलेस वी डू फ्यू बेसिक थिंग्स इट विल बी वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट। अगेन आई एम टेलिंग यू, चूंकि मैं दोनों साइड देखा हूँ, एंड ऑल्सो लेट मी ऑल्सो शेयर विथ यू, अभी मैं डॉक्टरेट भी कर रहा हूँ स्टील के ऊपर में, वेयर आई एम डूइंग माई PhD फ्रॉम पुणे यूनिवर्सिटी, एंड माई टॉपिक इज ग्लोबल कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस ऑफ इंडियन स्टील इंडस्ट्री। मेरे हिसाब से देर आर फ्यू वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स टू बी डन। द फर्स्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट थिंग इज दैट whenever any manufacturer is appointing a dealer बोलिए, stockist बोलिए, सुपर स्टॉकिस्ट बोलिए, whatever term you use, C&F, जो भी आपको term use करना है, ठीक है। like the पहली चीज ये है, in most of the cases the line of relationship, JSW and Tata I do not know much, but most of the industry, and I keep interacting with many other people, the line of relationship between the manufacturer and the stockist is not clearly established। स्टॉकिस्ट बोलता है कि मैं डीलर हूं, लेकिन मेरे हिसाब से स्टॉकिस्ट हो या सुपर स्टॉकिस्ट हो या डीलर हो, जो भी है, जब तक सारी की सारी whether you say hand holding या whether you say even the transfer of technology, हम सब यहाँ टेक्नोलॉजी की बातें कर रहे हैं सुबह से। मुझे ये बताइए कि कितने स्टॉकिस्ट के पास में जो स्टील मिल के पास जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, वेदर वो ERP है, चाहे वो whatever टेक्नोलॉजी इज बीइंग ट्रांसफर्ड टू द स्टॉकिस्ट, सो दैट व्हाई इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट। ये इंपॉर्टेंट इसलिए है कि जब हम, अभी तो मैं स्टॉकिस्ट जैसा बात कर रहा हूं, जब हम किसी के पास में भी जाते हैं और ये बोलते हैं कि आई एम रिप्रेजेंटिंग XYZ कंपनी एंड ये रहा उसका स्टील, ओके आई मे बी हैविंग सम लेटर, चैनल पार्टनर, व्हाटएवर, माय बिहेवियर गुड और बैड, एक्चुअली इट इज रिप्रेजेंटेटिव ऑफ दैट कंपनी। इसलिए बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है दैट ऑल द टेक्नोलॉजी या इवन हैंड होल्डिंग या इवन ट्रेनिंग या इवन whatever all what is required, so that when a stockist or a dealer or a super stockist, when he is going to a end user, he is able to give the same जैसे वर्किंग जो एक स्टील प्लांट करना चाहता है, जो बोर्ड रूम में दिखाया जाता है, द सेम रिलेशनशिप ही इज एबल टू एक्सटेंड। दैट इज द फर्स्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट थिंग। द सेकेंड थिंग इज दैट आई एम इन द वैल्यू एडेड सेगमेंट। व्हेन आई से वैल्यू एडेड सेगमेंट, आई ओनली डील in those business segments where the minimum is automobile, और ऑटोमोबाइल से एरोस्पेस तक जाता है। इंसिडेंटली आई एम नॉट इन द कमोडिटी साइड। मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूं, इन मोस्ट ऑफ द सेक्टर्स, ऑयल एंड गैस, माइनिंग, डिफेंस, एरोस्पेस, मरीन, जितना भी आप नाम ले लीजिए, ये सब ना ज्यादातर कॉर्पोरेट बोर्ड रूम्स में ये दिखाया जाता है कि वी वांट टू मूव टू दीज सेगमेंट्स, वी वांट टू कम आउट ऑफ द नॉन कमोडिटी, क्योंकि उसमें ज्यादा पैसा है। लेकिन लेट मी टेल यू, ज्यादा पैसा जरूर है, लेकिन डिमांड वहां कम है। Which manufacturer is ready to, handhold the stockist so that all these, जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का मेक इन इंडिया है में इनिशिएटिव लिया जा रहा है, टू गेट, टू मेक ऑल दीज सेगमेंट्स बेटर एंड बेटर। ऑनेस्टली अगर आप लास्ट 10-15 साल में देखेंगे तो नॉट मच प्रोग्रेस हैज बीन मेड। Still, whenever it comes to these value-added segment, we are still importing. The reason is that MSME sectors में जो manufacturers इन value added products में काम कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे ज़्यादा सपोर्ट की ज़रूरत है क्योंकि उनकी क्वांटिटी रिक्वायरमेंट काफ़ी कम है, उनकी MOQ रिक्वायरमेंट्स कम है. एक स्टॉकिस्ट करता क्या है? Other than the trade, other than credit part, mainly वो कर क्या रहा है? Basically what he is doing is that he or she is trying to make the goods available, the MOQ, as little as one bundle, one piece, या even काट के दे रहा है. That's what the stockist is doing. तो वो stockist is trying to fulfill the requirements of the steel mill by buying the total requirement. हो सकता है अभी जिंदल है, बड़ा कंपनी है, कि they will say 300 ton चाहिए, okay, 200 ton चाहिए, whatever is the quantity, ठीक है? And now, on the other hand, you are supposed to sell in small quantities. तो ये बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है कि the sunrise sectors in our country, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया oil and gas ये वो जितनी भी है, वहाँ पर बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है कि MSME में जो भी लोग वहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं, वहाँ extra hand holding की ज़रूरत है. And extra hand holding can come not by way of giving cheap material. No, that's not my requirement. By way of proper transfer of technology, whether it is software or hand holding, so that वो last mile तक actually पहुँच पाए. That is very important. तीसरी important चीज़ जो बहुत ज़्यादा है, जब हम बात करते हैं कि ये पूरा का पूरा sustainability और ये सब की बातें करते हैं, तो आप देखो एक चीज़, कहाँ पर ऐसा होता है कि हम पूरी की पूरी monitoring कर रहे हैं कि आपका जो stockist है, वो आपके जब end user से मिल रहा है, क्योंकि आपका जो end user है वो आपको correct feedback देता है. How many times it is happening that we are collecting feedback from the end user? I mean, the customer of the stockist. Problem हमारे इंडस्ट्री में क्या है? ज़्यादातर केसेस में साइलोज में काम होता है. स्टील मिल्स अपने इश्यूज लेके काम करते रहती हैं, स्टॉकिस्ट अपनी इशू लेके काम करता रहता है, मैन्युफैक्चरर या एंड यूजर अपने इश्यूज लेके वो बेचारा लड़ता रहता है. एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट करना चाहिए जहां पर तीनों एक साथ मिल करके प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करें. मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल बताता हूं. मैं पहले एक बार मारुति में गया था. द डिस्कशन वाज ऑन लाइट वेटिंग दी कार को कैसे लाइट वेट बनाया जाए ताकि ज़्यादा माइलेज दे. प्रॉब्लम यह है कि अगर वो डिस्कशन मारुति में अकेले होगी, स्टील मिल को आप इन्वॉल्व नहीं करोगे तो कभी भी वर्कआउट नहीं करेंगे. और स्टील मिल के बाद में एक्चुअली इन एन आइडियल सिनेरियो जो लास्ट माइल में जहां पर वो स्टॉकिस्ट जो एंड यूजर है जो बना रहा है प्रोडक्ट को, जैसे अभी आपने बताया ना टियर 2 टियर 3 में बन रहा है, टियर 1 में भी नहीं बन रहा है, वो टियर 3 तक की इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं होगी तब तक एक्चुअली वो होगा नहीं. इट विल ओनली बी वी विल ओनली बी मेकिंग प्रेजेंटेशंस बट ऑनेस्टली इट विल नॉट गो अप टू द लास्ट माइल. एंड ये अगर हम कुछ बेसिक चीज़ें करेंगे तभी शायद ऐसा होगा कि जो हमारा एक ड्रीम है इंडिया को एक सुपर पावर बनाने का, सिर्फ हमें बोलने से नहीं होगा कि इंडिया विल बिकम अ सुपर पावर, ये वो व्हाटएवर. लेट्स बी वेरी ट्रू अबाउट इट. हम अभी भी चाइना के 1/10 हैं विद द सेम पॉपुलेशन बेस. वी शुड नो द फैक्ट्स. हम चाइना के हर चीज़ों में, चाहे वो कार का सेल हो चाहे स्टील की प्रोडक्शन हो, हम 1/10 हैं. वी मे बी नंबर 2 बट काफ़ी पीछे हैं, लेकिन हम आगे जा सकते हैं. वी कैन डेफिनेटली गो. एंड आई थिंक इफ इंडस्ट्री बॉडी, गवर्नमेंट बॉडी, सब लोग मिल करके काम करेंगे तो आई पर्सनली फील चाइना वी in one day, maybe in 20-30 years, there can be a situation, because the world likes to do business with us, there can be a situation where we will not just be equal to China, but super past China, and we'll actually become a superpower. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pankaj ji. Mr. Kamath. Kamath ji, मैंने आपको intentionally last में बोला है.
So I have the last word.
Last and the most important person.
Thank you. Firstly, thanks everyone for having us a part of this wonderful event today. And before I get into the specific subject matter, I just want to take a minute. While many of you who are present here today are our patrons and know about Tata Capital, but I'll just spend about a minute to take you through about what Tata Capital is all about. We are a 15-year-old non-banking finance company. We started our business operations in September 2007. And over the last 15 years, incidentally in September 22, we crossed the milestone of 1 lakh crore worth of asset size. We are present in the consumer finance business, which is the auto loans, personal loans, business loans, home loans, etc. We are part of the clean tech capital, which is the clean energy capital. We are there in the housing finance space also, which is both the construction as well as the retail homes. And most importantly, we are also there in the commercial and the SME finance space. Now the commercial and SME finance space is what I represent here today, and many of the customers who are our patrons here today have been dealing with the commercial and SME finance business. Now quite a few interesting points have been coming out during the discussions. While I'll not touch upon something which is more very industry specific, something which is very relevant to where we can make a difference as a financier. It is more to do with what everyone has been talking about, the last mile connectivity, maybe looking too repetitive, but I'll just take it a bit further. It's more about how we are able to participate in the ecosystem, because typically it is the ecosystem which helps it reach the last mile. Now the first set of ecosystem that we have already been participative, and most of the large steel corporates, be it Tata Steel, JSW, Steel Authority, AMNS and POSCO for that matter, is the first tier of dealerships that we have been there. And I'm sure that we have been able to make a difference to that ecosystem when we started our business about 6-7 years back into this space. But what we have seen over a period of time evolving is that this ecosystem now needs to move to the tier 1, tier 2 or even the tier 3 business, what Sir just mentioned a while back, because that is exactly where the market is. The tier 1 market is possibly reached a stage wherein there is enough and more funding opportunities available. They are the ones possibly who are there in the metro locations, have easy access to finance, and we are also there as one of the financiers who are there. But what is it that will help us go to that tier 2, tier 3? So we decided to get into this kind of a space because this space is not easy. It is, as was rightly commented, large part of it is the SME customer base which is present in this space. So there is a different way in which each of it has to be dealt with. There is lack of information available. There is issue in terms of what kind of information is available. So to deal with all of that, we have incidentally moved into a way of doing business which will help us tap this segment more effectively and will ensure that there is an easy access of finance available to this segment. So one of the ways in which we have been talking about doing this is how can we make it more transparent for the customers, because there is always an element of doubt between when we are dealing with on both sides, when the customer is dealing with a financier and possibly when we as a financier are dealing with some of these SMEs. So is there a way that we can make it more transparent? Is there a way in which we can make it more tech savvy so that geographies and locations which are far in the hinterland and not easily accessible through a branch office or through any other means by a physical contact, which was also mentioned by Mr. Anupam earlier, that is there a phygital way of doing it? Yes, there is definitely a way of doing it, and happy to state that this is one of the ways that we have seen, and we have been seeing very good success in this segment in some of the sectors that we have ventured into. Incidentally, the tier 2 business that we are talking about today is also one of the business that we have started with some of the people who are also a part of this audience, and this has largely been based on some of the guidance and inputs which has been coming in from, of course, the corporates of Tata Steel, JSW, etc., but also the inputs which has come in from the dealers and the super stockists or whatever name you call them. It's the inputs which has mattered a lot to take these decisions, because it's more about what the end customer wants and how he is able to fulfill those requirements makes a difference for us to take a decision about what quantum to fund, how to fund. So going ahead, if you ask me what way this industry will move for us as a financier, what we started off as a large corporate as an anchor will shift to the main stockist or a distributor as an anchor, and possibly the tier 2, tier 3 dealers or retailers, or even for that matter manufacturers for that matter, are going to be a part of that ecosystem. So this is something which we feel will make a lot of difference, and that is where we see that opportunity coming in. And as an entity, we are staying invested to be in this space mostly through the digital and technology means, wherein we are depending upon a lot of information coming in through the distributor ecosystem to help us make those decisions. And I'm sure in time to come, we'll be having a system in place which will help us make those decisions more effective and impactful for this ecosystem. Just a small bit before I end this is where all can we be there as an entity. So one is definitely, which I spoke about, the channel funding, which was also being referred to a while back. which is there for the dealer business. Second is the tier 2 funding, which is for the sub dealers or the people who buy it from these stockists. As an institution, we have also got a product which is going to help the main stockists or the distributors to invest into the capital equipment which is required for making the required products which are suitable for the tier 2 or the tier 3 customers. So these say maybe the cutting lines or the slitting lines, even the investment which is required for this is something which as an entity we have started funding those, and we see a good opportunity coming in times to come. Last but not the least is the logistic part, because how do we ensure that whatever is the small supplies that we do at whatever dimensions or whatever size or volume it may be, how do we ensure that it goes from say a main stockist to a dealer or from a sub dealer to an end customer? That is also a space we feel there is a good opportunity for us to be participative in, and we are keen to participate in this business. I think with that I'll end my part of the introduction here, and possibly as a part of the panel discussions we'll take it over for any question and answers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kamath. Praveen sir.
No, thank you. I think all three co-panelists brought out very, very relevant points from their perspective. So thanks a lot, first of all, for that. Just to extend a little bit, Narendra, I'll come to you first. So you know, banks have certain limitations. Though banks are, the interest rates are the best, but they have certain limitations they can't go. And therein the NBFCs come in, like Tata Capital, who are far more risk-taking, even though the interest rates are high. But now I think we talked about e-commerce and payment gateways. Now these new age fintechs are coming up, fast coming up, who are funded, and they're far more aggressive than even NBFCs. How do you see them integrating into a steel supply chain? Because steel, as we know, is a high value item. Do you think they are a threat, or should we see them as a collaborative partners going forward? Because this is I'm looking from the end users and also from channel, they are looking that as a possible solution.
Yes, thanks Praveen. So you rightly said it, Praveen, that it has to be a collaborative approach. While yes, there are some areas that we compete with these fintechs, there is a lot of reliance on technology and the way we possibly evaluate. See, as an entity, even we have matured over time. Maybe 4 years earlier, if you had asked me, would I sanction or appraise a loan without a balance sheet, the answer would have been a no for at least a commercial proposal. 3 years later or earlier, when COVID hit about 2020, we realized there has to be a better way of doing business. We have evolved, as have a lot of other entities, be it the banks, NBFCs, and even fintechs for that matter, evolved different ways in which we analyze things. And I think it's here to stay. So there is definitely a space for each one of us to do this business. What is critical is how do we ensure that we are there when the customer actually wants that facility, because there's no point in sanctioning something which is already past its due. So that's one thing which is extremely critical, to be there when the customer actually wants it. Second is be as transparent as possible. And one needs to be extremely transparent. This is a business that is carried out largely on trust. And I think there's nobody other than better than Tata Group as an entity to epitomize that. But that is also a very relevant point, because I'm sure many of you would have heard it in the news about the issues that which come up with some of these digital fintechs. But having said that, there are quite a few of them who are making their space and carving out a niche for themselves. And as an entity, we are also collaborating with some of them to ensure that we have a deeper penetration into this space. It's a learning experience for all of us.
प्रवीण जी, एक क्वेश्चन मेरा भी है। अच्छा, सबसे पहले तो आप लोग के फ़ोन में जो YouTube है ना, आप उसको ज़रूर ओपन करके देखिएगा, बिकॉज उसमें काफ़ी क्वेश्चंस भी आ रहे हैं. So there is a question from the YouTube I have received of Mr. Satyendra Chadha. Is he sitting here or he is just watching online? I don't know. So, sir, इनका question है, if the fabricator takes from large steel plant, they have to pay advance and then take delivery. If they take from trader, they get credit of 1 month. This is an important issue which needs to be addressed. Sir, your comments on this. Praveen ji, your comments.
Yeah, sure. I'll tell you the Tata Steel structure. So about 65% of our business is B2B. So all the automotive and the large customers like L&T and Tata Projects and all that, we serve them directly. But there are large set of end users or customers, be it appliance industry, be it fabricators, where as a industry, and this I speak on behalf of all the steel industries, we will not be able to cater them. Their service need. So this is nothing to do with product or product forms, because even Tata Steel or even JSW or AMNS also have their own service centers. We can cut them into the required size and all. But it is the service element, which is both the working capital support. The distributor not only provides working capital support in terms of credit and inventory, also the delivery, short delivery lead time, the low MOQs, etc. So that is the differentiating factor between whether mills should serve directly or mills should serve through the channel. That service element only determines whether who should serve them. If I were to serve, so today in my about 4 million tons that I sell, I have some 10,000 customers. It is just not possible for me to reach out to 10,000 customers. That's why I have about 150 distributors across the country who do that for us. So this credit requirement, Mr. Chadda, I think,
yes.
If he is one and you multiply that by 10,000 more customers, if all of them ask 30 days, and which is a very valid request, I think Mr. Deepak also mentioned that credit is the single largest enabler for buying on the buying decision.
Sir, एक और tricky question है, but
Oh,
ये
sure.
anonymous है. I will not take the name.
I think.
Yeah, Deepak ji.
सर जब से ये ऑनलाइन चालू हो गया है ना स्टील का, देखो टाटा कैपिटल जैसे आप लोगों को बहुत अच्छे दिन आने वाले. मैं क्यों बोलता हूँ उसके लिए, देखो टाटा कैपिटल, सोचो डायरेक्ट मिल से जब मैं लेता हूँ और जब ट्रेडर से लेता हूँ 30 डेज क्रेडिट पे दे चार 1.5% यानी कि 1.5% एक ₹1.25 वगैरह किलो को वो लेते हमेशा. सोचो मैंने अगर डायरेक्ट मिल से लिया तो मेरे को वो बच जाता है, और फिर मेरे पास क्या रहता है, एमएसएमई हो, पैसा नहीं रहता है न, मैं 99% एमएससी डोंट हैव मनी. तो हम क्या करते हैं टाटा कैपिटल से, दे चार्ज 11 to 12% एट अराउंड प्रेजेंटली व्हाट यू आर चाहे. हम बोलते हैं चलो 1% भी गया, एक 70 रुपए किलो को 70 पैसा गया, चलो हमको फिर भी 8 आना बच गया, महीने का 100 टन लिया 50,000 बच गया. सो यू गाइज विल हैविंग गुड डेज. जैसा ऑनलाइन बिजनेस बढ़ेगा इनका ओईएम्स का, वैसे टाटा कैपिटल जैसे जो फाइनेंस कंपनी है डेफिनेटली विल गोइंग टू हैव ए गुड डेज.
आप और एक क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे थे.
तो वो anonymous question है, मैं आपको पूछती हूँ. तो ये question है, is it possible to reach last mile customer without cutting the price? Can customers afford it?
Can customers afford it?
Can customer afford it? Is it possible without cutting the steel price, you are able to sell it, and the customer can they afford it?
So first part of the answer is steel mills will not be able to extend the credit, which distributors or channel partners are able to do. Second is steel mills will not be able to keep that inventory with them for such a long time, because these are small size MOQs which we do. Digital का हम लोग ने इसके पहले सेशन में भी सूरी जी और सब बात कर रहे थे. Even today, I think Vinayak touched upon Ashiana. Ashiana is a platform where Tata Steel sells directly to end customers. 97% of that sales happens on cash on delivery. Only 3% do digital payment. And with this section 194 coming in from 1st December, even that has stopped because we have to pay 1% TDS. So e-commerce के ऊपर अभी भी लोगों का confidence नहीं आया, and that is why they take the material and they do cash on delivery, even if it is high value item 2 lakh 3 lakh rupees. वो individual customer, tier 3, tier 4, even rural areas में, they pay on cash to the dealers. What digital can help, and I think a lot of debate happened, if you remove e-commerce for the time being, ultimately it will come. If you remove e-commerce, what digital, the strength of digital is to give transparency, to give clear line of sight to the customer. Today, if you ask me, in automotive, I serve 16 customers. I know all 16, I know all the purchase managers by name. But if you ask me, I serve 10,000 MSMEs, I don't even know the name of all of them. Digital has the power to bring all of them on the common platform. I'm not saying I'll change the business model. Our business model will remain same. We will still serve through distributors because distributor has that inherent strength of providing service, which I will not be able to do. Service in terms of working capital, inventory, short lead times, smaller MOQs, etc. They will continue to do. But customers will have confidence or transparency that, suppose for example, now we have started, there's another platform called Digica, where customers can log orders directly on the platform. We have the visibility. I now know that some 2,500 customers have logged orders, and it will be served through distributors. I'm still not talking about e-commerce, but at least that visibility is there now. Now I know the customers. Now I know their names. Now I know where they are located. Now I know how much they buy. What I can do with this information, I can collate my requirements. If I have to improve on my product, I'm getting direct feedback now from the customer. I think he brought about a very important point on rejection management. I think the confidence on online is not there because you don't know how to handle rejections. Now we are allowing customers to log complaints directly on the platform, so that I will have, or Tata Steel or the OE or the mills, JSW1, they will have clear line of sight what complaints are coming. We can still address that. So digital is a very, very strong medium where e-commerce will come subsequently, but without e-commerce also it's a very, very powerful medium to reach out to retailers and SMEs to solve a lot of their problems of visibility, of supply chain visibility, of stocks, of order status, of complaint handling. And these things have started, sir. You will start seeing the benefit. And e-commerce subsequently, it's a question of trust and very strong payment gateways. Once it gets plugged in, I think we'll be on.
Correct.
हमको पहला OEM का रेट समझने लगा, ये भी बहुत अच्छी बात।
सर जब मैं ट्रांसपेरेंसी बोल रहा हूँ तो मतलब प्राइस भी, आपको प्राइस भी पता चलेगा उसमें।
अच्छा सर, अब देखिए ये वाले सेशन में हमने टेबल टर्न किया है, ओके, वी वांट टू नो फ्रॉम द MSME. तो माय क्वेश्चन टू द ऑडियंस राइट नाउ, क्योंकि हमें काफ़ी ये फीडबैक मिलता है दैट स्टील मिल्स आर नॉट ओपन टू फीडबैक्स. सो आई वांट टू नो फ्रॉम यू, ऐसा होता है क्या? आपसे कुछ कहना चाह रहे थे ना पहले?
I just have a point.
सर एक सेकंड सर, वो लास्ट सेशन से बोल रहे हैं सर, उनको एक बारी, देन आफ्टर
Hello to everybody. I am from Indiana Gratings. So it is like we buy directly from the end user also. We buy from Steel Center also.
What is your good name?
Ashish Asher from Indiana Gratings. And since morning I was thinking, what am I doing here? So today I came to know that I am also a little extended version of Steel Center, because we buy steel, we do a little value addition, fabrication, we have our in-house galvanizing, and we sell the product. Now, one of our product is steel gratings. If some of you must have heard about it, for some of you it is like a steel platform structure which is used as a walkway in the industry. Now we export this product to Singapore, USA, all over the world, because there the steel service centers, they stock these grating panels. So I want to invite here, and this is not happening in India. So I want to invite here in an open forum that the leading steel service center, because we can't do, we don't have any commerce
सर आपका फैसिलिटी किधर है?
Pune, Jejuri.
बस आप सभी वहीं जाएंगे after the conference. But please do contact Mr. Ashish and make a visit.
Yeah, please, most welcome. And we don't know how it works and the, the commerce platform.
So anyone
we
who
don't
like
have
to visit Mr. Ashish can connect with us, and then we will let you know.
Yeah, my
for
details,
sure.
madam can
Certainly,
give
certainly.
you. Thank you.
Sir,
Got it.
at the front, at the front. But मेरा question अभी भी ये है, are the steel mills open for real-time feedbacks from MSME?
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Bhavin Bhuta from Hina Steel LLP. We are distributors for JSW Steel for HR coils and TMT bars. From morning I've been hearing everyone and very nice sessions. Deepak Falleji, you mentioned that you are not happy with the online model. Well, my personal take is online or offline, steel business or any business is all about commitment. If any model, offline or online, is honoring that commitments, that model is always going to prosper. So yes, online is definitely welcome. That's the future. But parallelly, offline will also have their own, ways of going ahead as long as you are committed to business. My questions to two gentlemen here, Mr. Srivastav from Tata Steel and Mr. Kamath from Tata Capital. So firstly, Mr. Srivastav, you mentioned about the aggregators, the fintechs, Tata distributors are the role models. The model distributorship in steel is considered from Tata Steel, and we as JSW distributors are always learning and trying to better. Sometimes yes and sometimes no. So, in this competitive world of steel environment that we are seeing the last 3-4 years, how does the distributor stay relevant in business? Because we don't have deep pockets, we don't have venture capital funds. Of course, we have people like Tata Capital, taking care of our back and gradually understanding our requirements. But how does one stay relevant in such competitive market? And and my question to Mr. Kamath would be, as I said, you are an NBSC and I have a recent experience with your team, very aggressive, and I think that was a need for the industry. I think you all entered at the right time with this concept and product, and I think the future is great, no doubt about that. My question to you, sir, is that in this process, it's also equally important that Tata Capital is cost competitive. No doubt, you say we are an NBFC and the cost of fund would be higher. But when we go to people like Deepak Phale, who's very strong, who has got a great goodwill in the market, he would not, say that, oh, your funding is from NBFC or a bank. He will just look at the cost of fund. So I think in this entire process, the more competitive we are, your team is very aggressive. I met a few of them, and they will definitely pitch in for higher rate of interest. But I think, if you look at higher volumes, there's slightly lower rate of interest. I think you can definitely capture the market better. Thanks.
Thanks, Bhavin. I think that's a very, very pertinent question, and this question we discuss internally a lot, how to keep the distributors relevant. So I'll try to attempt. If I'm not able to, you have some 4 or 5 of my distributors are here, one sitting next to you, Saurav, your friend, they may answer. So first of all is, distribution is not a short-term thing. You have to always think long-term. I'm very happy to see that all the 5 distributors who are here, and they are from all India. The people have come from Delhi, from Chennai, from Bangalore, from Bombay. They all are either second or third generation today. So that itself gives me a big pleasure that the distributors are thinking long-term of being in steel business. Second is, you have heard right from beginning, and all of us know how the steel is going to grow in India. All of us who are in steel business today are in the most advantageous position today. Forget the last 6 months, last 3 months, prices going up and down. Obviously, they have made a dent. But जो बोलते हैं ना आगे अच्छा ही है, and it is based on what we see around. You go to any city, any tier 2, tier 3 city, you see the amount of construction happening, the amount of infrastructure being built up, whether it is road, bridges, metro, airports, whatever it is. And it's a momentum. It will continue for at least next 15, 20 years. So anyone who's in steel business, I think the golden days are ahead. It's going to continue. Third, we see is how to keep distributor relevant is on skill set. I think you you touched upon that. How do we transfer technology or how do we transfer skills to distributors? We constantly make it a point, and there are KPIs that we track on whether distributors are adding skills to not only to them but their sales force also. So it's a onus is on steel mills. How do we make them more skillful? So half the time Saurav and all, they keep complaining that they are either involved in some training, whether it is product training or digital training or supply chain training or TOC training. We want them to ensure that they remain relevant. They are aware of what the new products are coming into the market, how digital is taking shape. Even though they question that, boss, ye kyun kara rahe ho training? Kuch to ho nahi raha isme. But we want them to know that this is the future is. If you don't learn now, suddenly you will be stranded one day. What's happening? So to keep upskill yourself throughout, and I take this onus is on steel mills to keep them, make sure that they learn. So it includes, various plant visits, product training, etc. But most important is obviously the ROI, which many a times we ignore deliberately. But we also keep track that distributors, and many of these distributors are only into steel business. They don't have real estate or other FMCG products or phones or etc. So we are very well aware of what is the ROI the distributors are making, and obviously we need to intervene. If we see that distributors are not making enough money, we'll have to, as a mill, we'll have to intervene to keep them relevant. And last point which I said is on, again, coming back to the long term, we ensure we have a separate program for, all these distributors and their children. They are very well educated now. They all study abroad and they have many options to go. They can go into consulting, they can go into marketing, anything. But for us, it is important, and it's an open secret, I'm sharing it here on open platform. For us, it is important that they come back to steel business. And for them, they will not come unless they see some attraction in the steel mills, which includes ROI, which includes learning, which includes some amount of digital, which includes some leadership in the marketplace. This is what attracts them to come back to steel industry. So it's a combination of all this that you make the channel partners relevant. We have been practicing this so far, touch wood, it has been successful. But yeah, we can't say that it's come to an end. It's a journey that we have to keep doing, every year.
प्रवीण जी, आप कुछ कह रहे थे कि कस्टमाइज प्रोग्राम, यू कैन ऑलवेज कंसिडर अस फॉर योर कस्टमाइज प्रोग्राम्स. अच्छा, कामत जी के लिए भी क्वेश्चन था. कामत जी.
Thanks, sir. Thanks for empathizing with us, the constraints under which we work. But just one point I would like to state that when you said that the kind of credit that you offer in the market, it actually, you are nothing but then short of a pseudo financier in this market. So you actually double up and do a lot of work, which in a way we are happy to substitute. We have our constraints, but point taken, sir. We want to be relevant in this market and we want to have a larger coverage. So if there are any exceptions, we have in the past listened to these customer requests and voices, and we'll continue to do so. And just one thing which we wanted to make it as an extension of what Deepak ji also said, that the credit at some point in time, as the value goes up, there is always a limitation, because otherwise you are taking everything on your own balance sheet. So it's important that up to some point of time you stay with that credit. Beyond that point, it has to be let go, and somebody, maybe Tata Capital or some other financier, has to step in to fill in that gap. So that's where we'll be more relevant in making that difference. And from a cost perspective, yes, we'll definitely take your inputs to make it more workable and economical for all these stakeholders. Thank you.
Yeah, last question. I'm Saurabh Shah from Naresh Steel. I have a question for Deepak ji, जो actually SME में बोल रहे हैं SME के लिए. तो we have a question that when we supply to SME, there's a fear of bad debts. तो आप लोग एक एसोसिएशन, एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हो के उसके लिए आप लोग अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में क्या कर रहे हैं या करना चाहिए, is the question, because every year we have 10 to 15 SMEs जिसमें हमारा पैसा bad debts चला जाता है. So my question to you is, how would you be able to help as a leader of the organization or leading in that? सेकेंड क्वेश्चन टू कामत जी. सर, SMEs को फंडिंग प्रॉपर मिलने से हमारा बिजनेस और स्मूथली चल सकता है एक्चुअली. सो मोस्ट ऑफ द SMEs आर प्रोपराइटर और उनको फंड्स मिलते नहीं है, कोई ना कोई रीज़न से बैंक्स में डॉक्यूमेंट पास ही नहीं होते हैं, ड्यू टू विच वी दीपक जी ने बोला कि हम ज़्यादा मार्जिन लेते हैं. वो मार्जिन लेने का रीज़न कभी कभी ये हो जाता है क्योंकि वो फियर भी एक साथ में है, क्योंकि वो कस्टमर पैसा मिलेगा कि नहीं मिलेगा, हमको वो डर रहता है. सो इफ़ वी कुड गेट दैट आंसर, बिजनेस कैन रन स्मूथली. सबको ज़्यादा प्रॉफिट नहीं करना है बट रेगुलर बिजनेस करना है, बट उसके लिए ये सब हर्डल्स है, उसको कैसे अपन टैकल कर सकते हैं. अगर आप कुछ उसमें हमको गाइड करेंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा.
Thank you. First off, business comes with the risk. I entered in a business where I needed to take the risk basically. देखो पैसा जो है ना वो मेरा भी बहुत डूबा है straight way. Even with MNS, क्या बोलते हैं MNCs, I can name out, but I don't want to name out. Even the OEMs are not paying sometimes. And the COVID was such a situation where definitely I had least of my MSME people who used to come to me, sir, मेरा इतना पैसा अटका है, क्या करेंगे? देखो, we are NGOs where we come together to uplift everything. But definitely in payment terms, monetary, we can't take guarantee of anyone, anywhere, anyhow, anytime also. That is the straight way forward I can tell you. उसमें कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे. Thank you.
आप ये भी तो सोचिए कि मेटालॉजिक ने आके भी तो रिस्क ही लिया ना पुणे में. अगर हम भी इतना नाप तोल करते तो हम यहाँ कुछ कर ही नहीं पाते.
Quick answer to your question, sir, is that we realize what inputs you have said. We know that we can't be depending upon the standard documents that we are used to collecting when we appraise a proposal. So incidentally, we have done away with some of these tools for appraising. So we no longer depend on balance sheets up to a certain ticket size. So we depend upon the bank statement. अगर आपका कस्टमर है तो आपसे कितना सेल परचेज रहा है, आपके साथ कैसा व्यवहार रहा है. We depend on those surrogates to take a decision. And again, very happy and glad to state that it has worked well for us. So it's not that we take a decision only on the balance sheet. It has been a learning curve for us. Possibly has taken us 2 good years to make that decision. But then yes, going forward, we are going to take it at, sir, and we'll keep taking inputs from large players such as you and the other dealers in this fraternity to keep building on this in time to come. Thank you.
तब बाकी के रेस्ट ऑफ द क्वेश्चंस हम अगले सेशन में ले लें. वो प्लेनरी है, वो सजेशन सेशंस है. सजेशन सेशन है वो बिल्कुल आपसे ही उल्टा हम क्वेश्चन करके सजेशन ले लेंगे. अच्छा, एक लास्ट ले लेते हैं.
Good evening all. This is Sujit Gandhi from Ultra Corporate. We are in the engineering manufacturing company in the renewable energy and solar and oil and gas, metro. We use a lot of steel and we are looking for steel manufacturers to support us in VMI, the vendor management inventory. So if anybody can talk about it, it will be really helpful for us.
Yeah, hello, Pankaj here. I do not know about the steel mills, but as a channel partner for the steel mills, we can support you by vendor managed inventory at your premises. We would be very happy to do that, and there is no problem on that front. So directly आपको हमारे through, and let me also share with you 100% traceability रहती है, steel mills की complete backing रहती है. So everything will be provided, but it can be done by us. मैं steel mills के बारे में तो अभी नहीं बता सकता हूँ, but we can do that. Thank you.
I think we all understand supply chain. VMI के लिए the most important thing is consistency. If you have consistency of orders throughout 12 months into say 4 years, then I think it's not the science everyone understands. It's only consistency is what plays the bottleneck in VMI or any TOC solutions. So if consistency is there and you commit that this will be the minimum order size for every month, it can be worked out with, as he's saying. So steel mills do with direct customers, and we can do with channel partners, and आपने जो बोला actually it is possible. Thanks. I think we'll conclude the session here. Thank you everyone. I think quite enriching questions, and thanks all the panel members.
Indeed, once again, a very enriching session, and we are very grateful to all our eminent panelists for their time and contribution towards this session. I would request Ms. Monica Bachchan to kindly present our memento as a token of our gratitude. Our session chair, Mr. Praveen Srivastava. Thank you, Mr. Srivastava, for your time and chairing the session. Mr. Deepak Phale. Thank you, Mr. Phale, for your time. Mr. Pankaj Jain. Thank you, Mr. Jain. Mr. Narendra Kamath. Thank you, Mr. Kamath. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank all of you as well for your very attentive presence and making this session very interactive. Soon after, we will begin our next session as well. Thank you, Monica. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our next plenary session. This is actually a discussion session. The topic is joining hands for strategic growth, steel mills, SSC, retailers and distributors. Please join me in inviting on the dais our eminent panelists for this session. Once again, Mr. Praveen Srivastava, Chief of Marketing and Sale, Branded Products and Retail, Tata Steel. Mr. Yatinder Suri, Executive Director, Chemtech Foundation. Mr. Ashirwad Agrawal, MD Triveni Steel. And Ms. Monica Bachchan, Founder and CEO, Metalogic PMS. May I once again request Mr. Praveen Srivastava to kindly join us on the dais. We'll begin with this session, and I hand this session over to Monica now.
Thank you so much, Saroj. And now this is the plenary session. We will only do it for 20-25 minutes, and then we will break for tea. And after that, we have a cocktail and dinner program sponsored by Triveni Steel, Ashirwad ji. So first of all, I'd like to have final concluding remarks from Ashirwad ji from the Steel Service Center point of view. So.
Good afternoon, friends. In the first session, I didn't talk about myself. I'm Ashirwad Agarwal, you heard my name. Triveni Steel, we're a 50-year-old company, third generation, primarily into B2B trading. Now run, I claim, India's largest service center. And we truly connect the last mile and create value for steel manufacturers. I think today we've gotten a lot of value into the system. This was a very hidden topic about distribution, adding value to steel. And I can see the excitement over lunch and people meeting us, talking about how steel is being connected. And this online disruption in technology. Technology is here to stay, disruption is here to stay. People who adopt, will survive. And these digital platforms will create value for all of us. Transparency, again, it was all spoken today. So I think these kind of forums will encourage us to adapt what is new and what is future.
Thank you so much, Ashirwad ji. Acha, but मैंने एक last session में question किया था and nobody answered to me. And before that, we would like to have Sachin ji. He wanted to make some points. So can we have a mic?
Thank you.
मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है मिस्टर प्रवीण जी से। सर एक चीज़ बताइए, अभी आप जस्ट आरओआई के बारे में बात कर रहे थे, आरओआई फॉर द डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर। मेरा इसी चीज़ में कंसर्न है आपसे पूछना कि ROI is for the company, ROI for the distributor and ROI for the dealer. No doubt there is a huge demand coming. ठीक है, सब चीज़ हमने समझ ली कि खूब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होना है और खूब डेवलपमेंट होना है, स्टील की रिक्वायरमेंट होगी, बट एट द पैरेलली द सप्लाई इज ऑल्सो इंक्रीजिंग, सब लोग अपनी कैपेसिटी को इंक्रीज कर रहे हैं. सो इन दैट सिनेरियो कि when there is a cut throat competition at on every side, every government project, infrastructure for the retail sector and everywhere, how we see the ROI for the company and the distributor in the future? Because there is always a lack in demand and supply. थोड़ा गैप रहेगा, हो नहीं सकता है कि आज जितनी डिमांड बढ़ी है उतनी सप्लाई भी बढ़ जाए. जनरली क्या होता है कि सप्लाई एकदम से थोड़ी बढ़ गई, डिमांड धीरे धीरे बढ़ रही है. तो I have been continuously studying the annual reports of all the companies for 5 years, so I am seeing how it has been changing and how the losses are coming into the profit. So just for the future, I just want to know how will be the ROI for the individual companies and for the distributors.
So I think good you mentioned that point of 5 years, because last 2 years everyone is seeing the balance sheet and saying it steel companies are making huge money. But you should also see how much investment steel companies are doing, including yourself. Include JSW, AMNSO, Tata Steel. The amount of investment that is going into, and today the steel plants which are being put up is the single largest investment happening in the country. To the tune, so each company is, I think, investing close to 70,000-80,000 crores of investment. So it's relevant that they make money, because unless we make money or the steel companies make money, the investment will not happen. And what will happen subsequently if India doesn't invest in capacities? Demand is, as you said, demand will continue to grow. India will become a net importer, which happened 2 months for 2 consecutive months, and suddenly the government, I mean, everyone opened up to the idea कि नहीं export duty हटाना चाहिए and all that, whatever it is. So making money is not a bad thing, because it gets flowed back into the for distributors. Also, I think I spoke about it, that the more and more mills add capacity, the more and more distributors have to invest in, say, service centers or cut and bend centers or any processing facilities. I think someone talked about galvanizing lines. All these things mills will not be able to do. The more and more mills become bigger, it will happen like it happens in Western countries. In Europe and US, the customers are not owned by mills, they are owned by service centers. Mill just sell it, the coils or the bulk quantities, to service centers, and service centers develop their own customer base and they serve their customers. So there the responsibility of ROI of the service center is not with mills, because they sell here. But in India still, I think we'll take another decade or decade and a half to reach there. Till that time, I think the onus is on steel companies to see that just like we make a minimum amount of ROI for investing, they also make ROI, because they will also have to invest in associated capacities. So I don't know the exact number. I mean, obviously it's a matter of mathematics, but we must ensure that distributors earn enough to invest back into the business by putting more service centers, by putting better service centers, by investing in manpower. I think that's going to be a differentiator going forward. Better manpower, more technical manpower, so that they are able to reach out to the customer. And I think Deepak ji was talking about it, price and all, but I think all said and done, the customers are willing to pay extra if they get a better service. You and me do it, I think as similarly the industry will also do it.
I agree with you, sir, and I will say only one thing, that the company and the distributor both should be able to make a good and better ROI, and the ROI should not suffer because of just competition. That only I should feel that.
And also customers should not suffer. Customer is ultimately going to pay, but customer should see the value of why they are paying more. So it has to be a win-win-win. If any one of them are not happy, it's not sustainable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sachin. Good thoughts.
Praveenji, I would like to add something. You answered beautifully on that point, that conflict between mill ko kisko bechna hai and their expectations. I would like to add my experience. We also had the similar challenge, because the smaller customer, with all due respect, they are actually used to the services of the distributor, but suddenly unko lagta hai ye to 5 rupees zyada leta hai. So they try to come to the mill with the expectations of that service level, but the price of the mill. Then what happens is chaos happens. ना मिल दे सकती है और ना वो हैंडल कर सकता है. We were evolving, customer base बढ़ता चला गया, SAP आ गया, बढ़ते चले गए. एक दिन realize हुआ कि we should tell them that what is our capability. It is just like marriage. शुरू में over expectations होती हैं, फिर पता लगता है ये तो सुपरमैन नहीं है, ये तो आदमी है. तो then one fine day about 7 years back, based on some logics, very strong logics, as a sales head, I blocked 45% unique customers in my SAP. 45%. उनके logics क्या थे? Their total contribution in my business is total 45% का 3%. My share with each of these customers is less than 20%. Their total consumption per month is less than 20 tons. You understand? So based on these logics and with folded hands, we handed them over to our channel. Whether it is our own channel, service center, or it is our own independent. जो better service देंगे, उनसे ले लीजिए आप. After that, what happened? My sales team became surplus. Everything got shifted into BD. My existing customers, they were so happy कि अब आप लोगों के पास टाइम है हमारे लिए. और इवन ये जो छोटे कस्टमर्स थे, ये और खुश हो गए कि ये माल तो मिलता है, बिकॉज अब कमिटमेंट्स हो गई ना. सो इट वाज सच ए वंडरफुल आफ्टर नोइंग ईच अदर. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि परहैप्स से हमारा संवाद की कमी रहती है. थैंक यू मोनिका. ऐसे संवाद होने चाहिए, सो दैट वी आर एबल टू टेल यू अवर कंपल्शंस, सो दैट वी आर एबल टू नो व्हाट इज द कैपेबिलिटी एरिया ऑफ बोथ ऑफ अस. सो ओवर एक्सपेक्टेशन ना रखें, सबकी अपनी अपनी लिमिटेशंस हैं. सो आई जस्ट एडेड टू व्हाट यू सेड.
Thank you, sir.
We would like to have suggestions. जिसके जो पॉइंट है अभी आप दिल खोल के बोल दीजिए, क्योंकि आफ्टर दैट क्लोज हो जाएगा पूरा. We will end up the day. Anyone? Yeah. So please introduce yourself.
Good evening to one and all. Thank you, Ms. Monica, for such a wonderful platform. My name is Avinash Agarwal. I'm a Bangalore-based distributor for MS items, TMT and structural. We are coming up with a heavy fabrication steel bridge girder plant in Karnataka. My question is mainly to Ashirwad Agarwal. What you have been into steel service center for past so many years and you are doing very good. I request you to make a platform where there is some knowledge sharing, that what kind of other people, if they want to, like we are into traditional supply of business where we are suffering. So if we have to do a transition, so if we get some knowledge and you can provide it online or whatever medium, it will be a most welcome thing to do.
Avinash, I'm always available, you know me. Yes, it's a good suggestion, and maybe through Metalogic we will make this business or the processing business transparent in terms of the land area required, the machines available, the agencies which are available, and I'll request Monica to put it up on the platform.
My point was for a larger audience, like I know you personally, but
somebody else asked me this question. Basically, if you break it down, how much land you require, 5 to 10 acres. The investments in machine is anywhere between 5 to 20 crores, depending on the number of lines and facilities you require. You would require housing for at least 150, 200 people. These are the broad parameters, and half a megawatt to 1 megawatt. suggesting that way.
If you're suggesting a
then this
program,
is-
then we are always there. You can tell us where, which city, what kind of audience. We will arrange
We can do it
everything.
online. I think it'll be much more efficient to
We
do
can
it
do
online.
offline also.
Also.
Provided you sponsor us.
Okay. Thank you.
No free events.
Thank you so much.
Anyone has any suggestion? कोई कुछ express करने चाहते हैं तो आप बता सकते हैं. Yeah, please.
Yeah.
I was about to suggest that otherwise you visit his service center. I think they have wonderful multiple lines, so you can learn all about them, operating thing and all. More importantly, he serves very good food there. So you can have a good lunch at his service center.
In fact, Triveni invited Metalogic to their service center last month, and me and my team visited, and we were in awe to see the facility. क्योंकि हमारे लिए तो first time था. We learned a lot from his service center. So I think one must visit how the things are being organized, what kind of machines they are using. It's quite a learning, and of course, if any person is looking to invest, then definitely it will guide you.
Triveni Steel is one of the oldest and most reputed firm of Bangalore for last so many years.
Yeah, so this is Saurabh Shah from Naresh Steel. Thanks, Praveen, for giving wonderful answers. Yeah, interesting topics and enjoying it. आशीर्वाद जी, मेरे को आपसे क्वेश्चन पूछना है. आपके पास बहुत अच्छा सर्विस सेंटर है और ये सब बता रहे हैं. क्या सर्विस प्रोवाइडिंग में आप स्लिटिंग, कट टू लेंथ या शेयरिंग या वो सब प्रोसेस को खाली सर्विस प्रोवाइड करने को बोल रहे हैं, या कल आप खुद ऑटोमोटिव पार्ट्स या कुछ और चीज़ बनाने में उसको भी आपकी सर्विस में कैलकुलेट करके गिन रहे हैं कि वो भी आपको करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए? क्योंकि अभी हम जो कस्टमर्स को मटेरियल देते हैं वो वही काम कर रहे हैं. तो ऐसे देखने जावे तो टाटा मोटर्स का एंड यूज़र हम भी बन सकते हैं कि हम उनको डायरेक्टली बना के मटेरियल देवे, या हम कोई ट्यूब बना के देवे या कुछ करके देवे, क्योंकि अभी वो हमारे कस्टमर्स है. तो आपके हिसाब से आपको क्या लग रहा है कि हमको उस सोच में जाना चाहिए टू सर्विस प्रोवाइड करने के लिए? सो आपके लिए क्वेश्चन है, और प्रवीण जी के लिए क्वेश्चन है. सर, आप थोड़ा हमको सस्टेनेबिलिटी पे थोड़ा हमको ज्ञान देंगे तो इट विल बी मच बेटर फॉर द people here and me together to go ahead in that direction for the country. Thank you.
Steel is never an never-ending story. Story abhi baki hai. Just the start, yes. So yes, the value addition is to last T. To give an example, Triveni used to make excavators. All L&T Komatsu arms and buckets were made in our factory. For some reason, the division moved away. But that's the kind of value addition a steel service center can do. And ArcelorMittal is a perfect story. It does slitting, it does plate burning in Pune, it does fabrication in Ranipet. Do have investments. So you can't restrict your business only to slit and cut to length. That is one part. If you look at America, they make up blanks, ready-made blanks for punching. POSCO here can tell you they make body frames and panels, high-end panels. So this morning session, we all spoke about it. Steel Service Center is end-to-end delivery of value-added products. It's not about slitting cut to length anymore. It's end-to-end. Thank you.
Yeah, sort of sustainability, I think, very relevant and very pertinent point. See, it's going to hit us, whether we like it or not. So you must be aware, in Europe or in UK, they've already put a, I think, £100 per ton of duty kind of thing on steel, because steel is one of the most polluting industry. I think about 7% of the entire carbon emission is only from steel industry. So, and many customers, I think the more evolved customers, so to say, have started asking for that. What is your carbon footprint? How much you generate? And we have to give declaration. We not only declaration, we have to give them a plan. What is our plan of carbon reduction? So customer like Toyota, Suzuki have, and they audit and they check next year. What have you done on that? So it's a something which is looming large on us. And we spoke about ecosystem. When I spoke about ecosystem, it means everyone has to fall in line. Just because the steel mills will start reducing carbon footprint will not help. Everyone in the supply chain has to do that. You have to see at your service center, how can you reduce the carbon footprint? Be it, it can be as simple solution as recycling water or using solar panels, which many of service centers are doing it. How to reduce logistics cost or the logistics per se. So these are the simple, for the lack of our understanding, these are the simple things that we should start doing. And ultimately, customers will start asking for greener steel and greener solutions. So large part of that will happen in the mill when we move to new technologies, hopefully in a couple of decades or in a decade. But everyone in the supply chain has to fall in line and follow the greenest way of reaching out to customer. If you see the trends, Gen Zs, जो हम लोग आजकल बोलते हैं, this is the biggest concern in their mind. And last week I was in Bombay with some 20 odd Gen Zs, those who are born after 2000, 2002, 2004. This is the biggest concern for them. What are we doing for sustainability? And this is in our lifetime we'll see that happening. People will make decisions based on how green you are.
So now I'd like to have final words from Yatindra Suri sir.
I wanted to make a point. You see, as a customer, as an end user, given a choice that you have material available at X price from a particular source, and you have a material available from a green source, which is X plus 1, what would be your decision? Would you go for X plus 1 or would you go for X? And 99% of the people will say, to hell with sustainability, I'll go for X. So unless all of us collectively change our mindset, that we are going to support green steel or people who are producing steel through green energy and blah, blah, whatever, unless government also intervenes as a policy telling Mr. Deepak Phale that you will get credit at maybe 2% per annum if you buy green steel. Something like this, if you create an ecosystem where all of us collectively start supporting, green initiatives, then I think sustainability would be a success. But as long as we are only looking at the cost, and at the end of the day we say, to hell with sustainability, I have to see my balance sheet, I think sustainability will have no meaning. It will just be a discussion point in rooms like this. That's my view.
Very well, valid point, sir. Thanks.
Any more points? Any suggestions anyone likes to make? Or shall we close the day now? हाँ? My survey team, sir, पहली बार उन्होंने presentation दिया है, घबरा जाएंगे वो. कुछ क्वेश्चन है तो बता दो. I'll protect you. देखिए ये वाला जो सेशन था ना, इसका हमने नाम रखा था ज्वाइनिंग द हैंड्स, बिकॉज हमारे पास इतना डिफरेंट सेट ऑफ कस्टमर बेस हैं यहाँ पे. इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में वी हैव द स्टील मैन्युफैक्चरर्स, वी हैव रिटेलर, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर, सर्विस सेंटर, और कितने सारे टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट भी हैं. तो ये दिस सेशन इज सर्टेनली, इतने सारे डिबेट करने के बाद कभी टेबल इधर टर्न किया कभी उधर. Now we want to join hands with everybody so that we all can work together, grow together, and वो कहते हैं ना, सबका साथ सबका विकास in Pune.
I have one more question if I am permitted. No.
Sir, करिए.
So while I'm concerned about packing, how is the best way steel can be packed where wood cannot be used on a regular basis or something? Is the need of the hour. Actually, all companies should look into that because we are using a lot of wood. So उसके लिए क्या कर सकते हैं? अगर कोई solution है कुछ किसी के पास, तो is really required actually. So
तो वैसे मैं आपको बताती हूँ, पैकेजिंग के आपके बगल वाले टेबल में ट्यूबस एक्स is sitting on your left, right. So Mr. Rahul Gujar, can you wave your hand? Yeah. Packaging solution, he will be able to answer you better. The packaging
So I'm talking environment friendly कैसे अच्छे से
I think
material जा सके.
part of the answer, I think what Mr. Suri mentioned in the previous response,
Yeah.
everyone has to fall in line. If the customer says ki nahi, I will not take wooden pellets, I only want steel pellets. Customers have to start saying that, and you know that. Some of the customers have started
We are
saying,
doing with them few, but there are different ways in the world.
many
people are
customers
doing
have said you cannot use, so sometime very high value item we used to wrap it with polythene. They said we don't want plastic, we don't want wood. It should not enter our premises. If you think it is important, please bring it till the door, then take it off. And we have done that also. For Toyota, we used to take it off in front of their gate and then deliver, because they say inside our premises it should not come. Obviously that was not a sustainable solution. So we moved 100% into steel pellets after that. So he's right. Actually everyone has to not only speak but start taking action on that.
Yeah, contribute to the
And our responsibility is, if customers are not, they are okay with wood, we have to go and tell them. And nothing against wood industry, but we have to go and tell them that we have a better sustainable solution. And obviously pellets are costly and it needs to be recycled. All those supply chain has to come into place, but it's possible, I think, very much possible.
Yeah, Monica, on this issue of packaging, I remember we attended one CIA conference on corrosion, and Vijay Sharma was also there. And there's a company called Suprabha in Pune itself. And they have packaging solutions which are biodegradable and which prevent corrosion from taking place, you know, if you pack steel items with his packing. And those packings are made with natural products, you know, they are not made out of some chemicals and things like that. And I believe Jindal Stainless has been using their product for a very long time. So maybe, you know, Monica, we get in touch with Suprabha and see if those packing solutions can be, you know, brought into the knowledge of all the, you know, steel users or service centers or steel producers also.
So before we close this session, मैं चाहती हूँ कि सभी लोग खड़े हो जाएं and हमारे ये expert plenary session panelist के लिए तालियां बजाएं सबसे पहले एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं Thank you so much and especially मैं इसलिए insist कर रही थी क्योंकि सूरी जी lives in उत्तराखंड वो इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए ट्रेन लेके फिर फ्लाइट लेके और फिर पता नहीं क्या क्या लेके यहाँ पहुँचे हैं at the age of 70 sir 70 है ना just imagine look at the enthusiasm he is having he looks 40 but he, you know, let's talk about the biological age also so that is the kind of enthusiasm we have seen in this conference and the kind of audience is sitting, you know, even we have crossed 5, right? Still, I think about 200 people are still here. As in, सब पीछे देखिए सर विजय सर अभी भी कितने सारे लोग हैं. Just imagine. Otherwise, normal दिल्ली के conference में 40 लोग बैठते हैं. यहाँ अभी भी सब लोग हैं. So एक बार ताली हो जाए आप सभी लोगों के लिए. Super response. Super response.
Thank you, Mr. Praveen Srivastava, Mr. Yatinder Suri, and Mr. Ashirwad Agrawal. I request now Monica to give closing remarks, please.
So like my business analyst team was mentioning that this year has been, you know, we have faced ups and downs and certainly ये business में ही नहीं था, personally भी बहुत ups and downs थे, but we have overcome all those challenges and now we are standing on 20th of December 2022 post-pandemic and this is our third biggest event in this financial year and इसके अलावा भी हमने इतने event कर लिए इतना business हमने 5 साल में भी नहीं किया let me tell you that So it has been a truly great day, having so many great deliberations, discussions on last mile connectivity enablers like Steel Service Center, retailing and distribution. Many new discoveries happened today, many enlightenment which will take us to a new dimension. To think about when we will be talking about steel manufacturing and steel consumption. Sir, हम लोग सिर्फ road infra की बात नहीं करेंगे. We will also be discussing on the these enablers जो इस cycle को पूरा करते हैं. Because I think though this point we were actually missing since so many years and we never talked about it. So, like I said, this year has been like very unpredictable. I tell you, in April we did our annual conference on steel and engineering exports. मई में क्या हुआ वो कॉन्फ्रेंस करने के बाद हमने स्टील एक्सपोर्ट पे किया था. स्टील एक्सपोर्ट पे ड्यूटी लग गई 15% की. And there were many people, who pointed, अरे आपने अभी पिछले महीने कॉन्फ्रेंस किया था स्टील एक्सपोर्ट पे ड्यूटी लगा दिया. अरे नहीं सर, हमारी वजह से नहीं हुआ है. So we had a little tough time to clear out that ना चाहते हुए भी जो हम पे एक क्वेश्चन आ गया कि आपकी वजह से तो नहीं हुआ, हमारी वजह से नहीं हुआ था. एंड देन उसके बाद हमने एक कॉन्फ्रेंस किया कोल के ऊपर, मेटलर्जिकल कोल ब्लास्ट फर्नेस के ऊपर. अच्छा, उस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी एक थोड़ा सा ग्लिच था. वो ये था कि एक डेट पे हमें करना था, फिर हमें उसको प्रीपोन करना पड़ा. तो बेसिकली कोई भी इवेंट स्टेबल कभी भी नहीं था. ये पुणे वाला कॉन्फ्रेंस भी हम लोग बैंगलोर में करने वाले थे एंड ये बैंगलोर से कैंसिल करके वी मूव टू पुणे. एंड आई डोंट नो व्हाट वाज द थॉट, but I think there is a supreme power which is taking us everywhere. So here I am not doing anything, trust me. It is all of you who are making us do things. I am not doing anything. You are making us do things and we are just moving with the flow. तो अभी भी इस इवेंट में काफ़ी लोगों ने बोला मोनिका आप चेन्नई चलो, इंदौर चलो. ऐसे बिल्कुल चल पड़ेंगे. तो जो जहाँ हमें बुला था हम जाके कर देते प्रोग्राम्स. एंड इट्स हैपनिंग लाइक दैट. नाउ आई हैव स्टॉप्ड डूइंग एनी प्लानिंग. जब भी मैं प्लान करती हूँ ना, या तो प्रीपोन होता है या पोस्टपोन होता है या कैंसिल हो जाता है. सो अब जो आता है मैं बस कर देती हूँ. So this is how the Pune event has happened and it has happened very nicely. As in, I'm so happy जो पुणे के लोगों ने इतना प्यार दिया है और इतना विश्वास दिया और इतने सारे लोग अभी भी हॉल में हैं और मेरी स्पीच को सुन रहे हैं, बर्दाश्त कर रहे हैं. I want to acknowledge my young team of professionals and मैं चाहती हूँ आप सब उन लोगों को देखें भी. I'll start with my marketing team today. So we have Yasmin Akhtar who has been troubling you. Yasmin, इधर आना एकदम center में ना. I want you guys to please acknowledge and see. So Yasmin has been the backbone of Metalogic. She has been inviting people every time. एकदम नाक में दम कर देती जब तक कोई कॉन्फ्रेंस में प्रेजेंस ना दिखा दे. Then I have Rahul Mishra, and Kanwal Meet, my young chap. Kanwal, come on. पीछे क्यों बैठे हो? आगे आओ. My creative team, Amarjeet and Shiv Shankar Mani Tripathi. ये एक ही बंदा है. आ जाओ, ऊपर आ जाओ. My business analyst team, so we are developing our little bit of analysis kind of team right now. So we have two young people who attempted first presentation of their life and अगर उनसे थोड़ी बहुत भी कुछ गलती हुई हो, please ignore it. So I would like to invite Manu Cholia and Rajat Kaushik. And हमारे Metalogic के फाउंडर एम्प्लॉई हम बोलेंगे जो हमारे अकाउंट डिपार्टमेंट संभालते हैं, हशमत अली. So this is the complete Metalogic team which is behind this conference. And जितने भी प्रोग्राम्स होते हैं ये ही टीम करती है, जिसमें 3 लोग हमारे मार्केटिंग के हैं, 2 बिजनेस एनालिस्ट, 2 अपने क्रिएटिव एंड 1 अकाउंट्स. So as in छोटा परिवार सुखी परिवार ही है हमारा. Although we also want to grow, we want to have एक entrepreneur का अरमान होता है 100 लोगों का employee base हो, ये हो वो हो. बट मुझे लगता है जब तक इनके साथ चल रहा है मेरे को इतना एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं है कि इतने लोग चाहिए. एज लाइक जितना काम करें अच्छे से करें, खुश होके करें. सो दिस इज़ माई टीम एंड on 3rd of January, we will be completing 6 years, so 6 years of my entrepreneur, journey, and we are going to celebrate it in Delhi. We have a foundation day. I would like to invite you all. मुझे पता है सब लोग नहीं आ पाएंगे, जानबूझ के भी बोल रही हूँ. Personalized call करके specially बुलाऊंगी. So with this, I like to, आ जाओ नीचे आ जाओ. हो गया. I'd like to thank our sponsors. I'll start with our title sponsor, Evinith Value Steel. And I also want to thank them that they have chosen Metalogic platform to, rebrand their company. I would like to thank JSW Steel, our networking dinner sponsor, Triveni, our silver sponsor, Starter Capital, and TSS India TubeSX. I want to thank our bronze sponsors, Neo Mega Steel and Tata Steel Downstream Products Limited, our co-sponsors, Kamdhenu Limited, MedPro and TVQ. I want to thank our exhibitors. Exhibitors hai hamare Nirmal Texim, then we have Blue Sky, Jupiter, Roll Foaming Solutions, Apex, Pragya, Stitch, and Arvind Footwears. I'd like to acknowledge our knowledge partners. We have NIST, SRTMI, and Joint Plant Committee. I want to acknowledge our support associations. And there are many support associations who have come very local from here, like Laghu Udyog Bharati, Indian Steel Association, EPC India, ASPA, Corsma, MRAI, IBC, Indian Business Council, Pune, Sufi, IFA, then Indian Stainless Steel Development Association, then we also have Federation of Freight Forwarder Association of India, then SMAM, and then PISMA, and Service to Steel Fraternity, the Steel Chamber of India, which is based out in Bombay. I want to thank our expert panelists. I'll start with Mr. Anil Mittal, Joint Managing Director of Vasant Group and co-founder of Indian Business Council, Pune. I want to thank Vijay sir, Director of Jindal Stainless, and special thanks to you and Goyal ji ki abhi tak aap log hame sun rahe hain. And I want to thank Mr. V.R. Sharma, Vice Chairman of JSP Group of Advisory Services, Mr. Ashish Anupam, MD of Tata Steel Long Product, Mr. Sharad Mahendra, CEO Coated Products, JSW Steel. I want to thank Mr. Arun Pathak from AMNS India, Mr. S.K. Goel, of course, I have already thanked you. Then I want to thank Ashirwad Agarwal, MD of Triveni Steel. Then Mr. Chandresh, Director Jupiter Roll Foaming, and Mr. Santosh Deshmukh, GM POSCO. I want to thank Vedant Goyal also. Where is he? So he did not plan to be a speaker, but मैंने उनको stage पे बिठा दिया, and he took it as a sport. I want to thank Mr. Praveen Shrivastava, Mr. Yatendra Suri, and I want to thank Mr. Rahul Gujar also, Director Asia Pacific TubeSX Service Solution, Mr. Pankaj Jain, CEO Blue Ocean Steel, Mr. Narendra Kamath, Chief Business Officer, Supply Chain and Asset Management Business, Tata Capital. Am I missing out on anyone? You can always tell me, and yeah, I'm missing out on Mr. Sachin Agarwal, Director Kamdhenu Limited, Mr. Rajiv Sherry, MD Autocompu, Mr. Manish Bawa, CMO Evinith Value Steel, and Mr. Vinayak Vipul, Partner Performance and Improvement Business Consulting at ENY. And with this, we will meet at 7 p.m. For our closing ceremony of dinner and cocktail. We will be having a little performance by Miss Vinti Singh. She's a playback singer in Bollywood. And a group photograph हम लोग लेंगे. Whoever is here present in the hall, आप लोग please stage के ऊपर and stage के पास आ जाइए. We will have a grand photo. We will have a grand photo with everyone. संजय सर एंड सॉरी विजय सर एंड गोयल सर प्लीज़ ऊपर आ जाइए, आप लोग तो ऊपर आ जाइए. सूरी सर, सचिन सर प्लीज़ come ahead. Mr. Rahul Gujar ji, please come on the stage. All the panelists, if you are present here, please come on the stage. Please come. And all the exhibitors also, please come. Whoever is present in the hall, please आप लोग आगे आइए. We want to have a closing ceremony photograph. Please come ahead. आशीर्वाद जी आ जाइए, please ऊपर आइए. प्रवीण जी. All the panelists to be on the stage, please. And all the guests, exhibitors, sponsors, please come ahead. कोई भी चेयर पे बैठा नहीं होना चाहिए, प्लीज आगे आइए. कोई नहीं बैठा होना चाहिए, आगे आ जाइए प्लीज. प्लीज कम अहेड. मिस्टर कामत, प्लीज कम ऑन द स्टेज. प्लीज कम ऑन द स्टेज. सर आगे आइए सर. सभी लोग, एग्जिबिटर्स भी, एवरीवन प्लीज कम, प्लीज कम. लेट अस हैव अ ग्रैंड फोटोग्राफ. प्लीज आइए. So we will meet again at 7 p.m. in the same venue, Cherry Hall, and tea coffee arrangement has been arranged at Gulmohar. So please proceed to tea and coffee. We will meet again at 7 for dinner and cocktail. Thank you.